Yeah, yeah.
All things like that.
I always said he did it.
Yeah, I know, yeah. But everybody gets because it's like, so it's like they said, go on your own, get this thing done. And so I took set up this thing. So I actually, for some reason, Jason stick. Get why, but I said okay. Why? So I actually goal. Yeah. Oh, this is just numbers getting spacing. Well, we got actually, yeah, no, I didn't read what she said. I just didn't scope it. But she. So Andrew, are we ready to start?
Yep. We should be ready to go.
Okay, welcome to the Public Service Commission's legislative hearing, case number 9478. Electric vehicle work group implementation of the electric vehicle portfolio, and we're going to hear the reports from utility companies on their latest efforts in this area and some ideas they have for it. So let me turn this over to our Commission Advisor, Alexis Bach. Go ahead, kick us off.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome. I think we are having a little bit of technical issues with some folks coming on, but our first panel will include the utilities. So I'm going to call up to present in this order. 1 second, please.
We're ready to go live, Fred. Yeah.
So the utilities in this order will be BGE, Pepco and Delmarva, Potomac Edison, and SMECO when they are ready. That will comprise our first panel for now.
Okay, so anyone from RES Electric, go right ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can, yeah. Although I speak up just a little bit, so, or get a little closer.
Yeah. How about now?
I think that's great. Yeah, sounds good.
Great. Good morning again, Commissioners. Joel Michelle on behalf of BGE. With me today, and we'll be doing our outbound presentation, is Devesh Gupta, our Director of Customer Solutions. Joining virtually is Stephanie Leach, who is our Manager of Strategic Programs. And later, we'll have some remarks from John Frayne, our Director of Regulatory Strategy and Revenue Policy. Devesh.
Thank you, Joel. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable commissioners. Devesh Gupta here for our Clean Energy Solutions Group. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. Excited to share a bit with you about the programs included in BG's Phase 2 electric vehicle proposal. I have to say I'm proud to have been a part of the team that helped to launch BG's Phase 1 programs way back in 2019, which seems decades ago, not simply years. Our success and our experience through challenges and innovations throughout those first 5 years helped to establish Maryland and BGE as leaders in the industry in supporting and planning for transportation electrification. And that work informs the impactful creative programs in our Phase 2 proposal. This proposal underscores the critical role that BGE must play in helping to support EV adoption in Maryland in a number of ways. First, by serving as a platform and steward for collaboration. For instance, BGE took very seriously the directive that the Commission placed on the utilities to engage stakeholders as we developed our Phase 2 EV proposal. Over the course of 2024, we presented our proposal elements multiple times to the Maryland EV Work Group and the state's Zero Emissions Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Council, or ZVIC, with both written and live feedback from members, which allowed us to better refine our proposal. We also met one-on-one with stakeholders such as MEA, DHCD, MDOT, OPC, the other Maryland utilities, as well as utilities, tech vendors, and others from around the U.S. that are implementing EV solutions and programs. Next, BGE also understands the responsibility we owe to our customers and the state to provide solutions to address unmet market needs and strive to leave no Marylander behind with an equitable energy transformation. More than half of the state's almost 133,000 EVs are registered in BGE's footprint, and we're the largest utility in Maryland. So we bear a unique obligation to look for ways to better serve and provide solutions for and benefits from transportation electrification to all customers. As brought up by others in this proceeding as well, BGE's expertise and obligation for our grid is vital to deploy solutions to not only integrate EVs into the grid, but find ways to help transportation electrification serve as a tool to enhance resilience. And finally, and among the most important aspects of our essential role in the EV transition is our commitment to designing and offering programs and services that are well tailored to meet identified customer needs while providing customer and grid value and being mindful of customer affordability. BGE emphasizes that it's important to remember that affordability should not narrowly focus on total cost, but on how those costs are incurred by customers and affect their monthly budgets. You'll see in our December filing, and again in the appendix to our presentation today, at slide 11, that our proposal, for instance, is estimated to result in an average of only 74 cents per month in additional costs for residential customers over the recovery term, with similarly manageable bill impacts for small and large customer classes commensurate with their usage profiles. And I will state that doesn't take into account any direct benefits that customers signing up for programs may receive that will more than offset those additional costs. We're able to maintain this level of affordability specifically under the Commission's approved regulatory structure with recovery of prudently incurred costs, including a fair and reasonable return authorized in rate cases, socializing those costs over an appropriate reasonable term. We encourage the Commission and parties to keep in mind that limited impact to customers' monthly budgets as you consider the strong value that our proposal brings, with over $793 million in overall benefits to the state and the customers and communities we serve. With that, I'd like to hand the presentation over to Stephanie Leach, our manager of EV programs, to highlight a few of the programs and aspects of our proposal. Stephanie? And if Stephanie's not there, I might ask that our new senior manager over load management and electric vehicle programs, Amy Chandler, maybe takes the mantle from there until Stephanie's able
I
to.
actually see Stephanie, but apparently she's on mute, or we're not hearing her. So.
Okay.
Is the presentation showing?
That's a good question. Can we also ask if the presentation deck is showing for
Presentation.
commissioners in the room?
Yeah, actually, we don't see that either. So
There's been no
I-
presentation posted.
always.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
I
Okay.
can project it on the WebEx if that's helpful. So it'll be circulated with the virtual option, but we may have to do some tweaking for it to show in the room. But I'm happy to share, Mr. Gupta.
Okay.
Now,
Can folks hear me okay?
Thank you
Yeah.
so much, Ms. Foxworth.
Stephanie, we now can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. Apologies for that. And yes, that was actually going to be my question as well, as if the slides were being shared. So
Thanks,
thank
Steph.
you for that. Perfect.
Oh, wait a minute, there it is. We can actually now see it on the big screen.
Perfect. And
Okay.
if we could, I think the slide number 3, or it may be 2 in the program. This I just covered, so we can move to Stephanie's, and we don't mind being the guinea pigs on getting this right for everyone. So appreciate your patience.
Absolutely. Thank you. So speaking specifically about BGE's multifamily charging network, we want to stress that multifamily residents remain one of the most underserved customer bases when it comes to EV charging access. While approximately 80% of current EV drivers charge at home, an estimated 82% of multifamily customers currently lack access to at-home charging. BGE's utility-owned multifamily network addresses this critical gap and helps advance equitable access to EV infrastructure for our customers. Availability of at-home charging significantly increases the likelihood of EV adoption, as multifamily residents have stated they are 2.5 times more likely to purchase an EV when they have access to charging at home. As Maryland moves to implementation of the Advanced Clean Cars Act, we anticipate more customers, including those without convenient charging access at home, will be compelled to adopt EVs. Without reliable home charging, these customers are forced to rely on public infrastructure, which is often more expensive and less convenient. And knowing that 82% of multifamily residents currently lack home charging, BGE's utility-owned multifamily network can play a critical solution in solving this gap. For multifamily residents, relying on public charging not only increases the total cost of EV ownership, but also introduces inequities in charging access. Daily charging becomes a burden, often requiring customers to leave their home to find chargers, an approach that's neither scalable nor equitable for wide-scale adoption. In addressing some stakeholder concerns about our network's charger reliability, it's important to note that BGE's multifamily charging network maintains a 99% uptime. Residents view these chargers at their site as amenities, and the equipment has experienced minimal vandalism or misuse. And this is a reflection of strong community respect and engagement with these chargers. So we know that continuing this program will only continue to be provided as a respectful amenity for these customers. And in BGE's current proposal, we have earmarked 20% of the 200 proposed new multifamily chargers for underserved and overburdened communities, but we'd like to point out that BGE is open to increasing this allocation in response to stakeholder input, ensuring that infrastructure investments prioritize the communities that need them most. And we can move on to the next slide, please. As a utility, BGE plays a critical role in enabling customer interconnection projects. One of the most effective ways that we can support transportation electrification, particularly for public, multifamily, and fleet customers, is through make-ready incentives that help overcome the financial and logistical barriers of large-scale commercial electrification. Multifamily customers in particular face complex decision-making and long project timelines. On average, we know that multifamily-owned projects can take 444 days from the initial conversations to the site completion due to the intricacies of property ownership, HOA funding consideration, and resident needs. And these make-ready incentives are often the deciding factor in whether these projects proceed, especially given the competing financial priorities these customers must balance in their annual budgets. In terms of BGE's Fleet Make-Ready program, BGE data shows that 84% of commercial project costs are actually associated with the infrastructure on the customer side of the meter. Limiting support to utility side infrastructure only is insufficient to drive adoption. especially among medium and heavy duty fleets. To truly achieve Maryland's transportation electrification goals, customer side incentives are essential, and an approach that already is being adopted by leading utilities across the country in key states that actually have similar decarbonization goals to Maryland. Additionally, while federal funding remains very uncertain at this time, we think that the utilities can act as a stable and proactive partner in ensuring equitable deployment. By bridging funding gaps, we can ensure that infrastructure investments reach all customer segments, particularly those in underserved and overburdened communities, and bring projects to completion more efficiently and more effectively. Next slide. In looking specifically at BGE's Charge Anywhere proposal, we want to stress that multifamily residents must be included in managed charging solutions to meet Maryland's EV and decarbonization goals. Today, we know that 85% of EV owners live in single-family homes and have access to charging rate options, yet 25% of BGE residential customers, or approximately 300,000 households, live in multifamily housing. So a quarter of all of our customers are multifamily customers. And without equitable access to charging programs in these communities, the state will fall short of its transportation electrification and emissions reductions targets. Since its launch, for comparison, BGE's EVTOU rate has enabled participants to save nearly $1 million by shifting charging to off-peak times. By 2029, those savings are projected to reach over $21 million. However, our multifamily customers can't realize these bill savings unless we create access to a program like Charge Anywhere, which facilitates managed charging regardless of where a customer plugs in. As we know, these customers do not have the same access to charging at their residence. It's also important to note that based on current participation trends, the average EVTOU customer charges approximately 286 kilowatt hours off peak each month. And if we were to follow that same logic for the Charge Anywhere program, we were to see that they would receive a $10 monthly incentive, which is only half of the Charge Anywhere's program cap of $20 monthly. This reflects a cost-effective approach to both encourage EV adoption and reduce peak load strain on the grid. That means Charge Anywhere provides a scalable strategy to manage EV load growth by shifting charging to off-peak hours, and the benefits are to both the broader system and to increase affordability for our EV drivers. With the Commission's call for solutions to address multifamily charging gaps, we think that Charge Anywhere is a direct response. When paired with BGE's broader multifamily program offerings, Charge Anywhere helps close an equity gap the Commission has rightfully prioritized. It represents a practical, forward-looking approach that delivers both customer savings and widespread benefits. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Devesh.
Thank you, Stephanie. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go into all the detail on this slide for you, but I'd like to close simply by emphasizing the reason that we're here today. Maryland has an ambitious and important climate goal that is driving the state's environmental and economic policies and plans. With transportation making up 35%, the largest piece of greenhouse gas emissions, it's clear that Maryland's goals cannot be met without a broad and accelerated transition to electric vehicles. It's also clear that this broad and accelerated transition cannot be achieved without BGE's continuing and expanded leadership and support as a platform to enable Maryland's EV future, a platform to provide solutions to address gaps in the market and the transition, to provide opportunities to leverage private market participant solutions for customers, to maintain reliability alongside EV growth, and to drive equitable access and affordability. And a platform that allows the Commission to appropriately oversee BGE's programs and services through our cadence of regular reporting and as-needed accessibility. We're excited about our well-designed, innovative Phase 2 proposal portfolio and urge the Commission to approve BGE's proposal and allow us to move forward to drive an electrified future in Maryland. Thank you, and we welcome any questions you may have from your review of our proposal.
Commissioner Arthur. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and yeah, thank you for your presentation today. Let me just start out with a big question I have right now, and that is, can we afford this at this point in time? What we're really hearing from the last legislative session, where they had to come up with, they felt they had to come up with extra money to help people pay the bills that they have now. We have resolutions coming from the city and from counties calling, basically saying that the electric rates are already too expensive. So I guess that's really the opening question here. Is this just not the right time to be adding more costs to the electric bill? And again, given that we have other budget situations in the state, a lot of Marylanders are going to be now unemployed because of what's happening in Washington. Again, I'd like you to first respond to that. Can we afford this?
Commissioner Richard, that's a great question. It is a question we're asking ourselves at every turn as well. I mean, we could show you slide 11 here in the appendix, which breaks down the estimated bill impacts if everything in our proposal was approved. And from that, again, given the regulatory asset recovery structure and the way that costs are spread out depending on the type of cost over time, you can see that even in the current year and next year, the bill impacts are very limited. And then over the course of the portfolio, you're seeing a peak of bill impacts, particularly if we talk about residential customers, of $1.59 a month in 2030. And then with the tail going down over time. There's a ramp up here initially, of course, launching programs, getting incentives and other things out the door. But even at the peak, these costs are very manageable for those residential customers and the small commercial customers, as well as the large customers where, again, at the peak, you're talking about $25 per month for very large energy users.
Okay.
And that's not KWH based in terms of per KWH cost. This is our estimate of the actual dollar bill impact for customers on a monthly basis.
Okay.
And I'd also like to build on what Devesh said about if our full portfolio were to be realized. As I mentioned in my Charge Anywhere program slide, we've capped those monthly incentives for customers at $20 per month, but we anticipate the average customer only receiving a $10 monthly incentive for that program.
Okay. And again, I don't mean to badger up, but I think this is the topic of the day, and that is the electric costs. This isn't in isolation. We're going to be also looking at Empower here in the next few weeks. There are some very important programs there where we're going to be trying to help Marylanders, get control of their electric bills. But there'll be costs there, and plus it's just the paying for the past. And I understand we have additional costs that are manageable, but these are things that are going to be amortized over time. They're going to be with us for quite a few years. So we're not just paying for them as we go. We're basically saddling people for some time. And then also things that are happening at the wholesale level. As we approach June, we're talking about some significant increases just because of the last PJM capacity auction. And I believe we've heard it could be in the range of $15 to $20. Again, additional cost for Marylanders. And these are Marylanders we're hearing that are already feeling very burdened. So again, not to badger, I just really want to push back that, are we listening to what's going on by our elected officials? Are we listening to the customers of Maryland right now? And is this the time to, again, be saddling, optional costs on the distribution system? And because, also there are some pending issues we have with just, PG&E, other utilities running their distribution system, just, what that's costing people and the increases there.
That's you know, a couple of comments just in response. One, just the question of optional costs. I think that is a policy question, certainly for the commission to consider. But the state has said that the electrification of transportation is not an option, right? And that decarbonization is not an option. And I think what we're evidencing here is there is a way to approach that to both make forward progress in decarbonization without saddling unreasonable costs on customers. Even when you look at the tail of these fixed bill costs, they're very manageable even in the out years here. So I think this is the story that can be read from this approach that the commission's approved for this proceeding, is that there is a better way to both make forward progress, deliver clean energy results, and have an affordable opportunity for customers. And this is if they don't take advantage of the savings opportunities from the actual programs.
Okay, well, thank you. And we definitely anticipating and anxious to hear from representatives from ZVIC, particularly from the Department of Transportation, to again give us some insights as to what state policies are, how we're going to manage them, because I think that there's even a recognition, at least I'm hearing from Annapolis, that we do need to take a look at the pace and what some of these requirements, these goals that we've set may entail. Again, given the expenses. So I'm not going to ask any more questions. I think it's we've got a lot of good information about your proposal, and we'll hear from staff and OPC. But again, my concern at this point, I'm an EV driver. I really believe in supporting our state policies and want to push forward. I just have grave concerns right now about the economic situation we're in and what I'm hearing from our elected officials and from ratepayers that are already burdened by the costs they have. So with that, I'll turn it back. Thank you very much, though.
Thank you.
Sure. Let me ask a couple of questions. One, it seems like the perennial issue has been this situation of people who live in multifamily dwellings, particularly existing buildings, trying to convince the property owners to make the various changes, allow their renters to charge their cars. And it seems to me that over the years we've done almost everything under the sun, but it still hasn't quite gotten some of these property owners off the dime, so to speak. So I guess explain to me why you think this particular proposal is going to actually work when some of the others have been disappointing.
I mean, it's important to understand the market a little bit as well here, Mr. Chairman. The multifamily projects of this sort do take an average of well over 400 days, right, from expression of interest to completion, and that's even with very interested properties. So there is some lag that's baked into just the decision making, the permitting and approvals, sometimes with HOAs, even just going through their standard approval process. Even if there's not opposition, those things can take some time. I think what we've laid out is a comprehensive program that has a number of options for multifamily properties to choose from to best fit their needs and their abilities, whether that's having capital up front, wanting to own the infrastructure themselves, or not wanting to have responsibility for it. There are multiple options for them. That's not to say that it may not still take them some time to deploy that infrastructure, but we're looking to make that easier and hopefully light a fire under other properties that aren't taking advantage of it, saying, hey, yeah, we also want that, because amenities do become a competitive advantage in that space as well.
Okay, so to Commissioner Richards' questions, and I know that the company put forward a number of proposals, and I'm sure you think all of them are well-intentioned ideas for what we need to do. But if push came to shove, and we had to rank your proposals as far as which ones should be considered for funding this time around, and maybe which ones could be delayed, can you speak to how we should go about making that decision regarding the proposals you put forward?
Yeah, I think there are. It's a nuanced answer back. I don't know that it's single program, yes to this entire program, no to this other program. There are ways to lever down some of the costs of various programs just by, as Stephanie was saying, having tiers of, well, we'll approve this many incentives to start with, and if these go, and depending on what the climate is like, you can come back and request additional incentives rather than right out the gate having a budget that is for, let's say, 30,000 incentives. Now, some of that is also tempered under a regulatory environment without reconciliation, say under new legislation that's being passed, and under a rate case environment like this, where these costs, they'll be accrued in a regulatory asset. And what will get put into a rate case will only be the actual costs that are incurred and not what the full budgets were. And at that point as well, there may be a reforecast if there is any tail end to those programs where there's not an exact overlap with the term or the timing of a rate case. Those will be reforecast and readjusted based on where is the market actually. So, that's important to keep in mind as well. That said, I think we're happy to offer up some suggestions after we hear from all parties today as well. Maybe in the tail end of responses at the end of the hearing today, where there's some time allotted for that, we can be mindful to bring those together for you and offer some proposals.
Okay, so let me turn to Commissioner Suchman, who's actually participating.
Well, participating remotely in a car, so we'll see how this works. So I actually wanted to follow up on the questioning of both Commissioner Richard and the chair, and really have this focused on your proposal for charge anywhere. So this is the managed charging proposal, which has a pretty hefty price tag of 38 million, more than $38 million. And I'm actually trying to understand how this is going to benefit the grid, and whether this is really whether this really does reflect what you should be doing with these proposals. So for example, I mean, you've got customers that can go anywhere on the grid and take advantage of this program, notwithstanding the fact that at least I'm hoping that when you're doing managed charging, it's not just because you're trying to reduce the amount of electricity coming off of transmission lines, but you're also reducing constraints at the distribution level. And this proposal doesn't seem to be thinking about that at all. And in fact, we could find ourselves in a situation where you are actually creating constraints because you're not looking into what could be a problem on a particular grid. I mean, I'm really hoping that this managed charging is targeted for places where it's needed, but your program doesn't seem to have any connection to that at all. So maybe you can enlighten me how this is going to help the grid at a whopping, almost $39 million.
Happy to answer that, Commissioner Suchman, and I'll probably ask Stephanie Leach to chime in here as well. The costs for the program have come down a little but still in that range. But there is value in time of use and getting customers to start to get used to behavior that is helpful to the grid. A program like this does unlock the capability to have more targeted incentives for customers to get them to charge, let's say, only in particular places or only at certain times in particular places as we get customers enrolled and have the ability to maybe try some things out with them. But we do think there's strong value in the time of use aspect that we're able to roll out for this program. This is more called than a passive managed charging program, but it's better than the alternative of not being able to manage this load at all.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that it is because, because it's not reflecting the reality of what is actually happening on the grid. You have no way of knowing if what you're doing is helping things or is actually hurting things. I mean, it could be that you've got a whole bunch of customers that find themselves in one particular place at a time where they're all doing this charging anywhere and could actually be creating constraints. I mean, it's not really tied to the reality of what's going on. And if you're not doing that, then I just feel like you're just throwing money at an idea without really having any connection to what's really going on.
I'm going to ask us Stephanie to come back on, Commissioner Suchman, as well, just to maybe add any color about the value to the grid from the program as well, to the extent that she might be able to.
Yeah, absolutely. So the program is designed to incentivize customers to charge only during our off-peak time. So it is the same windows of time as our existing EV time of use rate. So customers.
Okay, but can I just stop you? Can I just stop you for a second? But you agree that there are differing demands on different feeders, correct? They're not all the same, and they're not all functioning the same. There are going to be constraints, and there could be constraints even during off-peak periods on particular feeders.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Stephanie.
Yeah, I think we're not at that place yet, Commissioner, that we're concerned about customers during off-peak windows charging. I think that the concern that we have made and stressed thus far is that when we look at specifically our EV time of use program, the concern of creating a secondary peak when all of those customers start charging right at the start of the off-peak window. I wouldn't expect that same type of charging behavior to occur with our Charge Anywhere program, as these customers are likely to be charging, yes, at likely their multifamily residence, but are going to be looking for available charging at many places throughout the grid to fulfill their nightly charging. And I don't anticipate this customer group to be scheduling their charging right at the start of the off-peak window. It will be more spread out, not creating a secondary peak.
Okay, so I understand that you don't anticipate it, but it still could happen. But then what about the targeting particular constraints now? And that's what's missing from this also.
And that, I would say, this program allows for that opportunity, because that is obviously a concern. Particular feeders.
I don't wait, stop.
Yep.
I don't want that a program allows for it. I want the program to do it. If the program doesn't do it, then it seems to me that that's $39 million that we're spending on a program that can give us some help, but that doesn't seem like a really good use of money. I mean, come back to us with a program that really targets ways in which we can avoid building out the transmission and distribution systems. And then I will say, yeah, that's a program that makes a lot of sense. The programs that can allow for it in the future, that's an awful lot of money to spend on something that doesn't give us any value right now.
Certainly appreciate that. And I think that's something that we'll take to heart, and that we were excited about with having a platform to be able to look at that distribution level impact and how we might be able to incentivize behavior even further for these customers that right now we have no insight into and no control over, even behaviorally, to encourage different types of activity.
I understand that.
So,
I think we all want to get to the same place. I just think it just seems to me that we can find a better use of $39 million where we really are targeting what it is that we'd like to accomplish.
uh, uh, certainly, we can also consider how else can we enhance the program. I will say, when you look at the benefits and the calculations that we have to use for the state, this program does come out beneficial because of the effect it has on overall system load and being able to shift that. Uh, Understanding that there are some distribution concerns, but without a program like this, these customers may be more likely to charge during on-peak hours on feeders where there was already a challenge related to air conditioning, as an example, on a hot day. This does give us some ability to encourage that behavior to charge during off-peak hours. And there is the added value for customers right now in terms of providing some charging cost benefit for customers that otherwise have more expensive charging charging costs, which may even be a barrier to entry when people are looking at, should I get into an EV or not? Well, I mean, I, I'm going to have to pay for charging, and that charging doesn't look like it's going to save me very much at all over gasoline. I'm just going to hold off on it. This does give some opportunity to bring some of those cost benefits to these customers in the same way that we are able to do so with those customers that have their own home and their own charger at home. So that's something that I hope won't be lost in that discussion
no,
as well.
right, and I appreciate that. It just seems to me that with this level of spend, that you can do a better job of targeting the kind of behavior that you want, and to have it be more reflective of what's actually going on the grid.
Of course, and just one last point on that one, that the overall program cost is related to the number of incentives that were baked in to begin with, the 30,000 incentives. The costs are much lower. That's the bulk of the overall cost of the program. So the costs are much lower if there's lower enrollment. So over time, certainly at the beginning, there's less. That could also provide more opportunity for us. Okay, the platform's there. We can figure out how can we have more targeted behavioral messaging for those customers to prevent distribution impacts, distribution feeder impacts in particular places. But it also then creates a much more, I think, to Stephanie's point, most customers, based on our experience looking at our standard EV only time of use rate, most customers are not likely to be getting $20 a month. They're more likely to be getting $10 a month from this program. But we had to bake $20 a month in for the budget because that's what the potential impact could be if everybody did charge at the max. We put some cap on it for how much money how much of a credit a customer could get back from us. So that's a significant piece of those overall costs. So the actual cost of the programs, as Stephanie pointed out, are likely to be much less than that, even if we get 30,000 enrollments, because we're likely to put out half of that incentive number based on the behavior that we see from customers in terms of how much energy is really required for their vehicle based on their actual driving habits. And we get that from our EV only time of use rate.
And Commissioner Suchman, if I could, this is John Train. I would also just want to mention that the way that this program, obviously we proposed the $20 cap. If the concern is about the costs, we can always lower the cap or lower the incentives that are offered. That might also impact, of course, the behavior and the response to it. But that is one other option.
Absolutely.
I understand that. I guess my point is, I think you need to start from the perspective of what is it that you're trying to accomplish. And it seems to me, that what we're trying to do is to prevent more build out of transmission and distribution. And to accomplish that, we need to find a way of flattening the peak.
Yes.
And then you can go from there. And so it may be that charge anywhere doesn't make sense if that's the whole point. I mean, it may, for example, be that you come up with a new rate that looks at avoided costs, because you avoid the cost of having to build out that about. So that's what I'm trying to say is that, you know, these programs don't live in isolation. You're not just saying, let's just throw money at this. It has to be based on where we want to end up. And that's what I feel like is not really, that there's not really a connection between the proposals you have and what you want to accomplish.
And that's actually what the program is designed to do, is to help with the peak. We actually looked at using the EV time of use periods to make sure that where we were incentivizing customers to shift their charging in this Charge Anywhere program would be where the distribution system is most constrained and when it's most constrained, and also to help with flattening peak and the resource
Mr. Crane,
adequacy issues.
I'm not seeing that in your proposal.
Well, it may not have been communicated as clearly, perhaps, but that is the.
I don't think it's communicated at all. I mean, I read. Okay, then I mean, I read through it and I didn't see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. We can certainly think about additional messaging as we close today. I think there may be, Weave Grid, who has been a partner of ours in implementing our EV only time of use rate, may be able to speak to some of those benefits as well. And some of that is consistent with learnings that we just got from the Argonne National Lab report, which was filed with the commission just about a week and a half or two ago, that we had been waiting for, that also shows the value certainly of smart charge management, but also for time of use. So not letting perfect be the enemy of the good.
Okay. Well, that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Well, go ahead. Commissioner Richard had one follow-up.
I'm sorry, I just had one other question I had meant to ask, really, and it's related to, again, this state policies, because you did say something that was very important, that we're all trying to work and reflect accurately and faithfully the policies of the state. But I would note that we don't set those policies here at the commission, nor do the utilities, as far as electric vehicles and the clean energy. What we do have from the state is CVIC, and they are a broad base as far as include important state agencies, members of the governor's cabinet, the Energy Administration, legislators. Is there a way? And I just there is a way, but I just given that that should really be the entity that really reflects this state policy, and then also the other state policies as they are emerging, as they are maybe more weighted. Do you see a way on how the utilities can maybe work directly through ZVIC and then propose programs through ZVIC, and then there could be a discussion as, okay, is this something that we can pay for with state revenues? And then maybe through ZVIC determine, okay, well, why don't we go collectively to the commission and suggest that there are some things that we should do at the ratepayer expense. To me, that seems that would address, again, this issue of making sure we're faithful to state policy, but we're also being mindful that, we shouldn't just be this extra taxing authority out here, on our own, go and suggest that we are going to tap into the ratepayer to support these state policies. But so I just wanted to ask you directly that question, because that's really what I want to explore a little bit later on when we have Maryland Energy Administration and Department of Transportation is, how can we put this in these decisions in the right place and be better assured that, again, we are doing our job, faithfully executing state policies, but we're not just taxing ratepayers, without, again, that guidance and direction from the state.
Is certainly sensitive to that, Commissioner Richard, and it's something that I think we've heard from the commission before too, in terms of that stakeholder input and engagement, which we really did strive to do throughout this process. Again, multiple presentations and feedback from ZVIC, and what you're seeing here is a result of those discussions in terms of what we proposed and what seemed to have some interest from the room, and the questions and conversations that we had. MDOT, we heard very loudly and clearly the commission's desire for us to work very closely with MDOT coming out of the phase 1 programs and into phase 2. During phase 1, we definitely had communications. We doubled down on that in planning for phase 2 in terms of one-to-one conversations, both for the proposal, and those conversations have been ongoing, have continued even after that. So that we are closely aligned and working with them.
Why not have them actually then be coming to us with the state program?
Well,
I have the utilities on their own directly, because in many cases you're collecting the money, but then you're just hiring consultants. You're hiring contractors to do this, and I'm just wondering if there's almost a single administrator approach, so that okay, sure, it's decided by the state civic, state policymakers, that yeah, it is appropriate for some ratepayer money to support these programs. Maybe it can be better used if it's spent, by a single entity, and not having these different, programs out there. Really kind of going to Commissioner Sussman's, point too, is making sure that we are putting ourselves in the correct role, the utilities in the correct role of what they should be contributing, and not getting outside the lines and maybe operating networks and other things that haven't gone so well in the phase 1.
So, well, and I think, at least from our perspective, right, that was the purpose of the phase 1 review proceeding, and then the directive from the commission to have the utilities file proposals, and the directive that as we're preparing those proposals, that we work very closely with all of these very important stakeholders. ZVIC is it's certainly a communication forum, but it doesn't have regulatory or legislative authority itself, of course. I think these proceedings do provide every opportunity for stakeholders to also come to the table. MDOT, did provide comments in this proceeding and will be speaking, and MDOT is the one that administers ZVIC as well. So, to the extent that we're looking for, hey, what are your thoughts, ZVIC or MDOT, on these proposals? The opportunity is there, and we went well in advance in order to get that, to try as best we could to do what you're saying, though it's not a single state entity that's proposing it for all of the utilities. There are nuances in each of the utility zones that to us do say that it makes sense for there to be programs that are well tailored for particular utilities territories, and that's, I think, why we're in the structure here that the commission has set up. But certainly, if there's additional if there's additional nuances into how we work with ZVIC, we would love to hear those as well, and follow through with those. We're here to try to work with parties to come up with agreeable programs. Obviously, not everybody can agree on everything, to the best extent possible.
We have a long day, but yeah, I hear you. I just try to figure out, not looking for nuance or anything like that. I guess I'm looking to how we can put the state truly at the front of the table here, not as a stakeholder or some other just interested party, but the state is directing what we're doing. We're here because we want to reflect state policy. And I would like to hear directly from them, that they maybe propose some of the programs we should be, considering. And then they would also, the state would say, and we think it's appropriate in these circumstances, in this program, that we maybe ask ratepayers to fund it. And not just kind of, just have input from them. That I think we need the leadership. So, anyway, with that, and I would just say to the other utility, these are the questions I have. So I hope that rather than me taking up time again for the other presentations, addressing the cost, the appropriateness of the cost, and how we might be able to do this more in a, I guess, more efficient way with the state truly leading the program is kind of what I'm interested in hearing from the other. So thank you.
Okay, so I think that's all we have for BG&E. I thank all the folks for coming before us and explaining their ideas. So now we're going to move on to Pepco and Delmarva.
Good morning. I think we can still say good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Are you able to see and hear the PHI team?
We can hear you, and I think we're going to see you. We do see you now, and we can't hear you. So go right ahead.
Okay, great. Alexa, great. I was going to say if you could share it. Thank you very much. Taylor Beckham here on behalf of Pepco and Delmarva Power and Light Companies. I'm joined today by Eric Moberg and a couple other people we have here in the room. Eric Moberg is our strategic manager for one of our strategic managers for PHI. So I will let him kick it off for us this morning.
Yes, good morning. Eric Moberg, last name is spelled Moberg, and happy to talk through our Pepco and Delmarva Power Phase 2 programs. If we could transition onto the next slide. As we heard through a number of the questions, affordability, customer benefits, and meeting state goals are key issues that informed and how we developed our Phase 2 portfolio. It was constructed and designed with cost top of mind and intended to be cost effective. It's a balance of ensuring we're looking to hit state targets while also looking to minimize bill impacts. And just want to note that the benefit of these programs are to all customers, whether that be residential or commercial, and to both participants and non-participants. And on the right side, I just wanted to call out a couple of the key benefits we anticipate the program's delivering, with over half of the make-ready incentives geared towards environmental justice and small business communities and customers, up to 1,700 new charger ports being installed, as well as 3,200 residential vehicles being able to participate in our load management programs. We can transition to the next. Looking back towards state goals, I think about safe to say about 3/4 of the transportation's GHG emissions come from on-road vehicles, which these programs go directly to support. So very committed to advancing Maryland's decarbonization and beneficial electrification EV adoption goals. We are a very critical partner. We see ourselves as a critical partner to both residential and commercial customers. And we will leverage these programs to really reduce barriers to EV ownership and operation of those said vehicles. If we could move on to slide 4. So we developed this portfolio through lessons learned of Phase 1 and in response to Commission Order 91297. And this provides a high-level overview of what's entailed in said portfolio, starting at the top with our public infrastructure network. Key goals of that, continue to be achieving and maintaining the 97% uptime standard. Heard from many stakeholders and are committed to improving the public charger network reliability. Since admin hearings in December, where PHI was given approval to shift funds to O&M of this program, that investment has translated to a 92% March time uptime reliability metric. Shifting down to load management, having both the smart charge management as well as the TOU give customers multiple options to increase the reach of the program, but also be customer friendly. These programs encourage behavioral change while reducing peaks and burden on the distribution assets. And then lastly, hitting on some of the points again that were highlighted at the beginning, up to 1,700 new ports potentially installed under this program, 60% of the savings going towards EJ communities, and then targeting improved air quality to both participants as well as non-participants through these incentives. If we can move on to, wanted to just touch on smart charge management and why we view this as such a critical piece of the overall EV incentive portfolio we put forward. Within these purple boxes, calling out a few studies that really dive into the benefits that we certainly agree that these SEM programs are highly effective in managing grid constraints and reducing costs. So limiting local distribution peaks provides benefits that for later resident can be realized in cost savings for customers. And building on a TOU program that may create a secondary peak, SEM can and really mitigate and balance that load across the off-peak period. And then transitioning from the pilot phase that we saw success with in phase 1 and really building upon those into a phase 2. And then referring back to the BCA, we share within a DR some of the numbers that would allow us to push towards a BCA total of 1 on this program. We do want to note that there are a number of inputs that we see today that if the BCA was reran, it could significantly or positively impact the BCA, as well as some of our inputs initially were pretty conservative. So we're confident that this program does really translate to benefits to our customers. Shift into medium and heavy duty vehicle adoption. Just wanted to call out that all of our make-ready incentive programs, with the exception of multifamily, do have incentives available to medium and heavy-duty vehicles. PHI opted not to include higher incentives specific to this market, with keeping affordability in mind, but do have these programs available to said customers. And then honing in on the EV make-ready site assessment program, really looking at this as a key piece of the medium and heavy-duty transition, allowing these customers to have work directly with the utility and get that key upfront information to help them make informed decisions as to how and when to electrify their fleets. So really seeing that as a piece that supports medium and heavy duty as well as the overall, commercial vehicle sector from an EV perspective. Moving on to the slide 7. So just wanted to call out, the benefits we foresee with make-ready programs and why they're so critical to our overall portfolio. These are proven tools to support vehicle electrification. Eliminating this, as BGE touched on, would really hamper the ability of these programs to have some of the customer impact we saw in phase 1. While not every installation requires utility side make-ready costs, each does have load side impact that will be supported by these programs. Programs were designed to be customer friendly and really incentivize the customer to push them towards and help them drive towards electrification. So these were designed to offset other potential funding sources that are available on the market. As that landscape continues to shift and some of those funding sources are halted, I think it further stresses the importance of utility incentive programs being available to support the overall electrification transition. And then a couple areas here at the bottom where PHI is amenable to the feedback we received. We're interested in hearing and would be amenable to aligning the incentives across the state for consistency and how customers can take advantage of said programs. And then also amenable to how underserved, overburdened, and environmental justice communities are viewed, recognizing some of the databases we had previously built this on are currently not available. So interested in that as well. And then I'll move on to wrapping us up here with our conclusion slide would be our portfolio. We really view this as providing a variety of direct and indirect benefits to a broad array of customers and vehicle types. We constructed this portfolio to deliver significant customer value with the appreciation or with the balance of both customers' impact against the cost, really trying to strike that balance of the benefits we provide in a cost-effective manner. Many here on the call have expressed great support for these programs, and we remain open to the proposed modifications to ensure these programs are delivered effectively as possible. Again, very much appreciate the support and the feedback we've received, and we formally request the Commission's approval of the portfolio to deliver and build upon the successes of phase 1, improve the public charging reliability, uptime level to the 97% minimum standard, provide residential program options available to 100% of the eligible market, and then offer new programs to best support our customers through their electrification journey. I appreciate your time.
Okay. Judge McClain.
Good afternoon. Just to piggyback on Commissioner Richards' question, BGE, do you have a slide or can you provide the customer impact provided, assuming everything you propose gets approved?
We do have it. It's not currently in a slide, but we do have that information available. We can share it. I believe it was also shared in one of the discovery requests, but we do have that available and can share.
skip it. If you wanna. Judge McLean, for here, I'll just give it to you for DPL. The monthly bill impact, and like I said, it's a part of a larger chart, but just to let you know for purposes of conversation, we have a monthly bill impact for residential customers of $1.75 for DPL, and then let me go back here and grab for Pepco, the monthly bill impact for residential customers is $1.95. But it's not set out in the same chart that you saw for BGE. And I apologize, the monthly bill impact for DPL is actually $1.39.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not going to use all the time I did the first time. Hopefully you've heard my questions and my comments to BG. If you care to comment, I would welcome your input again on, is this the right time to be raising people's electric rates? It seems to me right now the best thing we can do to help electric vehicles in the state and electric vehicle adoption is to lower people's electric bills. It's kind of hard for people who are concerned about being able to pay their current rates to say, hey, you know what, I want to go out and buy an electric vehicle now and add to my electric bill. So how can we maybe make it truly attractive to buy an electric vehicle by lowering rates, and is this the time to really be piling on? And is there a better way we can go about this? The other question was about CVIC, putting the state really fully in charge and letting them decide, okay, there are some things we would go to the Public Service Commission as a state to suggest that there are certain things we should put on the electric bill. But anyway, if you care to comment on those points I have as well.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And starting with the first one related to the programs and the size and the cost of them, we do believe these programs have impact across several customer segments. And our proposal over 4 years does deliver benefits that we do look to specifically from the smart charge management and the TOU perspective to deliver impacts downstream that could actually impact and reduce bills from a distribution asset perspective from loading on the system. So while these programs do require an investment, there is benefit that we anticipate realizing later in terms of the distribution mitigation and those impacts that could be translated into cost savings. And then to the second question, building on Devesh's comments, I think we were very much engaged with a number of stakeholders through the development of these programs, are interested in really see the benefits in translating those into how we can support the state. And I think beyond that, translating the number of these programs do provide cost savings down the road if implemented in an effective manner, which we are confident will be realized through the number of channels and programs that we've developed.
Okay. Mr. Slishman, are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so sort of following up on the questions that I was asking BGE, have you connected the needs of the system, tied the needs of the system to what you're proposing today? In other words, have you done system studies to see where there are constraints on the system and then using the tools of EV to address those constraints?
So I will speak generally first to our planning process that yes, we continually recognize and understand where constraints are today and where we anticipate them in the future. To the time of use and smart charge management program benefits downstream, those are looking to mitigate future impacts of when perhaps we would not have these programs. So looking to offset future, investment through having these programs available to our customers.
So I understand what you'd like to accomplish, but I'm asking, have you done a study? Have you and then taken the results of the study and then developed the proposals that you have before us to address the issues that you've identified in those studies?
So we continue to work with a number of partners to understand where, again, constraints will be on the system. We've partnered with Rocky Mountain Institute to help us recognize where these planned fleets are and when they intend to electrify, to support us in developing what programs would be beneficial.
Okay, can you submit studies to us so that we can also look to see what you're relying on in the proposals that you presented to us?
We can. They're public on our website, but we will share links to.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, actually, I think they covered everything that I was going to ask, so thank you very much. And now let's move on to PD. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Obligatory mic check. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Jessica Reba on behalf of the Potomac Edison Company. With us virtually today is Angelina Ronaldo, our Distribution Program Manager. With me here in the room is Mark Zuka, our Senior Advisor of Regulatory Affairs, Stephanie Fall, our Manager of Rates and Regulatory Affairs, and Ryan Martinez, Manager of Market and Customer Program Analysis. Ryan is going to lead our outbound presentation, so I'll pass it off to him.
Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. Could we please advance to the next slide?
I think your slide. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to start off with a quick recap of our Phase 1 program and the successes that we had. The goal here was to make EVs more accessible and keeping it affordable across our service territory and support the statewide efforts to reaching 300,000 zero-emission vehicles on the road by the end of this year. Currently, according to data available through NDOT and MBA, there are about just north of 130,000 EVs in Maryland, of which just shy of about 21,000 are registered in the PE service territory. I believe a big contribution to this effort has been a lot of the programs that we've supported. Through our Phase 1 program, we've issued 100% of our residential rebates that were approved. And we've issued rebates for 18 installations at multi-unit dwellings. We've also capped out our residential off-bill credit of 500 enrollments for our EV charging load management program, at which point we then switched over to our EV only time of use rider, where we now have over 1,600 customers enrolled in which they could get a 2-cent reduction in their distribution charge for charging off peak and net of a 2-cent on peak additional distribution charge for charging during peak hours as part of our load mitigation efforts. As far as our infrastructure programs, we installed all of our approved public chargers, 39 level 2 chargers across our service territory footprint, and 20 DC fast charging locations. In addition to our public charging network, we've installed 3 chargers that are company owned and operated at multi-unit dwelling locations. Could we please advance to the next slide? For our Phase 2 proposal, we are asking for continuations for aspects of our Phase 1 program, as well as introducing a few new elements. Our program was done comprehensively in conjunction with cooperation through the PC 44 EV Working Group, as well as ZVIC. And from that, we've introduced a couple of program elements that we originally included in our proposal of March of 2024, such as our charging as a service that has been adopted by multiple utilities, as well as adopted some additional programs at the recommendation of these working groups and the commission, such as the managed charging pilot. I'll start off through the list of what is in our proposal. First is our EV time of use rate, which we are planning to continue the 2-cent per kilowatt hour credit for off-peak charging, an additional 2-cent per kilowatt hour charge for on-peak charging. This, as part of our Phase 2 proposal, we are expanding this to include net energy metering customers and our community solar customers as well. So trying to make this rate a little bit more accessible We also will be submitting by the end of the year a revision and doing an analysis of the 2-cent credit to see if that value would be more appropriate at a different level. So we will evaluate that by the end of this year. Additionally, we are now introducing a managed charging pilot. There would be a $10 per month participation credit for which customers would then enroll, and then the utility would take an active managed charging approach where we will then coordinate and dictate when customers would be able to charge. This is a bit more aggressive strategy for trying to meet our load mitigation efforts. As part of our company-owned and operated chargers, we are still the Potomac Edison charging network are still some of the only DC fast chargers that are available in the western panhandle of Maryland that are not specifically part of the Tesla charging network. So we are a crucial part of providing charging to anybody that wants to travel across the state that are not specifically part of that proprietary Tesla charging network. However, we do recognize that the vehicle market is shifting, and more of the vehicle manufacturers are switching to the J3400 or the NACS charging port. So we are proposing that we switch out our CHAdeMO connectors, which are quite frankly being sunset, for these connectors. There is the hope that some of the federal funding, such as NEVI, would kind of fill this gap of providing more accessible charging on an open network system that's not proprietary in this territory. Having not really seen that develop, we think that it is important to continue to maintain our existing network, and it is very important to evolve the network with the needs of our customers. We are also recommending that we continue our level 2 installations at underserved multifamily housing locations, just to again provide more accessibility and other options for those that are in underserved communities. Additional multifamily housing and public approaches, we in lieu of continuing company-owned multifamily housing charging at non-underserved communities, we know that was kind of an important approach to providing more of a turnkey solution. And in lieu of a company-owned approach, we came up with a charging as a service approach that would provide a more turnkey service for those that may struggle with navigating the idea of installing charging at their multifamily locations. And this approach is something that we thought would be providing something that would be easier for the consumer to participate in. So it's something that we are going to anxiously monitor and see how rebates are for this program and how adoption is handled versus our existing multifamily housing incentive, which is to provide rebates for EVSE and for make-ready work associated with installment of equipment at apartments and other multifamily housing locations. For our fleet program, we are putting into our proposal site assessment services that would make it easier for medium heavy duty fleets and other vehicle fleets to adopt and convert their fleets over into electric vehicles, as well as help them navigate the charging needs and the impact to the system for what they would need to install in order to accommodate the increasing electrification of their fleets. We are also proposing make-ready and EVSE incentives for fleets of up to $15,000 per port, or $22,500 for installations in underserved communities. Finally, our grant assistance program, we are proposing to provide grant writing assistance to the 7 counties that are served by Potomac Edison to help them access federal funding for grants that to help with the electrification initiatives in their jurisdictions. Now, we understand that the federal grant landscape has since changed from when we designed this proposal. We still believe that the grant program brings value, and that ultimately it will increase funding to public entities that are going to benefit the general public, as well as thousands of customers within our service territory. However, we do understand the concerns that were brought up by the various intervening parties and commenters, and do understand the concerns there, and are willing to concede the program in the interest of the overall portfolio. And if we could advance to the next slide. So the overall budget for the program that we were requesting is 10.3 million, where roughly 8.15 million would be direct program cost for the implementation of our phase 2 proposal, and the remaining roughly 2.15 million would be the administrative and implementation costs for the program. We believe that this program does bring great benefit to the customers in our service territory. The benefit cost ratio as calculated by the JST methodology that has been approved by the commission came out to roughly 1.42. That is all I have for our prepared presentation. Thank you.
Mr.
I have no questions.
Good. You were on for my questions to the previous two companies, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just so I don't have to ask the questions again and waste some time here. Do you have any responses to that? I mean, how do we get people in electric vehicles with electric rates being so high?
Okay. Good morning, Commissioner Richard. Mark Zucco for Potomac Edison. We feel that the suite of programs we've offered here are modest and represent where the utility can best assist with electric vehicle adoption in our territory. And we take into account, the uniqueness of Western Maryland. As Mr. Martinez mentioned, there aren't very many charging stations out in Western Maryland, and so our programs, are critical there. The overall cost of these programs is slightly more than our phase 1 approach, but will not add significant additional burden to our customers. Again, and we're doing our best to limit our programs to where it most makes sense for utilities to be in this space, and feel that we have provided good incentives, as well as a highly reliable public network for our customers to charge on.
Okay, as a company, I mean, you're aware, right? We've received letters from our senators, from members of Congress, from the legislature. We've had resolutions from city councils and county councils, and all of them, concerned about rising electric costs. So you would have no problem going to any of them right now and say, we think that we should raise costs of the electric bill for the program we are proposing. You have no problem making that argument to these elected officials.
I would argue, we've shaped our programs to meld both state policy and concern for affordability for our customers. So again, the programs, do help advance electrification in our territory. But again, they stop, do so without having undue costs that eventually get paid by our ratepayers. We feel like that these programs have correctly melded those two priorities.
Okay, and I also asked about, can we do this more efficiently if we maybe consolidate our programs and really truly run it through, a state policy entity like ZVIC?
We do coordinate with ZVIC. Of course, these proposals, were run through ZVIC before they were proposed to the commission. There are certainly programs that we've presented here that do make the most sense to be run by utility. For example, the time of use rate program, the managed charging. Those programs utilize the perspective that only the utility.
And just proposing a suite of programs. I mean, could we do this more efficiently by having, again, almost like a single administrator?
I do think, there are some, there's some opportunity for gaining something there. But again, overall, we have to make sure we are thinking about each utility territory a little bit differently. Again, as my colleague mentioned, the charging network in Western Maryland is way different than it is, in other parts of the state. So we just have to make sure that we are considering, the differences in adoption and an existing network in those different areas.
I was a little concerned about one of your programs, related to the obsolescence of the equipment that we've already invested in. Has that equipment already, is it gone? Is it, paid for? Is it, I need lunch. I can't remember the accounting word right now, but has it been paid for? Because it does concern me if already we have obsolescence in our investments. And there may not even be paid for yet. And is that an argument? Really, utilities shouldn't be, we shouldn't be approaching this from a cost of service, model. Because I'm thinking about what for Ford, they saw that the change was coming and they sent me, an adapter. So it just seems like a lot of things on a private sector approach, doesn't suddenly get stuck on people's, mandatory electric bill. So, is this a good argument for why utilities shouldn't be involved in some of these programs, these investments because of obsolescence and stranded costs?
I would argue that the cost of the connector swap, it represents a very small percentage of the overall cost of the utility charging network. The reason for doing this would actually increase the utilization for these chargers. If we provide these new charging ports in there, they're going to get used more, and then that's going to help offset what ultimately would be asking to put into a regulatory asset. So I think that this was just a normal course of business, and I think it really is a marginal impact to the overall program, and it is cost of being incurred by the private sector anyway, and I'm sure that they go through their own procedure of figuring out how they would be able to recover those costs that they would have to incur as well.
Okay, fine. So I got my adapter just sent to me by Ford without having to make a payment for it. It didn't appear on my electric bill. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, everyone. A couple quick questions. On the LV chargers for underserved communities, what's been the delay in installing the 7 chargers that were originally approved?
So I would say the delay has been just finding locations that are quite frankly wanting us to install those chargers there. We've not been able to identify partners that are really willing to have that infrastructure built on their property. I think that the outreach and education budget that we're requesting would go a long way for reaching out to those communities, providing them the information to know that these resources are available to them and would help us in completing those additional installations.
All right, thank you, sir. Just a clarification on the grant assistance. I know you indicated that you recognize some, pushback from some of the other parties. Did you say you're conceding that part of the program, or are you still supporting that program?
We're still seeking it. We are just recognizing the comments that have been made in the objections, and ultimately, we defer to commission on their decision. But it's just mostly recognition of the objections and with an appreciation for that point of view.
Thanks for clarifying.
But just additional clarification for me on the response you gave to Judge McLean's first question. The entities that you were trying to place these charging stations at, were they private sector entities or are they governmental entities? I
don't believe we discriminate in terms of the location. I believe we are allowed to make these installations on either public or private property for the multifamily housing, so long as they're specific for the use of the residents of the multifamily housing locations, and they are located in underserved communities. So we've been unable to identify any partners either in the public or private sector for those remaining charging stations.
So I guess along the theme that, Commissioner Richards talked about, with utilizing ZVIC, when that was created, it was designed to bring together all of the folks that were involved in electric vehicle deployment, from manufacturers to the governmental entities. So, it seems to me if you're having difficulty with governmental entities being interested in this, maybe there's somebody at ZVIC that has some connection to these entities can help persuade them that to cooperate with you, not look a gift horse in the mouth, so to speak.
We're certainly welcome to partner with ZVIC and leverage any opportunity we have to making those connections to aiding us in getting these additional installations installed. Absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Alrighty, so why don't we try and finish up the utility panel and we'll move on to SMECO.
Good afternoon now, Mr. Chair. And can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Members of the commission, great. Okay, I passed the first test. So Damon Krieger on behalf of Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. I am joined virtually by Natasha Law, who is the manager that runs the cooperative's electric vehicle programs, among other things, as well as Lizelle Rory, who is the vice president at SMECO in charge of sustainability and distributed energy resources. And so I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Law, who is going to run through the deck. And thanks to Ms. Foxworth for putting our presentation up, which hopefully everybody can see.
And then I'm going to go ahead and do can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and kick it off. I'm going to start with the phase one just to kind of get everybody up to date. In 2019, SMECO was approved to install up to 60 public chargers in our service territory. And at the end of 2024, we had 40 stations, a combination of the level 2 charging and the DC fast charging. In 2023, SMECO filed a supplemental request to install up to 35 multi-unit dwelling chargers, all level 2. And we also said that we were going to at least install at 7 sites that were limited income. We also launched a suite of residential programs for managed charging and the EV time of use rate. We kind of ran into a little bit of a slow start with the managed charging and the EV time of use. And then on top of that, we ran into a little bit of issue with the MUD dwellings. But we're looking forward to phase 2 with a new network provider and installation partner and a maintenance partner to help SMECO reach the reliability metrics of 97%. And we can go ahead into the next slide, slide 3. Page 3, please. Yep, there we are. SMECO is projected to have approximately 20,000 registered EVs of the maybe 600,000 that Maryland is projected to have registered by 2030. Currently, of the 150,000 registered EVs in the state, we only have about 6,500 total in our service territory. So we've set our EV time of use metrics and our managed charging to 25% of the total registered EVs in our service territory. Right now, it's what was approved. We have about 500 participants across all 3 of our residential managed charging programs, which include the residential EV time of use, data access, and managed charging. Participation isn't where we want it to be. We're asking to continue with this program and increase our participation limits to 1,500 for EV time of use and 3,000 participants for the managed charging. SMECO realizes that while we're not meeting goal today, there are three things that are stopping us from doing that. We didn't do a great job with the we're doing recruitment now for both OEMs for the vehicle charging and the actual chargers. We've already onboarded Toyota and Lexus, Walmart, and Evo Charge into the EV Time of Use program. The EV Time of Use program is a little bit easier to implement for both vehicle and charging because it's not as intricate as the handoff for managed charging. We've signed contracts in the first quarter for 3 more vehicle manufacturers, and we are currently working on the integration for those vehicles to participate in the EV Time of Use. One of the other things that SMECO wants to do is remove the barriers for net metered customers to participate in EV Time of Use. That won't start until Q2 of 2026 because we are in the middle of a upgraded IT system. And then thirdly, SMECO, slide 4, please. And then lastly, one of the things that SMECO understands is customer engagement is an important piece of increasing the participation in both managed charging and EV Time of Use. Many of our SMECO customers are new to EVs, and it's important to build program awareness in the residential charging programs. SMECO will continue to promote the programs year-round to build that awareness with multiple touch points. SMECO will start with creating a dealership outreach one-pagers outlining these programs, so when customers go to buy the EV, the first thing they see is our programs. And then direct mail and email, we're going to start with behavioral. Hey, it looks like you have an EV and this is your usage, and based on this usage, behaviorally, if you were to switch to this other program, it would save you money to build awareness. SMECO believes that these 3 things will help build and maintain customer outreach for the residential programs that we have, and we're just asking to increase enrollment. Slide 5. This is just to outline the EVTOU budget and the managed charging budget. Much of the budget for both EV and managed charging is admin cost. However, most of those are for platform integrations and management. That's where the most of the cost is. And SMECO feels that the more we increase with our participation rates, the better the costs are. Slide 6. And this is just to show what the administrative cost breakdowns are for both managed charging and EV. Outreach is priced jointly between the managed charging and the EV Time of Use because both programs are typically promoted together. And then the implementation costs are 50-50 between the DERMS platform and device fees, and then labor. Next slide, please. This is our public and MUD charger programs. For the public charging, SMECO is finished installing public chargers. We're done with the 40. All that we're asking for is ongoing maintenance to reach the 97% on all of our chargers, because SMECO understands that customers need to reliably be able to charge. So all we're asking is to continue with the maintenance. And then for the MUD budgets, we were approved in 2023 to install up to the 35 chargers with the 7 at limited income. All we're asking for is to continue. We ran into some issues, but now we have a new partner with Switch, and we are looking forward to continuing to help install the chargers in MUD dwellings. Customers, we understand from even the other utilities that it is very hard for MUD residents to charge. There's a lot of different ways to do it, and the first thing we want to do is install these chargers and open access to these residents. And then the last page That's just the budgets. On page 9, fleet and workplace. SMECO doesn't currently have a large customer base for fleet and workplace charging. They haven't yet begun their electrification journey. SMECO feels it would be premature to offer more programs around fleet and workplace charging and have those programs fail due to lack of interest or customer and no customer engagement. Instead, we're going to start with a survey to see where our commercial customers are in that journey. We think that's important. That survey is going to develop what SMECO believes is important for both fleet and workplace charging. Well, based on the budgets that we have, the first thing that we're going to do is a resource page that allows SMECO to be a commercial customer's first stop in developing their electrification plans. Once we have a better overall picture of what our customers need, we will then file modifications to a phase 2 plan to address those concerns. And that's our phase 2. It's a modest phase 2, just asking to continue with what we're doing. And that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, and you kind of heard my previous questions, but maybe a little different spin for co-op. I would approach here differently because first of all, this is not necessarily mandatory for you like it is for the utilities, and also for not-for-profit and you work with your members. So maybe you could just give me some insights as to when you're developing programs like this. That are necessarily directly connected to being a distribution utility. How does the governance process work? Do you have some kind of a committee of members or some kind of a process to work with your members when you develop these programs, just to get their input?
So
Yes.
I'll make sure, Richard, I'll take that in the first instance and then turn it over to Ms. Law. So as a nonprofit cooperative, our core commitment is to providing safe, reliable, and affordable service. And I think to the heart of your question, affordability is becoming a much more complex question and issue for all of us to tackle these days. The reality is Maryland has, in effect, charged the utilities to advance the adoption of electric vehicles. We would certainly, and our customer members would certainly welcome the opportunity for the state to tap into greater levels of state revenues to help advance these programs. But right now, we are certainly supportive of state policy to encourage adoption of electric vehicles. Our customer members are supportive of providing a link between the utility and advancing EV adoption within Southern Maryland. And that's what we're trying to foster with this modest program. In terms of engagement, so we have a democratically elected board of directors. The board of directors consists of customer members. And so they are very active. Monthly meetings, they get updates in terms of where all of our programs stand, including electric vehicles. And so they are very much engaged in the process of reviewing and providing input feedback in terms of what the cooperative is doing to advance all of its missions, all of its core programs. And so we certainly get feedback from that. I think as Ms. Law indicated, our service territory, as I think everybody recognizes, is rural, and we don't have the commercial development that some of the other areas within the state of Maryland have. And so programs like we've proposed in phase 2 to try to touch base and better understand our commercial customers to see where we can provide value-added support is what we're hoping to achieve in phase 2. So I hope that addresses your question, at least in part. I don't, Ms. Law, any other input you have?
You did good, Damon. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, that's helpful to hear exactly how the process works and how you engage with your member owners. I guess the other question I've asked others is, do you think there's a benefit or maybe an argument to try to maybe bring state leadership, greater state, I guess, policy leadership through something like a ZVIC? Would that be something that your co-op would welcome?
So I think the answer is yes, and ZVIC is a stakeholder group. So Ms. Law sits on ZVIC. So I think all of the utilities have a representative within ZVIC, and certainly there are individual stakeholders as well as a variety of state agencies that participate in that process. And input is always welcome and certainly goes into how we evaluate and develop our programs within the electric vehicle space. So to the extent, obviously right now we don't have a state agency that is charged to implement programs, probably in part because of lack of funding, to your earlier question point. But I think we certainly welcome input wherever available to shape our programs going forward, because we want to provide the most value for the funds being provided by our customer members to ensure they're getting, again, the greatest value from these efforts.
And do you think there would be some value, again, to have specific direction provided to like the commission if we are considering tapping into ratepayers, electric bills to pay for some of these programs? Do you think, having some kind of more of a formal or at least, advisory role directly from ZVIC, a state entity, would be useful to this process and make sure that we are in line with all state policies?
I don't think ZVIC is necessarily set up as a conduit between the state and the utilities right now. It's a coordinating organization to discuss these issues and then certainly provide feedback to the utilities.
Which is really good for us, for the commission, as far as getting, making sure that, we are in alignment with state policies.
Yeah, it feels like, the Maryland Energy Administration may have a thought on that as well, but certainly some sort of coordinated direction from the state to ensure that we're all operating consistent with where state policy is now and will evolve in the future is helpful, because we all want to operate. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to advance those core policy issues. So agreed.
Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Okay, Senator Sussman.
I guess my one question, Mr. Krieger, is whether SMECO has developed programs with an eye towards addressing some of the issues on the system, so that there's a connection between results that you're going to get from some of these EV programs and less of a need to invest in more infrastructure.
Yeah, I think the honest answer to that is it's an evolving opportunity for us, certainly, and Ms. Law may have some thoughts on this as well. Our time of use programs are certainly designed to help, like the other utilities, to help shift usage to off-peak periods. And Chief Judge McLean certainly knows this as part of the planning processes that we're trying to develop. We are trying to incorporate the lessons learned from programs like this to help us identify where investments are most useful. And so these programs all tie into that. But Ms. Law, any thoughts on that too?
No, you've captured everything that I was going to say.
Okay, and so do you have within the company something in writing that looks to these programs as a way to address infrastructure issues?
Not that I'm aware of in terms of something,
Okay.
right? It's a hot discussion point. I can certainly say that, because we are constantly talking about how do we shape our planning processes in response to a lot of the recent legislation and directives of this commission to incorporate these types of programs and to further electrification as a whole. And so I think the answer is no, we don't have a policy per se yet, but it's a continuing discussion and opportunity point.
It's less of a policy than an analysis. It's sort of, this is a chicken and egg thing. I feel like we're looking at eggs and we really have to start with chickens. And so I'm concerned that you're promoting policies with that sound really good and are probably important, but they're not tied to what results you'd like to achieve. So that's my concern.
Yeah, I'm interested in Ms. Law's thoughts here. First and foremost, our program is about providing access to charging infrastructure, because there are a variety of customers that won't even consider adopting an EV unless they have access to charging. And so that's something that our membership has indicated an interest in us supporting. And so we're trying to achieve that. Second is certainly providing additional incentives and opportunities to encourage adoption through programs like time of use and managed charging that will also have secondary positive grid impacts. And that's, I think, the full positive opportunity there is something we are still evaluating. But Ms.
It's an
Law,
ongoing process for SMECO. Like I said before, we have such a small EV adoption rate currently that there isn't an impact. So it's still an ongoing lessons learned for us to see where those impacts are going to go. And then that's where we're building into any system planning in the future that we're going to do.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
The question, sir.
Okay, actually none for me either. So I think we're gonna take a break for lunch. It's 10 minutes, according to my watch, it's 10 minutes of 1. So why don't we come back at 1:20, like half hour. And Andrew, correct me if I'm wrong, everybody should just stay
Yep.
the link and then we'll start up again, right?
Yep, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, all right, so we'll see you at 1:20.
are we doing?
We'll do it tonight. We'll do it. Let's check. I mean, she's there.
She's been really doing well. She's been, yeah, she's like, so wasn't really.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hey, back on the record in case 9478, and I'll turn it back over to Alexis. Next panel.
Good afternoon. Our next panelist group will consist of Robert Borkowski, Scott Wilson, Lanny Hartman, and Paul Verchinsky, in that order, please.
And real quick, Commissioner Suchman, can you just confirm with us you're online?
Yeah, yes, I am online.
Thank you.
Right, I'm back in the car, but then I will be home in 10 minutes.
Drive safe.
Okay, bye.
Hey, Mr. Borkowski, you want to go ahead?
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Hoover and the commissioners. My name is Robert Borkowski. As a Maryland ratepayer, I'm a strong supporter of the transition to transportation electrification. I commend the commissioner's effort to expand access to EV charging. However, I believe it's crucial to refine certain aspects of the Phase 2 proposal to ensure that the ratepayer funds are used effectively, private sector investment is not undermined, and the EV charging infrastructure serves Maryland residents efficiently and equitably. The transition to electric transportation requires a strategic planning, responsible allocation of ratepayer funds, and a fair marketplace, and encourage private sector participation. I strongly urge the commissioners to, number one, continue and expand direct EVSE rebates for residential and all multi-unit dwelling communities, while ensuring these rebates prioritize infrastructure rather than the hardware. Number two, require utilities to exit the direct ownership and operation of public EV charging sites to prevent unfair marketplace distortion and financial losses. Number three, redirect the utilities to focus toward expanding grid connections and supporting private charge point operators to establish reliable and competitive EV charging network. I would like to expand a little bit more on those 3 points. Expand the home EV rebate program. I want to emphasize that home charging is the cornerstone of positive EV ownership. So let me repeat it. Home charging is the cornerstone of positive EV ownership. EV rebates program directly increase the rebate levels from phase 1. Excuse me. The EV rebate program should be drastically increased from the phase 2 to meet the growing demand of home charging. Expand the EVSE rebate for multi-dwelling units, communities. The rebates program should be expanded to include all, I would like to emphasize, all communities, ensuring equitable access to home charging for residents who do not have access to private driveways or garages. A key focus must be placed on educating, encouraging multi-dwelling units communities to plan and build EV charging hubs. Installing infrastructure for more than 4 EVSEs per site. MODS should develop a long-term infrastructure that anticipates future demand. Rebates should emphasize investment in electrical infrastructure, including larger electrical services, dedicated transformers capacity, and pre-installed conduit for future expansion. Rebates must not subsidize EVSE hardware costs. Rebates must not subsidize subscription fees required by the EVSE manufacturers. Make-ready rebates should be set at $50,000 to $75,000 per project to support the necessary electrical upgrade that enable future electric EV charging expansion. I oppose utility ownership and operation of EV charging infrastructure. Utilities must exit the DC fast charging and level 2 public charging markets. Phase 1 has clearly demonstrated the failure of utility-operated charging sites to provide a reliable and functional, sustainable charging network. Their sites have constantly underperformed in reliability, and every site has realized substantial financial losses to the ratepayers. Utilities must propose a clean and actionable plan to exit, terminate, or transfer these EV charging sites to private sector operators to ensure a more effective and competitive charging infrastructure. And the last point I'd like to make is that utilities must refocus on their core responsibilities. Many private funded EV charging projects across Maryland are experiencing delays in securing permission to operate or grid connections. Some fully constructed sites remain idle, waiting for transformers installations or final utility approval. The focus of Maryland utilities should be on the expediting these interconnections and ensuring the electrical grid can support a rapidly growing network of privately owned charging stations. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, is there any questions for Mr. Bukowski, Mr. Richard?
Yeah, thank you very much for being here, first of all, and for your testimony. It's good to hear from you. As far as the interconnections, tell me a little more about that. You are aware of several sites that are waiting for a utility to enable those charging facilities to operate.
That is correct. Yes, that is correct. I'm not going to specifically any specific sites, but that information would be best answered by the utilities because they would know what is the backlog of those interconnections.
Okay, so you don't have any specific sites at this point. I do,
but I prefer not to pinpoint anyone.
Okay. Well, terrific. Well, thank you again for being here today. I appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Mr. Fleshman.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Bukowski. Good seeing you again. Mr. Wilson.
Hi, thank you, commissioners. I'll just briefly say that
State your name for the record.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Scott Wilson. I'm Vice President of the Electric Vehicle Association of Greater Washington, D.C. And I also serve on ZVIC. And I'll just summarize the letter that I submitted. We're approaching the 5th anniversary of this pilot phase, and it was in some sense it was experimental, and we've learned a lot of things about it. And one thing is, you would expect some teething pains by utility-owned chargers as far as reliability, but over 5 years, you would think that they would get pretty good at maintaining charging. And in some cases they have, but in other cases they haven't. And so I would just point out that they should, they've learned a lot of lessons, or they should have learned a lot of lessons. And I would hope that in phase 2 that those lessons would get applied. And the other thing is that under HB 834, the Maryland Electric Vehicle Charging Reliability Act, there we're going to have enhanced reporting and like diagnostic reporting, so that the public can look at, as I always point out, the charger down the block that's not working, and they're trying to figure out, well, why isn't this working and what's going on? So this is going to provide a spreadsheet template where they can start tracking down and start learning about what's going on behind their chargers. So I would like to see that get used a lot more and shake that down. And I think that those lessons can be used in phase 2. So I would just hope that with it, this is supposed to be an experiment and we're supposed to be learning. So I hope that we are learning as we go. So thank you.
Okay, question, Commissioner, Judge McLean. Sir.
Mr. Richard, no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Sussman.
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Hartman.
Hi, I have a slide deck. If we could share that, please.
Alexis should have. Give us 1 second.
Yes, I'm in receipt. Ben, are you able to allow me to share, please?
Oh, yes, give me 1 minute.
Yeah, we're working on it. Just give us a sec.
Alexis, can you say something real quick? Oh, there you are. Sorry, found you. You are now the presenter.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Okay, I think we got your slides, so go ahead.
Not quite, sorry. Thanks for your patience. Not quite. That was the wrong window. Let's see. All right, here we are. Thanks again.
Okay, Mr. Hartman, go right ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. My name is Laney Hartman. I'm a BGE ratepayer and EV driver from Howard County. Over the winter holidays, I was involved with a group of 13 EV drivers who set out to visit all the fast chargers in Maryland and document their condition. We visited 304 locations and evaluated over 1,000 charging ports. Next slide, please. We updated the PlugShare entries at each site by adding a current photo and checked if they worked. Here's an example of one of our photos and a review from a Potomac Edison station at Deep Creek Lake. Next slide, please. And we are working on updating the accuracy of Maryland's fast charger pin locations on various maps. We're also adding photos that they're missing. Here's one from the Myersville Park and Ride fast charger on Google's maps. Next slide, please. This table details our findings, including the number of ports observed as non-functional. Here's what we found. BGE operates 90 fast charging ports, but 60 of them, 2/3, were down, leaving only 33% operational on our visits. Compare this to Potomac Edison and Rivian, both at 100%. Tesla had 99.6% up, and Electrify America with 91%, far outperformed BGE. Even in BGE's last 3 semi-annual reports, overall uptime has fallen from 95% to 92%, and now it's down to 90% in the latest report. If utilities keep these public charging stations, ratepayers will be footing the bill for operations and maintenance. Spending big money on outside contractors isn't making these chargers any more reliable. Personally, I think this raises questions about keeping the program going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hartman. Mr. Richard.
No questions, but very impressed by your traveling around all the state like that, and so the information is very helpful. I appreciate that. Bye.
McLean.
Yeah, have you shared the results of your survey with the utilities?
The results of our survey has been published to the docket for this case. And we've also shared this with lawmakers. Some lawmakers have had introduced some legislation regarding reliability, but more than one bill was presented this past session, including by one delegate who, unbeknownst to me, seemed to have done a similar project on his own by going around and testing various charging stations throughout the state of Maryland and finding much the same disappointments that we did.
Thank you, sir.
No questions.
Okay, so what, question for me, the, PG&E, charging stations that you visited, you said 60 of them were not working, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you know, I mean, were they not working because they were damaged, or just not working because they were not working? At least as far as you could tell, and I realize it.
Yeah, various reasons, and to be clear, it wasn't just me. We had an awesome team of 13 EV drivers, including Robert.
I understand, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out, I mean, I've heard from some of the utilities that part of the reason why the stations aren't operative is because of vandalism. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is, did you see that in your study of the charging stations as a big issue?
One case in particular of the ones that I visited, it seemed to have been vandalism by virtue of the screen seemed to have been struck by a blunt object and was cracked. The charging station was still on, and if you recall, Chair Hoover, there was some discussion before about if screens are damaged, should there be a notice affixed to the charging stations that they may still be operable. So even when presented with that broken screen, that cracked screen, it turned out that when I tried to touch the screen to give it digital input, it wouldn't respond. So therefore, I actually called the customer service. And after some attempts, we were indeed able to get it going. But this is probably the only incidence of vandalism that I saw in that particular visit, that particular time period myself. And I'm not aware of any other ones. I think that the main problem is not, in my opinion and from my observations, is not particularly vandalism.
Thank you very much. All right, so why don't we turn now to Mr. Brzezinski?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover, Commissioners, and Chief Judge McLean. I am a member of CVIC and I represent the public. I've been an EV driver since 2012. I've participated in a PSC EV work group since that was started. And I'm a BGE customer. So my comments that I sent to you tended to just deal with BGE because I consider them a bellwether. Both myself and Lanny Hartman testified in 2018 when the phase 1 pilot started. And the intention basically to let the utilities in, because there was a lot of pushback from the private companies, was that this would be a reliable backbone for the state of Maryland. As Lanny has pointed out, that has not happened. The only backbone that's been really reliable has been the Tesla system, in spite of all the money that was spent. And in our testimony back in 2018, we convinced the commissioners, and I believe Commissioner Richards was on that 2018 hearing, that the request by the utilities would be reduced by 50%. And in fact, that is what happened. Now you got to remember that the utilities themselves are the ones who proposed doing this. This was not something that was brought up by staff from what I remember, because I was not part of any EV work group prior to that. So what's going on policy-wise at the state? Well, CVIC supported a whole lot of legislation. To my knowledge, none of the bills that we supported got through. So that says a lot about what's going on with EVs, at least in the state. And then Governor Moore recently went ahead and put off by 2 years Clean Cars 2 in terms of EVs that have to be bought through dealers. So there's been a pause put on, and I think with very good reason. So getting on to what's going on with BGE. I noticed that the Edison Electrical Institute said that their phase two, BGE's proposed phase two programs build upon the success of the phase one program, close of quote. This is laughable, and it's not something that I would have expected from a company like BGE. If there's maintenance or operation issues at an EVSC, I would have expected them to roll the truck and get the darn thing fixed. And in fact, commissioners prior to this in the biannual reviews asked each utility specifically, were they the responsible party for these EVSCs? And each one individually said yes. But in fact, that has not happened. Now, BGE came before ZVIC.
Mr. Brzezinski, you went on mute, so we not hearing you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear, but you may want to just back up and repeat what you just said. You missed like the last 2 sentences.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I noticed that there was a support letter from the Edison Electrical Institute stating that BGE's proposed phase two program build upon the success of their phase one program. This to me is totally laughable. That has not been the case, has been demonstrated by what we've seen out there as EV drivers. Now, BGE came before ZVIC with their program and stated that their proposal was a research and development program. And there was no discussion that I remember at that particular meeting requesting support from the ZVIC. In other words, it was just a presentation and some questions that we had were answered. I mean, one of them that particularly concerned me was how a fleet was going to be defined. And we were told, well, you know, if a company owned 2 EVs, that would be a fleet. That to me is not really acceptable for a fleet. Now, I reviewed their financials on this, and if you go to page 37 of their proposal, basically half of their proposal is for program administration. Commissioner Sussman was questioning 39 million for one item. Well, I question 50% or around 70 million just for program administration, which is just footnoted, saying BGE's program administration costs include these items: IT, transportation, electrification, innovation, portfolio costs, vendor administration, and ongoing utility operated charger costs. That is from phase one. So what are we really getting for this? we're paying for a whole lot of administration and for maintenance of existing chargers, when in fact, a lot of these chargers are not being used. So based on BGE's poor outcomes for EVSEs over the last 7 years, and this particular proposal, which to me, I think is an insult to customers, I strongly urge you not to go ahead and approve it. And if you do, to significantly ramp back to make sure that you're getting something for your money. It appears to me that what's going on here, that the utility is throwing everything up against the wall that's new out there, and seeing if any of this will stick with you so that it can then be rate-based. Thank you.
Judge McLean. No, thank you for your comments, but no questions. Richard.
Thank you, as always, for your participation in the proceeding. As a member of ZVIC, you've heard some of my previous questions. I presume that asking, could we, maybe look more to ZVIC for leadership on this program, really to help with make sure it's fully aligned with all state policies, state policy, of course, of electric vehicle, but also other state policies as well, since it does include not only just industry, the electric vehicle industry representatives, but also state agencies, some under the governor, and then also state legislators. So that's kind of my working question there is like, could we get better alignment with state policies? And then also, are there opportunities for efficiency? You talked about, how each of the companies, particularly you mentioned BGE, have their own administrative budgets and their own kind of systems to manage these contracts. And then just overall, some, real kind of advice for the commission. What programs, what areas should be funded by ratepayers? Given, there's a lot of stress right now on electric ratepayers in the state of Maryland. And then what are some of the other funding sources? So anyway, I'm interested to hear from you about the ZVIC and an expanded role in this, in the electric vehicle programs for the state.
Oh, well, taking your last question first, I believe that the utility should only be involved with make-ready, that is bringing power into different sites. And I did comment on that in my comments on this particular case.
Hey, can I ask a question on that? I mean, from the ZVIC perspective, isn't that something that utilities should be doing anyway? They're there to serve, they're the monopoly provider for distribution utilities. Isn't that their job to make sure that electricity is available for customers and for various? We need a special customer for that. I'm sorry, special program for that.
Your comment is spot on, but there is no within their 10-year plans, there's no plan for bringing in power to the 40% of residences that are low and moderate income housing in the state of Maryland. There should be some overall plan, and I've been particularly looking at the MUDs over these past 6-7 years, and various things have been looked at. Nothing works. As people have said, it's a hard nut to crack. So the issue there is going to be people are not going to, in my opinion, put in EVSEs unless power is available and until there is a clamor for folks that live in HOAs or apartments. There is not currently today. And that's because they don't buy the new cars generally. They buy the used cars. And only now are used cars, EVs, coming on the market. Getting back to your first question, on what role ZVIC should play. I do agree with Mr. Gupta. We're not a regulatory agency, so we don't have that power. And based on the fact that we have to do consensus like anybody else, and having some, I think it's 28 people on this, that's almost an impossibility. I think what you were trying to do with the PFC EV work group was to actually do something like that. But my experience with consensus, and this is going back 10 years now in the PSC, consensus is the lowest common denominator and really doesn't get the job done. I'm sorry, but that's kind of where I come from. So, you know, to get consensus, it's the lowest common denominator, and you know, doesn't make for good outcomes. So, you know, maybe another state agency can do that, but we don't have that power within the ZVIC, nor was it given to us. Long answer to a short question.
It's important to hear that perspective because you know I've heard that same thing that they may not really be set up for you know, maybe providing the type of governance for the program that might be called for. But sometimes I get concerned that you know, we're both, you know, expected to innovate or, you know, take the programs and also rule on them as well. Or I guess create some programs and rule on them as well. So it'd be good to share some of those responsibilities with state agencies that actually set these policies. But I appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Perchinsky, thank you for your testimony. In listening to you and the other panelists, it is raising in my mind the role of utilities. Is this really what they should be doing, or in another way, you know, is this the way they should be doing it based on what's within their wheelhouse and what's within their responsibility, and I am very troubled by the level of administrative costs, and maybe it's that because it's not within their wheelhouse, that may explain why the administrative costs are so high in relationship to the actual cost of the program. And would we have better value, if at least some of the programs that are being proposed are administered by an entity that is more knowledgeable, is more able to do the kinds of programs that they're proposing. I mean, it still gets back to the question that's been gnawing at me, which is, you know, why is a utility doing or proposing to do the things that they're doing? And the answer has to be based on the things that they are responsible for doing. And I'm not clear, based on the proposals that I've read, that at least some of these programs are sort of have been thought out and are tied back to the utility's responsibility to provide safe, reliable, and affordable electricity.
Well, Commissioner, I think you had some excellent questions. And the answer to the question is, what are we trying to do here? What are the goals? And what are we trying to prove? I mean, to give you an example, the requests for additional level 2s at HOAs. We have no data whatsoever that I'm aware of where level 2s have been put in, and have we gotten more EVs bought? There's no data, period. So what's the goal here? Is it just to put in level 2s and hope? that people will buy EVs? Don't know. I mean, it's the whole area of level, of level twos is one that, to my mind, is not going to go forward until such time as people decide on their own that they're going to wind up needing charging, and charging needs to be done outside their homes. I mean, that's all the surveys show that 90%. So how are we going to do that in Maryland? No long-term plan that I've seen with any of the utilities 10-year plans that they're going to do that they're going to bring the necessary power in. I mean, we've got buildings that are 50, 60 years old. Any excess power was used when air conditioning was put in. This has all got to be done. And it's going to take us probably 10 years to get there. But we haven't started. All we keep doing is throwing stuff up against the wall here. And, let's try these pilots. Let's try those pilots. I've done pilots for the federal government. And if it doesn't work, you just let it go. Here, it seems that pilots themselves are an end in themselves, and we continue to do them whether or not they work. So, long answer to your short question. I think you really need to know what you're going to get for what you're paying for. And we don't know what we're getting for what we're paying for, because everything is subcontracted to private providers, and the private providers are trying different things on their own, and thank you, they're doing it fine. They don't need support. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so those are all the folks who signed up to make public comments. I just want to ask if there's anybody who's logged in who didn't sign up but would like to make a public comment. Please identify yourself right now. Seeing none, why don't we move on to the next panel, Alexa?
Mr. Chairman.
Chair, we have one person.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Stephen Lee. I'm attending this hearing.
I'm going to need you to speak a little louder or get a little closer to the mic. So.
Sure. Is that a little better?
That's better, yeah. Go right ahead.
Stephen Lee, and I'm attending the hearing today on behalf of Walmart. We did not submit comments on the phase 2 proposals, but we have previously submitted comments in this proceeding. Walmart would just like to point out that, its interest is in as a third party provider of public EV charging, and that Walmart believes that the utility should begin focusing on public EV charging rates in the future. And I think that's very pertinent to a lot of the comments that we heard today about affordability, and it would increase competition as well as build out the infrastructure within the state of Maryland. Again, Walmart did not submit formal comments, but just want to make that point known. And I'm available for any questions.
Okay, very much.
No, sir. No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Mostly because if you've spoken, it's hard to just let you go. But I'm actually intrigued by your comment about rates, which I believe is within the utilities wheelhouse of responsibilities. So has Walmart thought about or have you been involved in other proceedings in other jurisdictions looking at how the rate structures could be designed, and not just sort of time of use rates, which are a fairly straightforward way of dealing with it, but I had raised earlier ways in which we can incentivize actions to address
constraints, feeder constraints. So for example, could Walmart be incentivized to put charging networks at one of their stores that actually has a feeder constraint to help address those constraints, and it could be priced in a way that captures the avoided cost of having to build out new distribution.
Good question. So I have been involved in a number of other EV rate proceedings in other jurisdictions, and that particular proposal has never been addressed in terms of to address feeder restrictions and concerns. Walmart's issues tend to be that, time of use rates, if you're a publicly available charger, is that you can't control when customers are using it. So time of use really doesn't incentivize private investment in that category. What Walmart has proposed previously is separate third-party public charging EV rates, so that cost of service can be, very particularly addressed rather than it being a part of other commercial rate classes.
Right, but that's focused on the user of the charging station. I'm also thinking about ways in which we can incentivize the developer to deploy charging stations in one place versus another. I mean, we've been now, sort of tasked with looking at virtual power plants. There's no reason why charging networks can't be virtual power plants in terms of V to G, vehicle to grid, or ways in which it could be deployed someplace because there are constraints versus another place where there are not. I mean, I'm also thinking about ways in which we can look to opportunities to be able to sort of find ways where that makes sense from a utilities perspective, what they do and what we do. Maybe we won't have utilities putting in chargers anymore, but maybe the commission can find ways of incentivizing those chargers deployment that's based on our authority.
I think those are all valid points, and I think that would take, working with the utilities to, maybe over the next phase in the working group to determine where those locational needs are and then ways in which to incentivize. I don't know that Walmart has considered that specifically.
Right. Here's an idea for Walmart is always in the market, I'm assuming, to find a new way to make money. Maybe you can sort of take that back and think about that and think about whether you want to propose something at some future date.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? Okay, with that, let me turn back to Lexus for the next panel.
All right, before I call out the names, I just want to make sure we have representation from Sierra Club and Charge Ahead Partnership. You all can come unmute and signify if you're here.
Hi, I'm here representing Sierra Club.
Right, perfect.
And I'm here representing Charge Ahead Partnership.
So we will have Sierra Club up, Charge Ahead Partnership, and EV.Energy for this next panel. Thank you.
Okay, so Sierra Club, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Sari Amiel, staff attorney at Sierra Club, and I also serve on ZVIC. It is the state policy of Maryland, reflected in its statutes, regulations, and executive orders, to advance EV adoption as a key strategy for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, as well as lowering unsafe smog levels and strengthening our economy. Last year, Governor Moore issued an executive order that expressly called for a whole-of-government approach to climate change, which means each state agency should work to facilitate EV adoption and deploy EV infrastructure by building on federal and state grants and private investments. As explained in our comments, EV loads are different from traditional loads. They appear very quickly at significant levels and can be geographically dispersed across the grid. But the utility's own filings indicate their business as usual approach to distribution grid upgrades is already failing to meet the needs of Maryland's EV fleets. The Commission accordingly has a key role to play in directing utilities to proactively plan for and invest in the distribution grid upgrades that EVs will need to charge, especially for fast chargers and medium and heavy duty fleet chargers. The Commission should also approve utility investments on the customer side of the meter to address market failures, primarily for medium and heavy duty fleets, high-speed fast chargers, especially for light-duty vehicles that are along highways, and multi-unit dwelling and curbside charging, especially in underserved communities. Prudent utility investments are critical to Maryland's success in complying with key state policies, like the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks rules. To respond to a point made by Commissioner Richard earlier, in other states with ambitious EV and climate policies, EV incentive programs are developed and administered by utilities and approved by public service commissions in their capacity as utility regulators. I don't want to speak on behalf of ZVIC, but since I'm a ZVIC member, I just wanted to kind of address your point that it's my impression that ZVIC doesn't really have the staff or capacity to shape or administer utilities phase 2 programs or generally assess their ratepayer impacts. But I think a more reasonable role for ZVIC is similar to what Chair Hoover suggested earlier, just advising utilities on phase 2 programs they propose and potentially providing advice on implementing these phase 2 programs. With all of this in mind, Sierra Club urges the Commission to approve utilities' proposed phase 2 programs, subject to the minor adjustments recommended in our comments. And I want to also really emphasize that extensive research, also discussed in our comments, demonstrates that utility investments in EV-related infrastructure will drive rates down for all Maryland customers. Retrospective and prospective studies from Berkeley Labs, Synapse, the National Academy of Sciences, and multiple other sources from states all around the country have reached the same conclusion. Utility investments in distribution system upgrades and also in utility side and customer side equipment will drive rates down for all ratepayers. This downward pressure on rates is why numerous commissions in sister states, including New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, California, and Colorado, and others, have authorized the types of utility investments at issue in this case. The commenters in this docket share a broad agreement that the Commission should direct utilities to improve distribution grid planning and investment. This includes MEA, MDOT, and Highland Electric, who all cited this as a key area for utility engagement. OPC also highlighted the need for utilities to track and report on energization timelines. Utilities themselves have acknowledged that a failure to timely upgrade the distribution grid is hindering EV adoption, especially for larger fleets. Staff expressed concern about the potential rate impacts from utilities filings, and we are definitely concerned about increasing utilities customers' rates, which unfortunately are largely rising due to capacity issues in the PJM wholesale market, as Commissioner Richard noted. From utilities' presentations today, it seems that their EV incentive programs will not be meaningfully increasing rates, as their rate impacts for residential customers are around $1 per month. And we, regardless, expect these programs to create downward pressure on rates for all customers into the future. There's no evidence presented in this case from staff or other commenters that prudent utility investments in the distribution grid would increase rates. To the contrary, all of the record evidence shows that prudent utility investments in EV grid infrastructure, as well as customer and utility side EV make-ready incentives, will drive rates down. Accordingly, the Commission should follow the lead of sister states and direct utilities to begin distribution grid planning and investment in this docket. And just to address a concern raised by Commissioner Suchman, we also agree that utility investments are not being adequately synchronized with grid upgrades. Just as it's not clear whether utilities are really targeting their charge management programs to minimize the need for grid upgrades, it's similarly unclear whether utilities are really assessing and addressing which grid upgrades they will need to make to successfully implement these phase 2 programs. The need for action in this docket is clear. Utilities are still proceeding in a business as usual manner, and their current practices, as BGE noted, are impeding EV adoption. At the same time, there's no other docket or venue in Maryland where the need for utilities to forecast EV load, including in light of Maryland's climate policies, and improve their distribution grid planning and investment is being adequately addressed. This is an issue that cannot wait. The Commission last addressed utilities EV programs 6 years ago, and utilities are now submitting plans with 5-year durations. If this issue is not addressed in this docket, we'll be failing to heed Governor Moore's call for a holistic, whole-of-government approach to climate change and EV infrastructure, thus impeding the success of key Maryland policies. To address concerns over the costs of utility investments, rather than discounting the need for such investments, the Commission should engage in sufficient oversight of planning and investments and enable regular stakeholder comments. The Commission might be able to provide more streamlining and oversight of utilities EV programs by creating 3-year cycles for utilities to produce EV offerings and distribution system plans, along with annual updates on those plans. Then, if the costs of utilities investments in the grid turn out to present concerns, the Commission can address those concerns in real time based on any new evidence that may be presented in the future. Thank you for this opportunity to provide comments at this critical juncture in Maryland's transition to a clean electric transportation sector.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sussman, any questions?
Yes. This morning I was actually, interestingly enough, I was on a panel of other commissioners talking about EV. And one of the commissioners from New York talked about how New York has this very robust forecasting process for EV loads. So sort of, forecasts in the future. So I guess the question is, are you involved in the distribution system planning process? I'm not really sure where it is right now. But I guess the question is, in that planning process, does that include forecasting for EV loads in the future?
Yes. To answer your first question, I'm not personally involved in that. My colleague who works in New York is, but
Okay.
I've reviewed several of the recent filings, and yes, it does require utilities to proactively plan for infrastructure needs on the distribution grid, including create those needs that are created by transportation electrification. And actually, one of the issues the Commission noted in its order setting forth this proceeding was just that it can take, over 7 years to complete upgrades to the grid to accommodate EVs, but then fleet owners can order EVs in a matter of months. So this issue with transportation electrification and the need for grid upgrades was explicitly highlighted in this topic.
Okay, so it is highlighted, but I guess so where is it failing, and how can we do better? With respect to Maryland, it doesn't seem that there is a similar process happening in Maryland whereby utilities are forecasting EV load. Okay, so I was confused. So your colleague in New York is working on the New York process. Okay, yeah. I thought your colleague in New York was working on the Maryland process. Okay, so that's okay. So you are aware that in New York they have a pretty robust process for forecasting EV load. Nothing like that is going on here.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. And so one way in which we can make the process work better is to have utilities forecast for EV load, and perhaps also forecast where they expect the load to come in. Not just that we expect this amount of load, but we expect this load and we expect it to come into these different places, and then perhaps overlay their distribution system planning process on the expectations of where that load is going to come.
Yes, that's entirely correct. I think there's a need to forecast load and then assess the hosting capacity of the grid currently to be able to, assess whether it needs upgrades to meet that load, and then how long those upgrades would take, and, and begin initiating those upgrades.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm happy to, if it would be helpful, I'm happy to provide supplemental information about the New York proceeding. I'm just not the one personally involved.
Yeah, no, actually, I mean, I of course I asked the commissioner to share it with me, but actually, if you could share that in this docket, I think that would be incredibly helpful for everybody else.
Sure, I'm happy to.
Okay, thank you.
Just Sarah Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, thank you very much for being here and for your testimony today. Yeah, I fully agree. We need to figure out how we can help make this a success. You know, the electric vehicle mandate and policies of the state a success. And so as we approach this, you know, end of phase one and looking at what do we do next, I kind of like what the way we're not just doing this just to do pilots. I think you know, what can we take from the pilot we've had and move forward with things that you know, we've learned, and what are the things that the utility should be doing. And you know, I largely agree with Commissioner Suchman. I mean, it's really about you know, how the grid is developing, how it's being modernized to support our state policies. So to the extent that you know we want people to buy electric vehicles, I first think they need to have some confidence that you know electricity is the way to go. And if right now they're concerned about just paying their bill in the first place, I don't know if they're going to want to add to their electric burden. So just so I'm understanding then your testimony, you know, and again, we're looking at the utilities have a financial interest in this, and so we need to make sure that what we're doing going forward on the ratepayers' dime is in fact advancing the programs, so advancing electric vehicles in our state. So, when you're talking about your testimony, what are you recommending? I mean, are we still in a pilot phase, or are there a couple of programs, areas that we should specifically focus on now, and as you put it, direct our utilities to do?
Yeah, that's a good question. Definitely, as emphasized in my comments, we do need utilities to focus more on the utility side of the grid and distribution grid upgrades. But there are also market failures on the customer side that utilities can play a really important role in addressing. Basically, utilities have the ability and like a very important opportunity to complement federal grants that Maryland is implementing. So several of those would be supporting medium and heavy duty vehicles, supporting fast chargers along highways that are being implemented pursuant to the NEVI grant, the climate pollution reduction grant. There are several community and fueling infrastructure grants will be providing significant sources of funds for multi-unit dwellings and then community chargers. So it's really important that utilities tie their programs to places where the market actually needs investment. So that's something that we did highlight in our comments. In terms of the nature of a pilot versus more of a permanent program, I mean, something we did recommend that I think would make a lot of sense would be to have kind of a 3-year cycle, like with more permanent programs, but programs that are not, maybe don't last a full 5 years. Like maybe the market's quickly changing. And as we now know, having utility owned chargers is not so necessary or beneficial as it was in, say, 2019. So I do think it's really important to have a program where utilities could propose adjustments, the commission could adjust what's approved, members of the public could weigh in more frequently than, say, every 5 or 6 years.
Okay, and I'm with you fully. I understand when you're talking about grid modernization and making sure that that's definitely in Commissioner Sussman put it in there, the utility wheelhouse and what we're supposed to be doing here. But some of these other coordinating activities you're talking about, how to use federal grants, of course, we're kind of a lot of headwinds right now coming from Washington on these areas. But that's where I begin to wonder if there are other places in the state we should really be looking to, and that's why ZVIC is the only kind of entity we have right now that is bringing all those state agencies together. But I mean, how I don't know if in our agency here, on our commission, we know what the plan is that Department of Transportation envisions as far as a network of fast chargers along our highways. So that's where I guess I'm asking, what is the role of the commission in doing fast charging networks? To me, it still seems like we ought to really be looking to other state agencies to be leading that effort, and then coming to us as that state agency saying, well, we could use a little extra support from ratepayer. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's just, I feel like it's getting outside of our competency and outside of some of our jurisdiction to be getting into areas like state transportation planning.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't think it makes sense for the commission to engage in transportation planning, but I will say that several of those state entities have filed comments in this docket. There are comments from MDOT, from Highlands Electric, which is a federal grant recipient, from MEA, and those comments do highlight the need for utilities to provide more support for implementing these grants. So while I think it doesn't make sense for the commission or utilities to set transportation electrification targets or actually plan how those corridor chargers will be built, I think it's clear from the state agency's comments, and of course we'll hear more from them later, that there are integral roles that utilities need to play in building out those grids. So for example, like I don't think it makes sense for the utility to be purchasing the chargers or engaging in planning for where the chargers necessarily would best suit, the highway's needs or the needs of the requirements of NEVI. But it does make sense for utilities to be providing make-ready incentives where needed to really be able to connect those chargers to the grid, like the interconnection process to the grid, and then also providing energy to that grid. So I think that, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think basically just looking for that, and since you're a part of ZVIC, I mean, should we be considering and making recommendations to maybe bolster ZVIC? So again, you don't have like just an agency like the commission, just because we regulate a utility suddenly, sitting at the front of the table. Whereas this is a very multifaceted state policy that needs to be, equitably, probably, led by other state entities. So is it just a matter of trying to figure out if we can make ZVIC better, or I don't know, are there any ways we can find some efficiencies, so that every utility isn't just sort of duplicating an effort to try to fill whatever this gap is?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Bertranski's comments about ZVIC were pretty incisive. I mean, ZVIC needs to make decisions by consensus and does have many members, including the utilities themselves. So there have been, there are times when we're discussing what we recommend as the optimal policy, but with utilities, like with the variety of interests on ZVIC, I'm just not sure that we could provide we couldn't provide the same degree of regulatory oversight that the commission can. I mean, I think that having ZVIC, MDOT is, I believe, testifying later today. I think having state agencies weigh in on the alignment between utilities proposals and state transportation policies would always be very helpful. I'm just concerned about placing this degree of responsibility for essential transportation electrification measures in the hands of a council whose members are very varied and also tend to have other jobs. Like, I don't know that it has any full-time staff members, but I think MDOT could probably speak to that better later today.
Yeah, no, and I'm looking forward to hearing from them and how we can do this. 'Cause again, sometimes I fear this is an attractive forum because we have ready access to try to get to ratepayer funds when it's more difficult to get those funds, get that funding from other parts of the state. But then it goes to, is that an equitable way to try to fund these state programs? And that's kind of what I struggle with, particularly after the last 6 months and the last the legislative session, where there's been a lot of concern raised about the cost and the rates people are paying in the state for electricity. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just, if I may respond briefly. I completely hear you on that. I think when we look to the examples from other states, though, we do see utilities playing this integral role in making sure that chargers are being connected to the grid adequately and provided power. I don't know that, and I mean, I don't know that there is another state agency that can really fill in that role. And obviously it's the commission that regulates the utilities in doing so. And then I would just like to highlight just all the many studies that show that these investments are beneficial for ratepayers. They drive rates down. It's much better to be proactively making these investments subject to the commission's jurisdiction than just to try and kind of make distribution grid upgrades piecemeal as the need arises when it may take a few years to meet that need.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important part of your testimony that, we need better coordination and purpose with our grid modernization. So thank you very much. Appreciate your being here today.
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Why don't we move on to Charge Ahead Partnership?
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Sir.
All right, perfect. All right, good afternoon, commissioners and staff of the Maryland Public Service Commission. My name is Hunter Young, and I serve as the Director of Member Engagement for Charge Ahead Partnership. I had the privilege of testifying last spring when the Commission evaluated the Phase 1 utility pilot programs, and I'm happy to be here virtually this time to testify on the Phase 2 proposals. As you may recall, Charge Ahead Partnership is a nationwide coalition of associations, businesses, and individuals committed to the expansion of the EV charging network across the country and in Maryland. Our members include many companies operating in Maryland and many more that have an interest in investing in EV charging here if the business environment improves and it makes sense to do so. We believe that the best way to build out the EV charging network is in a way driven by private investment, allowing competition and innovation to produce the best consumer experience and the most effective build out. This is achieved when utility ownership of EV charging stations is limited and captive ratepayers do not bear the cost for the build out of the charging network. We applaud the Commission for their final order in the EV pilot Phase 1 evaluation, which noted the concerns raised by several parties, including Charge Ahead Partnership, regarding unfair competition with utility-owned charging stations. CAP was pleased to see the Commission make a notable shift by ordering the electric utilities to cease developing new utility-owned charging stations as a part of their Phase 1 programs. Additionally, the Commission noted that it does not anticipate approving more utility-owned public charging stations in the Phase 2 programs, but may do so in certain underserved areas. We find that the Phase 2 proposals are in alignment with the Commission's Phase 1 order by not seeking additional ratepayer funds to build any new utility-owned public fast charging stations. However, all of the utility proposals requested additional ratepayer funds to cover the expenses related to ongoing maintenance and the operational costs of the existing utility-owned public DCFC. Granting additional ratepayer funds for these charging stations presents a competitive risk for private businesses operating throughout Maryland. Private businesses have to recover their maintenance and operating costs from EV drivers or from other areas of their business, but do not have the option to socialize their costs to captive ratepayers. Granting additional ratepayer funding for utility-owned charger expenses would be counterproductive, as many of Maryland's utility-owned DCFC have performed poorly in terms of reliability. Allowing more ratepayer funding for maintenance and operations of these charging stations would only serve to further suppress private investment and shake confidence in Maryland's charging network for consumers that may be considering purchasing an electric vehicle. Charge Ahead Partnership encourages the Commission to implement regulatory policy that ensures the existing utility-owned charging stations do not remain dependent on ratepayer funding in perpetuity. Other state commissions and regulatory bodies have begun to move away from utility-owned charging station programs in a similar fashion as Maryland. For example, South Carolina is currently in the process of winding down Duke Energy's public DCFC program. While Duke winds down the program, they are recovering operations and maintenance expenses from their charging revenues alone, while holding their general body of ratepayers unaffected. CAB believes this approach is preferable for limiting the financial burden on ratepayers, and it is not as offensive from a competitive standpoint for private charging providers, which, as previously mentioned, can only recover maintenance and operating costs from the EV driver. In conclusion, going forward, we urge the Commission to continue to embrace private investment over utility ownership and encourage the development of a competitive EV charging market in Maryland to best meet the needs of Maryland's drivers and to help the state achieve greenhouse gas reduction goals. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the Commission.
Questions, sir?
No questions. Thank you.
No questions, but thank you for appearing today.
Thank you very much. So next we're going to move to EV.energy.
Excuse me, Chair.
Sir.
The audio has been getting a little choppy the last 10 minutes. I don't know if anybody else noticed it, but the audio is kind of getting really choppy.
Well, I guess what I'll let me urge everybody who's participating in this to try to get as close to your microphone that you're speaking into and speak as loudly as you can without shouting. We'll see if that works out, works the problem.
And also, everyone, if you're not speaking, mute your microphone. Also, will sometimes lead to issues.
Yeah, that's the other helpful suggestion. So,
yes, thank you.
See if that works. So EV.energy.
Yeah, can you hear me all right? Am I coming through?
We can. So, but like I said, why our suggestion. So,
yep.
Go ahead.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Chair Hoover and commissioners. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Jared Ballou, Policy Director for EV Energy. So for those of you unfamiliar with EV Energy, we provide a software platform that enables drivers to manage their charging activity around environmental and grid conditions. And it also enables utilities to administer managed charging programs. Our capabilities include both unidirectional managed charging, so V1G, and bidirectional managed charging, so V2G as well. And we implement programs across various use cases, including residential, multifamily, commercial, and fleet. We've implemented over 55 of these programs globally. And accordingly, my comments really were focused on the proposed load management programs in these phase 2 proposals. So I want to thank the Commission for its work to advance EV charging policy in the state and the utilities for their thoughtful phase 2 proposals. As stated in our written comments, we strongly support the EV load management programs being the time of use and managed charging proposals that were included in phase 2. Managed charging really is a crucial tool for utilities to ensure that EVs are efficiently integrated into the grid to the benefit of ratepayers. If managed charging solutions are not implemented and scaled, we run the risk of EVs, the charging activity from EVs actually exacerbating grid constraints, negatively impacting ratepayers through inefficient utilization of grid resources. We did outline some specific recommendations for the proposed programs in our written comments. I don't want to reiterate all of those right now, but at a high level, those recommendations were intended to ensure that the programs are implemented in an equitable manner that promotes customer access to these crucial programs and provides a pathway to scale the programs as well, and ensures those benefits that we see with managed charging are maximized in the state. There are a few things that I'd like to address just from the discussions today. So there's been a discussion on the role of utilities and how these proposals fit into that. I do think, at least for the load management portion, it falls squarely in the utilities' wheelhouse and fits naturally into their role to serve electricity in a safe, efficient, reliable, affordable manner. Another discussion that I wanted to provide some input on is the question of, can we afford this? And I think, can the state of Maryland afford to implement these things? Can the ratepayers afford to bear it? I think, at least when it comes to load management, the load management portion of these programs, the true question, I think, is, can you afford not to? I've seen data from MDOT, the Department of Transportation, over, I think the last time I checked was last May, maybe, but I just checked again today. There's been over 30,000 EVs registered in the state since last May already. We're seeing rising costs and lead times for distribution infrastructure, like transformers and substations. So I think if these programs are not proactively implemented, costs could increase by not properly managing EV charging activity. So, I think it's really important that these programs are implemented. And finally, I wanted to just briefly touch on the Charge Anywhere proposal from BGE. I think it's important to recognize in this case, what they're trying to do here is pretty new. There are only a couple programs really targeted specifically towards managed charging for multifamily customers, and including a couple that my company administers in Connecticut that are very new. They just started in January. So there's a lot of room to learn how we can effectively manage charging for multifamily customers and improve on those offerings. But I think the wholesale rejection of that program would definitely halt progress in building an understanding of how to serve those customers. I understand the concern of cost, definitely understand that. And that's a sentiment, heard across the country right now when it comes to rising utility costs. But I think there's also partially a function of the ambitious scale that BGE proposed here with 30,000 enrolled customers. That's, to my knowledge, would be larger than any program currently implemented. So I think a lot of that large cost that you see in the proposal is due to that scale. And it's also important to note that the benefits of managed charging should scale as well with enrollment. So not just the costs as well. So I wouldn't want that number to be seen in isolation. So yeah, ultimately on that program, I'd urge the commission to consider how to progress that program forward, even if it is a scaled back version of it. I think it's an important segment for EV charging and trying to figure out how to serve those customers and manage that charging activity. And with that, I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, Mr. Richard.
Yeah, thank you again for your testimony today. Just on that last program, this is something that again, maybe you can help me understand what would be the utility value added in this. I mean, it seems to me it's more of something that's going to be contracted out. I mean, is this something that should be more looked at statewide? I mean, does it need to go through the utilities, or can it be again just more directly overseen by a single administrator? I just, again, in some of these programs, I'm just trying to understand, the utility steps in and then they hire a contractor and then they do all the work, but because the utility touches the money, they get a piece of
Yeah, I want to make sure we're on the same page on what we're talking. Are you talking specifically about the managed charging program for multifamily?
Anywhere?
Yeah. So I just want to make sure. So
yeah,
there's no that's the component where they'd be building out the charging stations in that program. I think it is. Yeah, I think the utilities are the ones that are best suited and placed to evaluate their system and determine how to manage the load on their individual systems and to meet their individual needs. So to me, that is
okay.
I think is very appropriate for utilities.
Setting up programs after going through all the various filings. So why don't I stop there and just
sure. Appreciate the question.
Okay, so sorry. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
No question, sir.
Mr. Slipman.
Yeah. So, in terms of that last program that we've just talked about, you said it's brand new. So it's never been tried in any other state. Is that correct? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, the only managed charging programs that have been implemented by utility solely focused on multifamily is in Connecticut, and there's two of them. They began in January of this year, so there's really no results yet from those. They're just kind of starting to be implemented. So it is a very new.
But are those like the proposal we're getting from BGE of go wherever you want and you can do managed charging there? Or are you tied to a particular charger?
Yeah, and this is off the top of my head, so subject to check on some of this. But so they're doing it in a phased approach in Connecticut. It is direct to driver, meaning the driver is the one who enrolls. They're starting by utilizing solely the telematics system, so that would be the vehicles themselves. So they can, I believe, charge anywhere within that service territory. Again, subject to check. Eventually, they will be rolling out integrations with the commercial charging stations themselves with certain companies that we're building integrations with. So once that capability is built out, which I think is going to be happening in the next few months, you'll be able to also enroll and participate at those charging stations that are eligible within that program. So it's a similar design. There's just the component of adding in a possibility to participate through charging stations as well which I mentioned in my written comments, but happy to provide any supplemental information written that
Okay,
that
so
might be needed.
just a single state that you're aware of.
Correct. There is another program. Con Edison in New York has a program that is open to everybody. So that could include multifamily customers. It's just an open program. If you drive a vehicle in there, so you don't even have to be a Con Edison customer. If you drive a vehicle in their service territory, you can participate. And they're thinking the philosophy behind that is, whether or not you're a customer of Con Edison or you have an account with them, if you drive an EV in their service territory, you're impacting their system, and they want to make sure they're managing that as best as possible. So in that case, a multifamily customer could participate, but it's not specifically for multifamily customers like the Connecticut programs or the one that BGE here has proposed.
So it's impacting their system because you're using a charger that is in their system. That's what you're
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yep.
Okay, but presumably Maryland would get the benefit of any data coming out of those two. Are those studies or are those programs?
They're programs, yeah. The PIRA in Connecticut, the commission in Connecticut, directed the utilities to implement those programs and had a pretty a large say in the design of those programs as well. And so I believe there's a reporting schedule for those programs. I don't remember the exact schedule, but like I mentioned, they literally just brought these programs online in January. And I think beginning is them just trying to figure out how do we enroll customers, things like that, because they are the first, to my knowledge, focused on multifamily customers. So it is a very new offering. Yeah.
So if we were to accept the BGE proposal, we would also be implementing a program with not a lot of data yet on its effectiveness.
Yeah, you would definitely be on the cutting edge of figuring out how to serve these customers in an important customer segment for EVs, because most managed charging programs are really focused on single family residential customers or residential customers that have a dedicated charger they can charge at. So it's an important customer segment that's just kind of been left out of a lot of managed charging offerings to this point.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Alexis, new panel, correct?
Yeah, so for our next panel, we'll have Highland Electric Fleets, PowerFlex, the Mobility House, and EV Go. Our representatives from each of those organizations present. If so, feel free to just come off mute one by one, please.
Okay, so we'll start with Highland Electric Fleets.
All right, doesn't look like they are here.
Okay. So we'll go back. How about PowerFlex?
Don't think so.
How about the Mobility House? EV Go.
Should we move on to the next panel, Mr. Chair?
What's that?
Should we move on to the next?
I mean, if none of those showed up, so why don't we pop to the next panel one? I guess if they contact you, let me know and we can maybe circle back. But let's go on to the next panel.
Sounds good. So Edison Electric Institute, Alliance for Transportation, Electrification, Switch, and Weave Grid are up next, please.
So anyone here from EEI?
Yeah, hi, Kellen Schefter here with EEI. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Right ahead.
Great. Well, thank you so much, commissioners and chair, for having us here today. Would have liked to have been in person, but happy to be here, joining virtually, of course. As you may know, EEI is the trade association for all U.S. investor-owned electric companies in the U.S. Our members serve about 250 million Americans. I lead electric transportation for that group. And we do have the privilege of monitoring proceedings all across the country. So it's a great opportunity to talk about how we see this proposal fitting into that context here. So quickly, I think we've talked about how Maryland has a number of ambitious goals, including Advanced Clean Cars 2, Advanced Clean Truck Rule, the Climate Solutions Now Act. And I think, leveraging the electric companies to support those goals is a key part of what we are trying to do here today. We also, like I said, track proceedings across the country. We more than 30 states now have approved programs, commissions approved, electric company proposed programs of similar kind of composition as these. I would say up to now, we would put Maryland in sort of mid-pack among those 30 states in terms of maturity, scope, and scale. I think approving the programs as proposed today in phase 2 would sort of bump Maryland up to the top tier of the pack of states there. Among its peers, Colorado, Massachusetts, New York, Nevada, California, New Mexico, Illinois, and Oregon would be sort of our view of the most mature and I think largest scope and scale programs. I think in Maryland and other states, we're seeing electric companies being a critical role in readying the grid for electric transportation. That's on the core business as usual. That's table stakes, I think. What we're talking about here in promoting these programs is really going beyond that and making targeted strategic investments that can benefit the broader community and help accelerate EV adoption faster than it would otherwise. And we really encourage this commission to partner with those companies to help make that happen. I think it's also important just in the context of the federal policy uncertainty we're seeing. It's been noted in this hearing so far, but a couple of recent studies from Harvard and Princeton pointed out that if some of the supportive federal policies are pulled back, in 2030, for example, we could see 40% less EV sales than we would have otherwise with those programs in place. So I think those states that want to continue on this path, it's now more important than ever to continue to leverage those electric company partnerships. And then with that as sort of table setting, a few specific programmatic things I did want to point out. A lot of these programs are targeted on incentives for infrastructure. That is still a primary barrier to adoption, is the upfront costs associated with deploying infrastructure. Again, we track maybe 80 of our members across the country that have incentive programs supporting infrastructure. The majority of those do include make ready on the customer side and the electric company side. So I think that's a very common and robust way to support these programs. On public fast charge, I do want to touch on that for just a moment. It is one of the key pillars of EV adoption because it provides confidence to drivers who don't have that charging option at home or want to make the long distance trips. I think we were all anticipating NEVI dollars, the federal funding being there to support Maryland and other states in that endeavor. I think now with some of that pullback, I think this backbone that the utilities have created here is really important to maintain. And I appreciate entities being on here today, like Charge Ahead Partnership, for example, who represent fuel retailers. They can and should be a major component of this build out. But to date, we haven't really seen those particular fuel retailers step up and invest their own dollars. We've seen them play site host for Tesla superchargers, which are owned and operated by Tesla. But we haven't seen them invest their own dollars in charging stations that they own and operate to date. And I think we encourage that to happen. But I think in the interim, we need other entities to step up. And I think the electric companies can play an important role in that. I think we've heard a lot about managed charging being very important. We think that is a critical component of these programs. If we can bring more EVs onto the system and manage the cost so they don't have to do commensurate grid upgrades to support them, that is additional throughput to the system, downward pressure on rates that we've talked about here. I think leveraging vehicle telematics, particularly as we just heard, to extend that to beyond the single family home is really important, particularly as we move beyond early adopters who have been largely concentrated in single family homes to that broader set of customers like those that live in multifamily dwellings. And then finally, on that fleet advisory service, we haven't talked a lot about that, but we view that as really important. I think all of the companies here have contemplated something along those lines. Commercial fleet customers today are really used to procuring fuel volumetrically by the gallon diesel or gasoline. They're not used to really having to figure out how to procure power from an electric company. And I think these advisory services can help those fleets come into the system early, understand the rate options, understand the grid costs that may be incurring and how they pay for those. And I think that is something we really want to encourage and lay the groundwork for future expansion. So I think that's a role that really only these entities here can provide, and we encourage that to be approved here today as well. So thank you for the time, and happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Richard,
No questions. Thank you.
Judge.
No questions. No questions, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Sussman.
Okay, so I hate to do this to you, but you are EEI. So I'm going to ask what you see, where you see this administration going in terms of EV support. I mean, there's a lot that we're doing that is not dependent on federal money, but obviously the charging infrastructure had been looking to the federal government for support. There are things that they'll pull back on that will have indirect impact on us. So in terms of, I understand the challenges in sort of stepping out and trying to anticipate where the funding will dry up. But where do you see over just, in the next 6 months, where this administration is going in terms of support or lack thereof of the EV market?
Well, thank you for that question, Commissioner. I certainly don't want to get in trouble by predicting the future here. But
yeah, I understand.
Your question around timing, I think, is important. So we did see an immediate pause on some of the programs that were mentioned here. NEVI in particular, which was supported for the fast charging network, as we've been discussing a little bit today. The Federal Highway Administration vacated the state plans that had been approved, but they did commit to offering new guidance so states could resubmit plans. We encourage our members, we certainly will be engaged in that process because states, frankly, were promised those dollars through appropriate, legislation, and I think they expect those dollars in some form. So we would like to see that move forward, and I think we would like to be partners in helping that happen, but certainly we're experiencing a delay on that particular program. I think the longer lead items to watch would be things like tax policy, federal taxes that could anticipate or could support infrastructure as well as EV purchases. That may be taken up in a reconciliation package. That's something to look for, maybe beyond that 6-month horizon, but certainly this year. And then maybe even longer lead than that would be the underpinning of the federal regulations. So greenhouse gas standards, fuel economy standards, as well as the California waiver that supports the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. Those things could be longer lead because those are regulatory processes, but we do expect those to be revisited as well. So maybe in more of a year or maybe 18-month process, we'll find out what the administration does on the revised fuel economy and maybe some of those other fundamental regulatory structures.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So actually, to follow up on Commissioner Sussman's questions about what may happen in the future, strikes me that some of the federal departments that were heavily involved with EVs were not only the Department of Transportation, but also Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Agency, particularly when it came to providing money to state energy offices and utilities to do EV deployment. Any thoughts on what's going to happen to those potential funds?
I wish I had answers because we ask those questions all the time. I will say we're heavily engaged with all of the agencies you mentioned. Those programs that were created as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, for example, are bipartisan. There were a lot of horse trading that went on to create those programs, and I think those policymakers that created those programs do expect those dollars to move again, and we would like to see that happen. I think the EEI certainly is supportive of the broad suite of clean energy related credits in the IRA, for example. Many of our members directly benefit from those credits, and as we've talked about, you probably hear in front of your setting here, particularly on the generation side, things that support grid investments or solar or wind or other sources of generation. Reducing the cost to the electric companies actually flows through to the ratepayers. So I think we actually see that as an important way for some of those programs to continue to control cost and hedge against some of the other drivers that are driving up cost for all ratepayers at this point. So again, you're not hearing a hard prediction from me, but I think I want to, give you confidence that EEI certainly is engaged on this full set of policies to ensure that electricity remains affordable, reliable, and available for all customers.
Okay, thanks a lot. So why don't we move to the Alliance for Transportation Electrification?
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Krauthammer, representing the Alliance for Transportation Electrification. Our comments today are based on the Commission's August 23rd order, the CSNA, and the DRIVE Act, and our understanding of learnings from infrastructure programs in other states. We believe each utility petition benefits from Maryland's broad and consistent support for more and better infrastructure. Time constraints limit the detail I can get into, but our overall impression is that, on balance, each proposal is well designed, consistent with the state's goals, consistent with the role of utilities, and should be approved. Now is not the time to pause or delay action. First, residential time of use pricing paired with active managed charging, such as smart charge management, is a very important capability, including Potomac Edison's managed charging and BGE's EMS sub-program, and should be approved. Second, BGE's Community Make Ready and PHI's Destination Make Ready will reduce barriers to much needed public charging infrastructure and should be approved. Research by Cox Automotive shows that the biggest barrier to purchasing an EV after the cost of the vehicle is the lack of charging stations. The utilities are gaining expertise along with everyone else in the industry, as demonstrated by their recent hiring of Charger Help, which, by the way, provides a service which didn't even exist very long ago. Our utilities have worked diligently to improve their offerings in an evolving and complex business. They've performed well given the extreme challenges in what remains a nascent market, and they should be permitted to build on this expertise in Phase 2. A complement to the traditional make-ready incentive is charging as a service, or what we call CAS for short, proposed by Potomac Edison and BGE for publicly available sites and HOAs. The business innovation with CAS is that rather than the utility make a large one-time investment and then rely on the site host to maintain charger adequacy, under CAS, the site host makes the upfront investment, followed by periodic utility incentives to cover operating costs, conditioned upon continuous compliance, including uptime and reporting. For level 2 chargers in particular, the total dollars are comparable, but CAS protects the utility's investment better than traditional make-ready by front-loading the site host's investment, which ensures the site host having skin in the game. CAS is designed to be a comprehensive and turnkey solution which solves a common customer complaint, which is that designing, installing, and operating chargers is complicated. This type of solution has been increasingly popular in the industry and should be approved. For multifamily communities, both CAS as well as PHI's Make Ready, BGE's multifamily-owned chargers, and BGE's Charge Anywhere and Bring Your Own Cable seek to do exactly what pilots are intended to do. BYOC is particularly timely now that detachable cables are available for the first time in the US, and we believe Charge Anywhere is a thoughtful approach to testing solutions for multifamily community residents. As for the size of the Charge Anywhere incentive, this strikes us as a potentially highly economical alternative to traditional multifamily charging. If anything, we believe it should actually be higher, but it does make sense to start low and see how customers respond. With regard to commercial, medium, and heavy-duty charging, such vehicle electrification is facing headwinds, as shown most recently by the governor's executive order delaying ACC2 and ACT. Although we believe the battery and other technologies continue to evolve and the medium and long-term trajectory is solid. State and utility programs are more critical now than ever. We believe each of the utility fleet make-ready, site assessments, and technology programs are well designed and reasonable. With regard to the pullback at the federal level, we support Potomac Edison's offer a proposal to offer grant assistance. Next, none of these programs will be successful without effective program management, as well as outreach and education. With regard to administrative costs, there are no other businesses in which customers see these costs, but they are there, and every network operator incurs costs as well. Services simply can't be offered without some level of overhead, and the proposals before you strike us as quite reasonable. Now, with regard to unit costs, it's true that some elements may appear high in the context of a pilot, but that's to be expected until a deployment reaches scale. We encourage the Commission to authorize the full administrative and outreach budgets, recognizing that the prudency of such expenditures can be reviewed later. Finally, with regard to cost recovery, we cannot overstate the importance of providing certainty on providing a consistent cost recovery mechanism. In the August order, the Commission stated that it makes no determination or guarantee regarding how it will authorize cost recovery. We've seen utilities in other states withdraw their proposals when faced with similar conditions, and because of that, we urge the Commission to provide an acceptable cost recovery mechanism, such as a regulatory asset that's properly structured, which are detailed in the utilities permit petitions. Thank you for the opportunity to participate today, and I'm available for any questions.
Senator Richard.
Thank you for the testimony, and I have no questions. Thank you.
Judge, no questions. Thank you. Commissioner Sutton.
I have no questions.
Actually, I got one. So, mentioned some of the efforts being put forward by the utilities on multifamily dwelling. I had some discussion with the BGE folks about, this has been a longstanding problem, trying to figure out a way to encourage or incentivize property owners to allow the properties to be adapted in order to allow renters to charge. And it seems to me that, this program and a previous program, we have, probably waved as many carrots as we can at the property owners, and for whatever reason, they've decided not to bite. So I guess what I would like to know from you is, are you aware of any state that actually mandates existing property owners to convert their properties to be EV adaptable by a certain date?
Well, Chair Hoover, what we are seeing is building codes emerge with regard to new construction. I'm not aware of requirements to retrofit existing buildings in the absence of a major upgrade that would trigger the type of infrastructure contemplated typically in the context of new builds. But I will say that while true that the uptake on the multifamily communities has been slow, it is it shouldn't really be surprising, because again, we are still in the early days, and as more folks are buying EVs, demand by residents in multifamily communities is increasing. Now, costs don't exactly come down, but as demand goes up, pressure on landlords and HOAs is building, and we are seeing a lot of buildings starting to install chargers. The idea, but it is still extremely complicated. I don't want to understate the complexity. And that's why the charging as a service option strikes us as extremely appealing, because while it does require the site host to pay for the bulk of the make-ready infrastructure up front, it removes the highly complicated decision of which chargers to use, which charging network operator to use, how much to charge, how to maintain the chargers. The idea is that after they pay for the make-ready using their own capital, they then can use the periodic incentives provided by the utility to solicit bids from vendors, which would encompass the charger, the networking and maintenance. And so they would simply be presented with a number of options. They would get to pick those, and then they would be able to just move forward with a single vendor who controls all aspects of the charging. So it takes away a lot of the complexity and challenges that we often see preventing site hosts from building charging in multifamily communities, even when money isn't an object.
Okay, I mean, it's been a continual source of concern for me because we have a fairly dense population area, not only the city of Baltimore, but also the sort of inner suburbs of Washington, D.C. And, you know, I know that a lot of folks there were probably the prime candidates to buy EVs. They're sort of demographically situated to do that. But if they live in these rental apartments and they can't charge the car, you know, they're really going to think, you know, why do this? And so, you know, I view this as a big problem to solve, and it's why I've been trying, you know, been willing, quite honestly, to give utilities a little extra latitude on this, just because I want to see this happen. But I've been concerned that, you know, they've done everything literally like say, look, just say yes and we'll come in and do everything, and that still doesn't seem to get it going. So I guess I'm interested to find out, you know, if anybody has, you know, kind of solved the problem, and if we can borrow somebody else's idea, then all for it.
Well, I mean, I know that Mr. Cohen from Switch is coming up, and so he may have some specific comments to also address this issue. But what I would say, based on our observation, is again, you know, EV sales continue to increase. The number of EVs that are available are increasing. Prices are coming down, broadly speaking. There are also a lot of plug-in hybrids that are starting to come out onto the market, which provide a lot more optionality. And you know, as the market grows and as EV penetration starts to reach the mass market, there will be more demand by residents, whether they're of apartment buildings or condos or in co-ops, to bring in charging. We are seeing that. So I think that it's premature to conclude that utility incentives for multifamily communities don't work. I think, if anything, that it's just we've been a little bit too early. We were a little bit ahead of ourselves. Now's the time when we're starting to see dozens of plug-in vehicles on the market, prices coming down. It's becoming a competitive advantage in communities, much like, you know, granite countertops and, you know, steel appliances. So, you know, we're right approaching the tipping point now. That's justification for continuing these incentives into phase two, perhaps with the option to have both utility owned as well as charging as a service, and see which one's more effective.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, let's move to Switch.
Thank you. Chair Hoover, members of the commission, this is Josh Cohen with Switch, spelled SWTCH. I'm a lifelong Annapolis resident and BGE ratepayer, and I'm happy to be here. Let me start off by, I'd like to briefly address kind of three main topics. One is a brief intro to Switch, which is not a new company, but in some ways may be new to some folks in this proceeding. I'd like to share briefly just some personal perspective about the PC 44 proceeding and the issue of reliability. And then I'd like to close by addressing Switch and its focus on reliability and uptime. And so I'll try and do this all very concisely, recognizing that it's already mid-afternoon. So Switch was founded 9 years ago. It is a charging provider focused on multi-tenant properties, so multifamily, commercial real estate, office, workplace, retail, et cetera. And our core software solution is based around a sophisticated platform to manage the energy load in a way that works with not only multi-vehicle settings, but also multi-user and multi-tenant settings. We have over 10,000 ports on our network. We are focused heavily on uptime and reliability, and our operational approach is built on 4 pillars to really ensure good uptime. One is quality control around installation and commissioning. One is robust quality networking infrastructure. One is operationally having 24/7 monitoring of the network, and not only reactive, but proactive monitoring. And the 4th piece is advanced troubleshooting when there are issues. And in terms of what does this all translate to in terms of metrics, last fall, Switch was proud to announce an average uptime of 97.8% network-wide, which is a no exceptions uptime. So we're familiar with NEVI standards and the exceptions that are built into those uptime standards. Switch's 97.8% uptime has no caveats or exclusions, even for issues outside of Switch's control, like grid service blackouts, accidents, vandalism, and otherwise. So we're focused on multi-tenant properties. We're a sophisticated software solutions company that operates in the EV charging space, and we have a rigorous focus on uptime and reliability. In terms of PC44, like some of the other commenters on this call, I've been involved with PC44 7 or 8 years now, since even before the utilities filed the phase 1 pilots. I'm an active member, have been an active member of the work group. I serve on ZVIC. So I bring some personal perspective in addition to that of Switch. And I do want to kind of offer a different perspective that hope, in my view, may change the narrative a bit around phase 1, which I think has been really successful. We're all familiar with some of the frustrations around the reliability of the public charging network not being what we expect or want. The public charging network is an important piece, but it's one piece of the overall phase 1 portfolios that the utilities filed and the Maryland Public Service Commission approved. And Maryland has been a national leader when it comes to EV adoption, both because of its policy positions, but also because of really strong and active support from the commission, from stakeholders, and our utilities, who, when it comes to transportation electrification, really are national leaders, in my view. And I'm active in a number of proceedings around the country. And so when it comes to the reliability piece, and I'm going to focus the rest of my comments just on the reliability piece, because in some ways that when I hear people talk about it, I mean, like I said before, it's not what any of us want. It's not what this commission expects, and it's not what Maryland EV drivers historically have had a right to expect either. Maryland can be a leader not only in its EV programs, but in its reliability of its public charging network. And so the challenges that we've experienced are not at all unique to Maryland. One of the clear lessons learned when it comes to public charging is that it's not enough to have a plan and a budget for getting these publicly available chargers deployed. There needs to be a plan and a budget, and it needs to be operationalized for how to make sure they continue to be maintained for the ongoing operations, maintenance, and network service. And that may seem clear in hindsight, but back when these phase 1 pilots were first approved, this was few if any charging companies offered care and maintenance plans as a normal part of their business. And so Maryland, because we were an early leader, we were also one of the early states experiencing this lesson learned for the industry as a whole. And in the phase 2 filings before this commission, the utilities and all of us have learned from that experience. And so the utilities have a clear plan and a budget and an operational approach for how to address reliability and get these chargers up to the level that we expect. So my hope and my expectation is that when we all gather 6 months from now and a year from now to review the the phase 2 programs, that the reliability will be at the level that we expect. And I can share with you that Switch, without revealing confidential, sensitive business information, has contractually committed to an average 97% network uptime individually. I mean, for each of our 3 utility partners, we have made that commitment with them contractually. And so Switch is the new charging network provider for BGE, for the 2 PHI utilities, and for SMECO. Over the past few months, 4 to 6 months or so, we competed in competitive procurements for that, and were awarded and have been in the process for those utilities of migrating the existing networks over to the Switch network platform. And we expect all of those chargers to be migrated this month in advance of the April 30th deadline, when the existing charging provider will be terminating its support for its network. There may be a handful of specific chargers with some continued issues, but in terms of the overall network of chargers, those will all be fully migrated. And so, just to close, to provide a little transparency about how Switch is operationalizing this in partnership with our utility partners who are leading this, and with Charger Help. So our utility partners have 5 meetings scheduled every week. And I'm not going to get too much in the weeds, but I just want to give you some assurance that this isn't me just making pretty promises up here. But for Switch, from our CEO, Carter Lee, on down, we are prioritizing executing these network migrations and then the ongoing network support, so that these chargers can become a model and can become something not only Maryland, but Switch also can show as an example of our success. So we have 2 internal work streams going. One is for the network migration, led by our senior deployment technician. The other is for post-migration support and maintenance, led by our director of customer experience. There are multiple teams represented on each of those work streams, and we have Cedric Tai, our director of strategic initiatives, over top to ensure coordination. The utilities, like I said, hold several meetings with us each week. One is a general group review and update and discussion of critical items. The second is focused specifically on network migration and closing out the remaining issues for BGE and PHI. Then we have 3 separate triage meetings with individual utility partners and with Charger Help. And these are line by line, site by site, looking at each charger. What's the status? What's the issue? What's the action plan? What's the timetable for recommissioning? And so we have a ton of work going on to deliver these projects effectively. So I will wrap up there. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, but I will close just by reiterating that Switch, we're really happy about our partnership with these utilities. I believe that we can and will deliver consistent network uptime. It's not to say that there won't be issues, because there are always issues that arise with especially public chargers, but we have a plan in place. And if this commission sees fit to approve the proposal, I mean, there will be a budget and a plan to ensure these chargers perform at the level we all expect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, thank you. Commissioner Slush.
Yes, a couple questions. In terms of the public chargers, they're not all high-speed chargers, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so can you give me a sense of proportion of level 2 to high speed?
I can't right now.
But you can just submit it. That would be helpful. Okay. And are you engaged in any other charging infrastructure in Maryland other than the utilities?
Yes, we have. Switch has other customers who are non-utility customers in Maryland.
Okay. And do you own the chargers, or you manage the chargers?
So generally speaking, our business model is that we sell chargers to customers. So I'm not trying to be like evasive. That's our basic business model, but we also offer a charging as a service business model, which others have mentioned earlier, in which our customer basically operationalizes the overall expense into a predictable monthly payment, and then Switch owns it, but we basically manage it for them. But if what you're asking is Switch an owner operator, like some of the other companies we're familiar with, whose business model is based on selling the electricity to drivers, for the most part, that's not our business model.
Okay, so you either sell it or you operate it, but another company sells the electrons. Is that?
Yeah, and even when we operate it in the charging as a service model, our customer determines how much they want to charge, who has access. Maybe employees charge for free or at cost, and maybe guests have to pay a surcharge. We're really a solutions provider for our customer who determines how the chargers will operate.
Okay, so for the work you're going to be doing for the 3 utilities, are you going to be so you're going to be operating those units?
So post network migration, once they're fully migrated, we will be the network service provider. We will manage the charging network. The utilities, and I don't want to speak for them, but my understanding is they have contracted separately with Charger Help to do the O&M.
Okay, that was sort of my next question. Okay, so you're not going to be responsible for that. And then any upgrades to the units, the utility is going to continue to be responsible for that.
What do you mean by upgrades?
Well, I mean, there's some piece of machinery breaks, has to be replaced. Who's going to be responsible for that?
I would defer to the utilities only because I don't want to misspeak on this one.
Okay, and you're going to be maintaining their network. Are you going to be exclusive for all 3 utilities, or are they going to have other companies that are also maintaining networks for some other chargers?
Again, the utilities can better answer this. My understanding is for the public charging network, we are the sole network provider for the utilities I mentioned, but some of the other portfolio offerings they have, we're not the provider.
Okay, all right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge McLean, no questions, sir.
So, one of the things I've been concerned about from the get-go is that utilities made a decision to sort of outsource a lot of the charging responsibility. And it seemed to me that what was happening was, they had hired some company to do it, not your company, but other companies in the past. And there seemed to be a disconnect between customer who was trying to use the charging station, who we've heard from the essentially the EV charging station police, volunteers to do that doesn't work, and but the charger didn't work because it wasn't networked, it wasn't maintained, and the utility, since it wasn't their employees, was not directly involved because they had outsourced this to another company, and so these levels of communication led to this chronic problem where every time we had these proceedings, the EV police would show up and say, hey, we went out and did a survey and X number of chargers don't work. And I referred to it as almost public shaming for utilities. So I guess what I'm driving at is this new arrangement with your company is going to not eliminate that problem, but pretty much get rid of it if this works.
Yeah, just at a high level, my personal perspective, there were two main factors driving the frustration. One was the budget. Like I mentioned at the top, when the phase one pilots were approved, there was not a widespread understanding of the industry overall that when you're deploying public chargers at scale, there really needs to be a budget and operational plan for O&M. And so, I mean, I can go more into that, but that was a problem that the utilities are addressing with their phase two filings. And then the other issue is that, again, my personal perspective, that the network provider that originally won the contract to be the network provider for the public charging networks, when it sold, the new network provider, the new entity, had a different business model, had a different focus and prioritization. And so its responsiveness fell short of what folks had expected originally.
I guess from where we're sitting, obviously you've heard all this discussion earlier today about the concern of spending money in this area, for a variety of reasons. One, the concern about just affordability in general, but there's always been this sort of equity issue about, the fact that a certain number of ratepayers who don't have an EV and probably will never have an EV are actually supporting the EV infrastructure. But I guess I'd like to get to a place where EV police get to retire. So I guess I'm, of a mind to support this effort, but I'm almost at the end of my rope when it comes to trusting this outsourcing model on making sure that charging stations actually work, because as was mentioned by some of the other witnesses, one of the barriers to people buying an EV is this fear that I'm not going to be able to charge. And some of that may not be completely accurate, but to the extent that there are chargers that don't work, it does feed that perception and becomes, a vicious cycle on for an effort that we're trying to promote. So hopefully the effort you're going to make is going to fix the problem. So.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, the utilities are very focused on ensuring that we deliver. Like I mentioned, Switch is contractually committed to meeting for each of our utility partners an average 97% uptime, and there are financial penalties built in if that uptime is not met. I think it's on a quarterly basis, I forget, but we have clear metrics, performance-based metrics for our performance. And and as I mentioned, the utilities also have partnered with Charger Help, which we work with closely. I mean, it's a very collaborative relationship overall that the utilities are leading.
Okay, sounds great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So with that, let me move to Weave Grid.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Everything's coming through. And then Alexis, really appreciate your support today. Are my slides popping up?
Yep.
Thank you very much. So yes, to introduce myself into the record, good afternoon. I'm Matthias Bell, VP of Market Development with WeaveGrid. WeaveGrid's a software company that supports EV programs for utilities, automakers, and drivers. WeaveGrid partners with the Maryland Exelon utilities to enable their EV time of use rates and smart charge management programs. Going to the next slide here, and I really appreciate the comments and questions through the day and being able to hear the different parties' responses. As a matter of context setting, and as you're weighing the proposals today, commissioners, I understand that you are facing a number of broad electricity issues. These include significant load growth across PJM, followed by increasing market prices and capacity constraints. These factors are compounded by the rising costs and long lead time to build new infrastructure while you're trying to maintain affordability for Marylanders. The good news here today is that EV time of use and managed charging programs that I will speak to are useful tools to help ease some of these burdens. With that, I think several folks in this group have been part of these proposals and programs for a while here. I want to recognize that Maryland has been a leader, being among the first to adopt EV-only time of use rates and utilize active managed charging. Kellen earlier mentioned where Maryland stacks up around overall programs, I want to emphasize Maryland's leadership to date on the issues around managed charging. These tools have supported grid beneficial behavior and have aligned EV adoption with your longer term affordability goals. They've been recognized nationally. You can look at the trophies in the Exelon Utilities hallways around the benefits that they provide in terms of a strong customer experience and measurable grid benefits. Today, I want to build on some of this foundation to focus on these recommendations here. One is around expanding the successful managed charging programs like you've already done for BGE to other utilities, which is aligned with the August 23rd order where you indicated that SEM is in the public interest because of the pressing need to expand EV charging with the least impact on the distribution grid. Furthermore, and kind of want to build on some of the discussion from earlier, there's a need to ensure broader access through inclusive program design, particularly to some of these grid benefits. And that's been proposed in BGE's Charge Anywhere offering. Moving to slide 3, on PHI's time of use and smart management proposals, we urge the Commission to approve PHI's proposed expansion of these programs. Time of use rates send a clear price signal to shift charging to off-peak hours, providing significant benefits to the bulk power system, and that includes a focus on capacity. Smart charge management complements time of use by actively staggering charging across drivers based on grid needs. This helps avoid the evening and nighttime non-coincident peaks and reduces stress on local feeders and transformers. From WeaveGrid's perspective, they're most effective when used together. And we hear your concerns about affordability. From our perspective, managed charging is part of that is part of the affordability solution. For example, every kilowatt hour of peak demand that is reduced through managed charging is a kilowatt that the utility does not need to procure at ratepayers' expense. It also reduces the price at which the utilities purchase the capacity that they do not need to buy. Therefore, managed charging is not just a long-term investment. There are direct benefits that are putting downward pressure on customer bills today. Looking at the slides, SEM is optimized for time of use price signals, PJM prices, and address local grid constraints and non-coincident peak loads on feeders. Going to the next slide here. Appreciate your help here, Alexis. While feeder profiles vary, many, particularly residential feeders, peak outside the system peak. And note, and I'm happy to take this on in Q&A, but multifamily often has very different feeder and transformer characteristics. But in the context of residential, I think if you're going to go stereotypes, average generalizations, this is what the typical feeder looks like. And those little colors, those little dots on top of that feeder, those are EVs. On unmanaged charging, you can see that new local problems are being created. And again, residential and unintentionally, time of use rates, when offered in isolation, can increase the impact on feeders too. But the next slide here, just kind of building on this slide, SEM, and appreciate the conversation here around this, it helps address these feeder and transformer constraints directly, reducing the peaks on those assets. In this case, feeders. In other cases, we're focused on circuits and transformers in addition. This is why time of use rates and SEM complement each other. They provide both the bulk power benefits that we need to help bring down prices, as well as a local distribution benefit, provides local distribution benefits to minimize upward pressure on rates. One issue in this record is cost effectiveness and program design for PHI. There's been a lot in the record around an upcoming Argonne study, as Devesh Gupta at BGE mentioned earlier, that was released last week. And it estimates the avoided distribution upgrades for BG&E and PHI. For BGE, it estimates with modeled savings, about $186 million in avoided distribution upgrades from SEM, and about $30 million for PHI. If you want to look at that on a kind of per vehicle basis, it's about $275 per car per year. That's a strong signal for cost effectiveness, and those estimates honestly are likely to be conservative. Key market conditions have shifted since PHI's benefit cost analysis was completed. Capacity prices have risen. following the news a little bit today, mostly paying attention here, but equipment costs have increased, which will be exacerbated by the federal tariffs. I want to remind everyone that BGE's residential managed charging program screened cost effective at 1.58. With updated inputs to reflect these new market conditions and growing enrollment, PHI's program could potentially match or exceed that. Going to the next slide, on BGE's Charge Anywhere proposal, WeGrid supports Charge Anywhere and recommends the Commission approve it as part of Phase 2. This is a behavioral design that encourages off-peak charging with minimal friction for customers while providing generation capacity and drive benefits. It directly supports the Commission's Phase 2 goals around expanding participation, reaching renters and multifamily residents. A commissioner who has not been here today has mentioned this in many of the hearings I've attended, though, and enabling access to benefits of grid beneficial charging at scale. Going to the next slide, I'm getting ready to wrap up here. Programs like this work. Appreciate the earlier discussion. Well, while there are some unique wrinkles to BGE's Charge Anywhere, many of these principles have been applied in many programs across the country. Duke Energy Florida, Georgia Power, and Con Ed all have seen strong off-peak results from similar program designs. Con Ed, looking at their most recent compliance filing as of January, now has around 25,000 participants in their program. Charge Anywhere is a practical tool. It complements programs like time of use and SCM, and it meets drivers where they are, especially those that can't charge at home. Wrapping things up, taken together, TOU, SCM, and Charge Anywhere are practical, proven programs. They support Maryland's grid, climate, transportation goals while addressing affordability concerns. They are data-driven, they can be cost-effective, and they are well-positioned for higher levels of EV adoption. They can also serve as important tools to address some of the most pressing issues the Commission is facing. We urge the Commission to approve these proposals and other proposals in Phase 2. Thank you for your time and happy to answer any questions.
Hey, Mr. McLean. No question, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Sussman.
Yes. Okay. So go back 2 slides.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this is the beginnings of what I wanted to see, is because that's why we're doing this from a commission perspective. I mean, people like EVs for a whole host of reasons, but the commission's concerned about peak and flattening the peak to avoid having to build, as you mentioned, Mr. Bell, more infrastructure. Now, the problem with these slides, these graphs, is that they are system averages, and they don't really target what we're trying to address. So this is the beginnings of where we want to go, but I think we need to get much more granular in what we're trying to accomplish, because then we still are throwing money at it, and we're not being as efficient as we need to be to get to the place where we need to go. The other concern I have is so this Charge Anywhere does it only apply to, it applies to any charger? It could be a public charger or a privately owned charger?
As designed, yes, it encourages the customers who don't have a charger connected to their meter to charge at the right times, regardless of a level 1, level 2 public DCFC, so long as it's in BGE service territory. So it's designed to encourage the charging at the right time. And I think
right. If we tried to do something like time of use rates, could we do that as a way of encouraging the kind of behavior that we'd like to see?
See, that's exactly what this program's intended to help solve, in that these customers' charging is not connected to a meter. And so we're trying to encourage them to behave like they are on a time of use rate. And as a result, access some of the benefits that they would otherwise have received if they were in a single family home with an attached meter and charger to sort of build that charging and that.
Yeah, but then I still come back to that $39 million price tag, and I'm still, this is all. I mean, some of why I'm asking this is because we're going to have to think about this, and where we want to go is what you've identified. We want to flatten the peak. We want to flatten it so that we don't have to keep building out more infrastructure. And then the question for us is, what's the most effective, cost effective, but also effective in terms of sort of system effectiveness? What's the most effective way that we can approach it? And what's a way that we can do this where we're not among the first doing it? Because I'm a little worried about being among the first, because we don't know if this is an approach that will pan out.
Yeah.
And it's a big price to pay. I'm just, again, I'm worried about the price tag, and I'm just wondering if there is a more targeted approach that we can take, and one that costs ratepayers much less than the 39 million that we've been offered.
Yeah, Commissioner Schutzman, I appreciate that perspective, and I think there is a question of scale for this program and over which time frame. And I will add again, there are a lot of aspects of this program, which is a traditional passive managed charging program, which is being implemented in many states across the country. What's more unique about this program is the target market, which is the customers that don't have charging associated with a primary meter at their premise. EV Energy, I appreciate their perspective. Con Edison's program works very similar to this. And that program has over 25,000 customers and is a kind of flagship program at the New York Commission right now. It's really building on that. But to your point, and I appreciate it, we're not, there are more opportunities for customers that do have chargers connected to their home around distribution optimization. A lot of them have feeders that are non-coincident and peaking later. And in those cases, for those single family residential customers, it's better for them to be on a time of use program with SCM than it is on Charge Anywhere. And so it is about reaching the right customers in the right forum at the right times to, exactly as you say, get the charging to occur at the lowest cost times, both from a generation perspective as well as the distribution perspective.
Well, and you're still, but I think you're trying to get charging infrastructure in multifamily homes, which is a challenge. But you're targeting the customer as a way to thread the needle. And I still am wondering if there is a way that you can target a developer of infrastructure that prices it as a sort of an avoided cost. I mean, we are now looking at virtual power plants and how to price them and what does that mean. Mm-hmm. And I think we come back to if it can serve to avoid having to build out transmission or distribution, maybe we need to price it in a way that does that and is much more. I mean, that to me is sort of it raises a question: how do we flatten load, and also how do we incentivize more charging? And maybe we're just looking in the wrong place, and maybe we're looking in the wrong place with a very high price tag.
Yeah, those are helpful perspectives. I think one thing I'll add and build on that is DOE in their most recent liftoff report on VPPs noted SCM as one of the leading examples of a VPP from around the country, and it's because of its ability to address these T&D issues that are where EVs disproportionately impact the T&D system, and they have the flexibility because the average EV is charging for about 2 hours and plugged in for about 10. you can do a lot to shift that to the lowest cost times and the least impactful on the distribution system.
Yeah. Oh, I don't doubt that. And I think that there's a lot of benefit. I'm just wondering where's the best place to
Yeah.
spend what really is ratepayer money and get us to where we want to go.
Yep. Understood. And on that second bit, again, appreciate the proposals the utilities have put forward. There's both infrastructure focused ones, and then there's Charge Anywhere, which is more of a load management and managed charging. To be clear, I see significant benefits to the infrastructure programs. Charge Anywhere is agnostic to the infrastructure, though. You can have that charging in the garage. It can be deeded parking. It can be shared parking. The charging can be on the street. The customer could only rely on public DC fast charging, which some EV customers do. What Charge Anywhere is doing, and I think it does very well, is encourages that charging to occur at the best times for the grid. And you are absolutely right, that does not capture all the distribution benefits, but as my opening comment said, PJM with the additional load growth is affecting both capacity and prices. And this is an opportunity to provide near-term bill savings for customers participating in this program while helping all customers in BGE and PHI service territories.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's coming with a very high price tag. That's my concern.
Appreciate that perspective, Commissioner.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Bell, in terms of the New York program, is it fair to assume that one of the goals of that program was to also flatten the load? And if so, was it successful from New York's opinion?
Yeah, I think a signature of that program, it's been going on for multiple program cycles. It started off as a early REV demonstration project, and it's continued to build over time. I cannot speak on behalf of the New York Commission. Commissioner Suchman was just in one, but in hearings and in conferences, it is often featured as a very successful program in terms of getting charging to off-peak hours and attracting a lot of drivers to the program. What that program, I'll add, though, doesn't do that much of yet is provide much support for the distribution system. It's very focused on generation and transmission. And that program does have some things that are less stringent than BGE's proposal. For instance, non-Con Ed customers can participate that. If you're in PSEG or in Avangrid service territory and drive into Con Ed's program, you can participate because they are trying to avoid charging during peak hours in the kind of Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens systems. BGE is focused on just charging with its own system. I think that's a very reasonable part of the proposal with just BGE customers. I think it could, some of the rate making principles get a little bit more awkward when you're trying to incorporate non-utility customers into a program like this.
All right, thank you, sir. And how long has that program been going on? I know you referenced multiple cycles.
Yeah, I'm happy to provide background. It's either 2016 or 2018.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for being here. Of course, as we've discussed, the managed charging, smart managed charging is very important thing that is very relevant to what we do here in our program. And WeGrid is recognized, of course, as a real leader in this area in the whole managed charging. So I think you're speaking to this program is important. You've already heard, concerns about the cost of the program. That is kind of a major hurdle, and I think that's also what OPC and staff have in their testimony as well. I think most of the questions have been answered. But do you have anything you can tell me about the customer experience here? Because we have for the multifamily programs in particular, been waved off on the idea of imposing any kind of strict time of use rates, just not being consistent with the how the multifamily customer uses and when they need to. So, is there? Yeah. You can tell me, because usually if you don't have your own charger, you got to charge when you may not be able to have that kind of control, or even be able to get into a routine of having the type of control that be required for the charge anywhere. So do you have anything to tell us about the customer?
Yeah. I did not add Matthias Bell or WeaveGrid's guiding principles for program design, but I think this one really sort of aligns with a lot of them nicely in that it needs to be simple and easy for customers. This program was designed to be rewards only. So if you're a customer that it's too inconvenient for that month, you will just get $0 in reward. But if you continue to do the work to charge off peak, and a lot of that can be pretty natural for customers, you'll receive more reward over time. I think it's $5 per each 100 kilowatt hours off peak, up to the maximum incentive per month. And so for the customers that's going to be really difficult for, Commissioner Richards, they'll just be in a situation where they won't receive much incentive. But for the customers that are well positioned and you can induce behavioral change, they will be getting some carrots or some incentive in order to charge at those better times for the grid.
Okay, and is the part of the cost of the program really just to make the reward particularly enticing, or have you tested different, I guess, levels?
Yeah, I think ongoing is very important rather than upfront. Do not like upfront models because one, you get that customer, they're not particularly engaged after a certain point of time, and ongoing provides a meaningful, again, carrot to keep in front of that customer. In our own experience, ongoing rather than upfront also get more participation. That said, I think again, like, do appreciate the kind of additional program designs like SCM here, because over time, like, you do want to start to lock in these behaviors, whether that's through behavioral change or automation, to continue to provide these benefits for both the bulk power system and the distribution system.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for your presentation. But again, I think having more data on how this will reduce costs, and make electricity more affordable is important to know that will really result from a program like this. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let me turn it back to Alexis. Sort of, it looks to me like the only thing we have left are the governmental agencies, but why don't we make sure we picked up everybody that we're supposed to have for that.
Sure. Okay. It looks like everyone from the governmental panel is here, but before we pivot, I wanted to get a read on if there are any organizations who were originally invited to speak and were listed on that panel, but who asked to be removed because of the original in-person venue. If those folks are on and would like to speak briefly, 2 to 5 minutes per organization because of the venue change, we are inviting you all to come off of mute and indicate that.
Thank you,
thanks, Alexis. Oh, sorry, Matthias. Thank you, Alexis. Yes, I was not able to attend in person today, but glad to have an opportunity to speak. My name is Brett Steidel. I'm here with Charger Help, who has been mentioned a couple of different times.
Brett, hold on one second, please. Thank you. I want to get a read if there's anyone else to help us sort of allocate our time. Thank you, Brett. Is there anyone other than Charger Help? Okay, doesn't sound like it. All right, thanks, Brett. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks again, Alexis. And apologies up front because I was not able to attend in person. I do not have a written statement to go off of here, but wanted to provide some context and insight from Charger Help. We were the first company in the country, founded in 2020, to be focused solely on the repair and maintenance of EV charging. So our business is O&M for chargers. We don't sell chargers. We don't provide the networking services. We don't do installations. We purely focus on ensuring reliability for our customers. We have been working with BGE since 2023, Pepco, Delmarva, and Potomac Edison for about a year now, and recently SMECO in Q4 of last year. So we're involved with all 5 of the utilities that are represented today. So thought it was important to jump on and provide some comments, as well as happy to answer questions, because I know reliability is a concern that's been talked about here over the last couple of hours. Just at a high level, the utilities that we work with, while there are certainly reliability issues on case-by-case basis, overall, their network portfolios for owner-operators of chargers compared to the overall industry are actually pretty high. Consumer Reports recently produced a study where if you exclude Tesla, which is a vertically integrated system and is known for high reliability, the utilities that we work with in Maryland actually outperform the vast majority of the networks that were listed on that report. We also think having funding for ongoing maintenance is a critical component for the state to reach the climate goals that they have. If there is no funding to maintain the chargers that are out in the public for EV drivers, then reliability will continue to be an even bigger issue. We believe that that will, it'll cause kind of more heartburn for the consumers that were on the call earlier. There was a recent switch. Sorry for the pun there, for Josh, in the network provider for the Exelon utilities, as well as SMECO, from a previous network provider to switch. We have had much better data transparency during this migration period with Switch. It's allowed us to act more effectively, more proactively, work with our utility partners to just be a more holistic approach with O&M, network, and them to address any issues. I'm gonna stop there, but happy to take any questions, and thanks, Alexis, again for letting me jump in here.
Sure, Mr. Richard. No question. Thank you.
No question.
Commissioner Schlesman.
Yeah, just a quick question. So your role is to maintain the public charging network for the utilities, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, we have the technicians that physically go out to the chargers and make repairs on the chargers.
Okay. So if you go up to a charger and there's actually a broken piece of machinery, or do you have to get approval from the utility to make the change to affect the repair, or can you just do that yourself?
If we have the equipment on site and in possession, in the part, we'll make that repair. In general, we work with our utility partners to establish a kind of what makes sense. Do we have a threshold? If it's a $200 part, do we just have approval to do it? Or if it's a more expensive part? We've also been actively working with them to establish kind of a strategy around parts. One of our value propositions as a company is that we've worked on tens of thousands of chargers across the country. We've collected data on what goes wrong with chargers, and then we're able to make recommendations to our partners around what parts break the most often based on the make and model that they have. And so we've been working with them to establish how do we alleviate some of the lead times that can happen if you're ordering parts one-off and have to kind of wait on a supplier in order to receive that. So we have been integrating that to reduce the downtime that is caused by those parts if we don't have them in our hands when we're at the charger.
Okay, so you understand my question, which is, we've been hearing from folks, the public, that there are chargers that have been down for weeks, and so I guess the question is there something that we can review as the commission to kind of get a sense of what you've identified as sort of automatic repairs where you don't have to get utility approval, and then what you keep on hand, and so in other words, is there a process that we can review to try to cut down on the amount of time that it takes to address a problem?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's probably something we will need to take back because we do work with the utilities differently. They have different equipment. It's not a one size fits all strategy. It's very focused on our experience and data, but happy to work with them and figure out the best way to.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that, but to the extent that we can see things in writing and have sort of a better sense of triage, then it just gives us more comfort that you're sort of doing the best that you can. There are going to be situations where something breaks and it's just going to be broken for a little bit of time. But if we can have a process in place that sort of identifies what happens when there's something that sort of goes awry, and that's something that we can share with the general public. I'm assuming they would like to see that, and I would like to see that.
Yeah, we can certainly take that as a to-do to get something submitted to you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I actually want to try and get done today. So instead of taking a break, I think we're actually going to go right into the next panel. So Alexis, why don't you tee that up for us?
All right. So for our final governmental agency panel, we will have Office of People's Counsel, Maryland Department of Transportation, MEA, and Staff Counsel, please.
Okay, so whoever's here for OPC, go right ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Just confirming that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Great, excellent. So good afternoon, Chair Hoover and Commissioners. My name is Isaac Lindenbaum. I'm here today on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel, along with Assistant People's Counsel Mark Sheepist and OPC subject matter expert Courtney Lane from Synapse Energy. We'd like to begin our comments today by returning to Commissioner Richards' initial question at the beginning of this hearing. And that question was, can ratepayers afford these plans? As we lay out in our written comments in this case, OPC's answer to that question is no. While OPC supports many aspects of the proposed Phase 2 programs, we recommend to reduce costs to protect ratepayers, improve program design, and improve transparency through reporting and evaluation. OPC does support the shift away from utility ownership of charging stations within the Phase 2 proposals, and we continue to believe that utilities should focus programs on load management and front-of-meter make-ready incentives. To address some of our cross-cutting recommendations for the utilities Phase 2 plans, as included in Part 1 of our comments, we recommend that the Phase 2 budgets be significantly reduced. Specifically, we recommend reductions to administrative costs, and we also recommend that utilities focus their make-ready investments to the utility side of the meter. We also recommend improvements for statewide coordination through our uniform make-ready incentive tiers. We also recommend improvements to Phase 1 reporting requirements and evaluations. And finally, we recommend limits to the rate of return on the regulatory assets. Thank you, Alexis, for pulling up the slides. Sorry for getting a little ahead of ourselves. But if you could go to slide 4, I'll now turn it over to our expert consultant, Courtney Lane, to give a little more detail about our comments.
Thank you. So continuing along with the theme of costs, OPC is very concerned of the overall cost in Phase 2, especially when compared against Phase 1. And we also think it's important to note that the Phase 2 proposed budgets that you see here don't reflect the Phase 1 costs that have since been rolled into base rates that customers will continue to pay for over the amortization period, and also does not include costs associated with previously approved Phase 1 programs that have not yet been rolled into base rates. Next slide. One of the key areas we find needs attention for cost reduction is the administrative costs. especially compared to other jurisdictions with large utility programs such as the New York Joint Utilities, Massachusetts, Commonwealth Edison, and Illinois. The Maryland utilities administrative costs are excessively high. Even looking at just the administrative costs associated with the Make Ready and Charging as a Service program, so those programs that are not just admin costs and have significant amount of customer incentives, those programs also have high administrative costs compared to their peer utilities. In addition, level setting it against energy efficiency programs, which have a similar type of utility implementation strategy, energy efficiency administrative costs range around 11%, excluding marketing and evaluation. And then all in for just everything besides customer incentive costs average around 28. So once again, these administrative costs are quite high. Next slide. So one way OPC proposes to reduce the overall costs is to make ready incentives only available for utility side of the meter, except for new and existing multifamily dwellings in underserved communities. So within the comments, you'll see this image, which proposes OPC's preference and what the utility incentive should cover in phase 2. Next slide. Another recommendation we have on utility make-ready incentives is the need for coordination across the utilities to avoid market confusion. BGE, Potomac Edison, and the PHI utilities all propose various types of make-ready incentives, and they all have a wide range of the percent of costs that are incentives are provided for. And they also have a variety of different customer segments that fit into each of those incentive tiers. We find it would be beneficial to have all of the utilities offering make-ready incentives to provide universal incentive tiers across the state. This will make it much easier for third parties coming in to understand what the incentive structure looks like. And our second recommendation is that the incentive tiers should really target those customer segments that need incentives the most, such as publicly accessible sites in environmental justice or underserved communities, as well as multifamily sites and publicly owned fleets. These customers need incentives more than, say, a privately owned fleet outside of an environmental justice area. And publicly accessible fleets and publicly accessible charging sites provide greater benefits across the service territory and should therefore receive a greater number of incentives. Next slide. Another overarching recommendation we have is that the phase 1 reporting requirements should continue. So things like the semi-annual report, mid-course evaluation, final report, and continuing with the standardized reporting template. We do, however, recommend an improvement to the reporting template in relation to the load management programs. As we've heard over the course of today, load management programs are very important and a key role of the utility. In the phase 2 plans, each of the utilities have proposed participation goals for their time of use rates and for smart charge management programs. So we find it's important that utilities begin tracking against those participation goals and include not just customers enrolled within a semi-annual report period, but over the entire program and total cumulative over time. And we're hoping that this could be reported on for each program separately, so separate for time of use and smart charge management, and then reported together, removing duplications of customers in smart charge management that also participate in time of use rates. So we're able to see what percent of total EVs in the state are actually participating in some type of load management program. Next slide. We also recommend that the Commission direct the utilities to continue with the evaluation in hiring an independent third-party evaluator, as they did with phase one. When asked in discovery, the utilities did not yet include a budget for this type of evaluator, and we're awaiting commission direction. In addition to continuing with a similar type of evaluation last time around, we recommend that the utilities share their evaluation plan with the EV work group to get feedback to ensure that it is studying and capturing the right data points. As OPC mentioned in its comments on phase one, there were certain aspects of time of use data sets that we thought would have been valuable that weren't in the evaluation, and therefore it would be great to give parties the opportunity to comment on that in advance. In addition to that, as the programs continue to grow and potential for another phase of EV programs, it's important to have an evaluation looking at the individual programs themselves, especially something like a net to gross study, which will identify which programs have the greatest impacts on customer behavior. California has a very robust evaluation plan where they've started looking at things like process evaluations and these net to gross studies to help inform if customers would have participated in a program or taken an action absent of the utility incentive. And this will help to determine the size of the incentive, whether an incentive is needed at all. And that's important when we're trying to conserve ratepayer dollars. Next slide. And finally, while we understand that the commission ruled at the end of phase one that the utilities are permitted to continue to defer their costs into regulatory assets, we also understand that the commission deferred its decision on cost recovery of these assets until the conclusion of phase two. OPC continues to oppose utilities earning full authorized rate of return on non-capital EV program expenses. This increases the cost to ratepayers, and we believe that utilities are already incentivized to support electrification because of the new capital investments that are needed to meet load and as well as make ready work that they add to rate base. To help reduce costs to ratepayers over time, OPC recommends that utilities only be eligible to earn no more than their cost of debt on their non-capital expenditures that they defer into their regulatory assets.
And briefly before we conclude, we would like to also note that late yesterday, OPC along with staff filed an errata that BGE provided to certain OPC and staff data responses. That errata explains that there is a portion of the phase two budget that was not originally identified as part of the phase two plan. However, OPC has not had an opportunity to examine that budget and those costs. And so OPC would request that prior to approval for BGE's phase two plan, the commission direct BGE to submit a new budget table that identifies the requested funding for all components of its phase two plan and provides stakeholders the opportunity to issue discovery on that updated budget. And with that, that's the conclusion of our comments, and we're available for any questions.
Okay, Mr. Richard.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I really appreciate your analysis. As you probably can already tell, I was greatly impressed with it, and kind of influenced a lot of my thinking and the questions I asked for today. I was also very, listening to some of the other testimony in Sierra Club that we do have to be mindful of our state policies and make sure we don't let anything fall through the cracks, and that we do play the role that I think we're intended in this area. So when we're looking at some of the administrative costs, I was interested in this idea of what you call like some standardization and I guess universal kind of incentives and just kind of trying to approach things more statewide and see if we can address some of these administrative costs and see if we can come up with make Maryland a good place for people to come in and have an idea how to do business here and not try to figure out the different service territories. So do you have any ideas, thoughts on how we can bring some of that project coordination? I've heard that that throughout the day that CVIC may not be set up at this point to play that role, But how do we get to some of the, I guess some of the standardization and maybe try to find ways to address these administrative costs, as you put it, excessive here.
Well, I think a good model can be seen from energy efficiency programs. So I understand the Empower programs, there's a fair amount of coordination across the utilities. I know in Massachusetts, the utilities together file a joint 3-year energy efficiency plan under the Mass Save name logo, and they share on soft costs such as marketing costs. They often share the same vendors. So anytime that you can get efficiency of scale across those soft costs and the administrative costs, that's going to help. I think it's fair to recognize that each service territory is different, and some are more urban and rural. So the exact dollar cap that you get for an incentive, it's reasonable for that to be different. For example, the joint utilities of New York that we reference in comments that have the standardized incentive tiers, the actual cap for the different tiers, like say, $15,000 cap, that differs between the utilities, and that's okay, but the standardized approach is what's important. And yeah, to the extent that there can be joint RFPs for marketing, education and outreach, things like that would definitely help.
Okay, that's good to hear. You did hear, I think we've all agreed that, from the phase 1 pilot, that, the management, smart management is important. And as you put it, the front of the meter ready programs. If we were to kind of get away from continuing forever in pilots, but just trying to implement good practices in our state, what do we do to I guess do better in these areas? Because it seems it's recognized that this is where we should be focused, but we've heard that we're not doing very well at this point. And one of the reports was that we have projects that are not getting put onto the system in a timely manner. So what do we need to improve upon as we look toward, I guess we're calling it phase 2?
Yeah, I can answer that. So to answer your question, Commissioner Richard, I think Commissioner Suchman alluded to a good way to address your concerns, and that is by making decisions based on data and documents that demonstrate the information the Commission needs to make these types of decisions. So whether it's a EV time of use rate or a smart charge management program, having demonstrated feeder level information that helps the Commission and utilities make those types of decisions is an absolute necessity.
Okay. And finally, I thought Sierra Club made a couple of important points, and beyond just areas that are clearly in the utilities domain, that they do need to be actively involved in other areas, such as with the Department of Transportation, and making sure we have a robust network along our highways and in some of the other areas. How do we go about that? Do you think appropriately? But again, making sure that we're not stepping out of our lane here at the Commission into areas that really belong under the management of other state agencies.
Isaac alluded to this earlier, but yeah, I think coordinating with those entities to understand where EV load might occur, proactive outreach to fleets to really map what areas of the system can handle more load, what feeders are already constrained, working to support utility side make-ready work in addition to needed infrastructure investments to support the new load.
Okay. And then finally, I asked this question earlier, but what things should the utilities just be doing, and what are areas we need to have like specific programs, because it seems that again, as the monopoly distribution system operators, they have a requirement, an obligation to serve customer needs. So where do we need to, I guess, specifically have EV programs?
Well, OPC's position has been in areas that only the utility can provide that service. So things like load management, the smart charge management, time of use rates, helping to support utility side make ready, and working with the state agencies to map out where potential load growth will be an issue. To some of the programs like charging as a service, there's third-party vendors that are already providing that service, and it's not clear to us whether the utility needs to incentivize that again. It's already a benefit to the customer to be able to not have to pay that cost up front and pay that third-party provider over time. So if the utilities are offering a make-ready program that is also that the customers entering into a contract with a third-party provider can take advantage of. Another space that the utility, a role they could play is just helping to market these third-party providers that are out there, putting it on their website, sort of co-marketing that with the make-ready incentives available. Like there's a way to sort of help encourage customers to understand what their options are without actually providing an incentive.
Yeah, and I would just add on to Courtney's comment that the two areas the utility should be working in already are their two core competency areas, which is load management and utility infrastructure and equipment. And so anything that extends beyond those two core areas of competency is where a specific EV program proposal would be useful to understand those programs and how they interact with those core areas of competency.
Well, thank you for your comments and for the comments that you filed for this proceeding. So appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I also just have to let you know I need to step out for about 15 minutes for a call that I had already scheduled, but I will be back.
Good afternoon. Quick question on the administrative costs with Maryland utilities compared to the other jurisdictions. I'm just wondering, is that a true apples to apples comparison, or have you received a sufficient explanation from the utilities as to why theirs are so much more than the other jurisdictions you referenced?
So to the first part of your question, yes, I can confirm definitely for the make-ready charging as a service administrative costs compared to the other utilities, that is apples to apples. So for example, Massachusetts and New York, their administration costs include staffing, IT, back office systems, program evaluation, marketing, and vendor-based administrative costs. So it's apples to apples. And second part of the question, we did ask Discovery about it, but we didn't really get an answer back that really helped us understand why the costs were as proposed.
Thank you. Mr. Sussman.
All right, well, that was going to be my question is why are they so high? So you don't know.
I do not.
Okay, that's a little troubling. I mean, it's not troubling that you don't know. It's just troubling that we don't know. So this new budget that BGE submitted, is it higher than the budget that was in their original filing?
Yeah, the total budget they indicate is the same. Our concern is that the Discovery response that OPC originally received had all of the programs, including the TEI, the more innovative pilot programs, and the revised errata. If you sum up all those programs, it only equals, subject to check, like 123 million, and the total program is 153 million. So we're missing data in that more granular workbook that we originally had for the discovery request. It's difficult for us to understand what really changed and how does it compare. And there were specifically thinking about administrative cost. We're losing some of that visibility the way that the errata was filed.
Okay, yeah, no, and actually this morning when I was questioning BGE, they did note that the numbers had changed and the amount had gone down, but they didn't indicate how much. So maybe that's where some of that is. So in terms of the make ready, you would propose that, or you're proposing that it really just be targeted to multifamily and underserved areas.
So there's a little distinction there, Commissioner Suchman. For multifamily properties in underserved communities, we support make-ready incentives for utility side of the meter costs and customer side of the meter costs.
Right. So front of the meter, right? No, I actually, but that actually wasn't my question. So, and then you indicated earlier that you thought that it was important to look to the impact on feeders to the extent they're constrained or could become constrained because of the addition of a charger in that particular area. So I guess so. I have sort of this kind of a two-part question. The first is, would you want to have the make ready be approved only when a decision is made that is an appropriate place to put a charger? So you wouldn't want the make ready to happen before a determination is made that a charger should be in a particular place.
So I can't answer that. I'm not sure if that was originally included as part of the utilities proposals, was first making that determination. Really what our recommendations are geared toward is focusing make ready incentives on the utility side of the meter, and then providing customer side of the meter incentives in multifamily properties in underserved communities.
Right, but you wouldn't want utilities to spend the money on make ready if it doesn't make sense to put a charger in that particular place.
Yeah, I agree. And I think I can't recall the process, but I think it would be good to have the utilities just clarify whether as part of the customer application, if there's some sort of interconnection request or something that's vetted before that incentive's made. One thing we did recommend in our comments is that any resulting charger from that make-ready incentive should be operational for at least 5 years. So with that linkage, you would hope that the charging station is able to be energized. And this does sort of feed into another set of comments that we raised, that we think it's important for the utilities to start tracking things like energization timelines, because that will help sort of bring more visibility to whether are these projects being delayed because the feeders don't have the capacity, and what's being done.
This is my concern, and this is actually why I'm thinking again about this panel that I was on this morning, where New York is looking at sort of the future of EVs and how that's going to impact the system, so that they've done a study. What I'm concerned about, in just talking to you now and hearing your testimony, I don't want a situation where we end up with a queue, that would be like a PJM queue. That would be the worst of all worlds. But certainly a delay. I mean, we don't want there to be a situation where we can't get make ready for multifamily homes or underserved communities because the utility is still trying to determine whether it makes sense to put a charger there. So I'm just kind of flagging this as maybe something that we need to sort of look at is ways in which we can sort of streamline in advance. And I think the best way that we could do that is to just have these studies that are done where we sort of say, you know, this is where you can do it and this is where you can't.
Yes, agree. And I think the Sierra Club comments on this issue were really well done. And yeah, I would say that that's a good roadmap that was laid out.
Okay, thank you.
So as been discussed pretty much all day long, obviously this concern that we have with the impact of high utility rates, and we've certainly gotten a lot of fan mail about it and got attention from the legislature about it. On the flip side of that, the state's very interested in development of electric vehicles and deployment of electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and our support at the federal level might be questionable, as alluded to by the folks from DEI and some others. So given the rock and the hard place that we're in between, what sort of EV utility related projects should we consider a priority to fund, and what sort of things could be either delayed or not done in order to, you know, be conscious of the rate impact of this kind of spending, but on the other hand, try to facilitate the state's goal of trying to have a wide-ranging EV network.
Yeah, absolutely, Commissioner. So we would recommend that the projects that again are in the utilities core competency areas are the ones that are prioritized, and that would be load management programs and rates, and also utility side make ready investments. So in our view, those are the types of programs that should be prioritized over other different proposals and programs.
Okay. And then on this multifamily dwelling unit issue that we've kind of chewed on for a number of years, I asked one of the other entities if they are aware of any state program that actually mandated the property owners to take action to make their properties EV adaptable. And I guess I'd like to ask Ms. Lane if she's aware of anything along that line.
I believe some jurisdictions have passed building codes that require that. I can't name the states off the top of my head, though.
Well, that's fine. But I guess one distinction I want to know is, are the building codes, is it for future construction and remodeling, or is it applied to existing structures that would require retrofitting, if you know?
I'm not sure I've seen any. I might have seen one that was a major, like if you were having a major retrofit of the building, it would apply, but otherwise not.
Okay. Thank you very much. So with that, we're now going to turn to the Maryland Department of Transportation.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can. Go right ahead.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thanks for having me. I'm Darren Lovas. I'm the Chief of Environment and Sustainable Transportation at the Maryland Department of Transportation. And I appreciate the discussion today. It's been interesting, and I understand the cross currents you're facing in terms of where you go from here in terms of the programs that utilities are proposing. So meeting Maryland's climate goals and statutory requirements will in fact require increased and deeper coordination and collaboration between agencies and departments, the PSC, as well as Maryland's utilities, to ensure that investments in grid and charging infrastructure are leveraged for substantial results. Electric utility programs and investments are critical to meeting infrastructure needs for rapid deployment of charging stations for light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. Right now, we have more than 132,000 EVs currently registered and on the road in Maryland. Just last month, there was an increase of 2.1% compared to the previous month. So we haven't seen a slowdown yet in terms of sales, which is great because it's been on an upward trajectory for a long time. The percent share of electric vehicle miles of travel is consistently increasing with each vehicle model year. And delivering EV range confidence to Marylanders by increasing charging options for all consumers is critical. In fact, Maryland policy, as others have noted, commits us to transportation decarbonization, with vehicle electrification as the single biggest step we can take to achieve that. Policy drivers include most notably the Climate Solutions Now Act, the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks programs, and Governor Moore's climate executive order signed about a year ago. That executive order specifies that MDOT shall revise and upgrade the zero-emission vehicle infrastructure plan to include implementation of NEVI, pursuant to the bipartisan infrastructure law, as well as a new multi-agency strategy to build out Maryland's vehicle charging infrastructure. Delivering this new plan is a focal point for MDOT's vehicle electrification work in collaboration and coordination with the PSC and electric utilities. In short, greater and deeper alignment and engagement with Maryland's utilities is essential for achieving state policy goals and commitments. Each utility in this filing proposes programs that will accelerate EV adoption through community and fleet make-ready programs. Incentives, charging as a service, increasing investments that will support DC fast charging as well as L2 charging, and targeting investments to support grid and transmission improvements. The breadth and the scale of the programs clarify that after 7 years as a pilot program, it's time to graduate to a full-fledged one. One possibility is to structure proceedings, reporting, and program management similar to Empower Maryland, which I think somewhat OPC was just proposing actually looks similar to Empower. So you'd end up with specific policy goals or overall performance standards for what you want to achieve with the program, focusing on the big picture, as I hope the PSC will do, predictable program cycles, regular annual and or semi-annual reporting, quantifiable performance metrics, and then regular evaluation, monitoring, and verification of programs' performances. Creating a permanent program would increase transparency of utility planning and investments in vehicle electrification for the growing number of stakeholders. You've heard from some of them today. I'm sorry not all of them could make it, and I'm also sorry I wasn't able to make it to the hearing room there. It looks pretty lonely with you all sitting on the dais there. It'll allow the PSC to more nimbly change direction in response to market and policy trends, which is important, especially right now at a time of uncertainty. Complement MDOT EV charging investments as well, pursuant to programs, including not just NEVI, but the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Program, the Climate Pollution Reduction Program, as well as other initiatives, such as the Carbon Reduction Program. Regarding medium and heavy duty electrification, we appreciate BGE's proposal for a commercial fleet program offering that helps address energization, and PE's proposal for a new program offering site-specific fleet assessments for business, and think there's room for more offerings, and that there's room for more investment in grid infrastructure on this front especially. As proposed, electric utilities haven't fully presented programs or approaches that address how they're preparing for future medium and heavy duty vehicle load, despite the PSC clearly requiring them to address this matter. I remember in the order you direct them specifically to provide with their phase 2 applications an update on how they're preparing for future medium and heavy duty vehicle load. MDOT recommends that the Commission provide comprehensive and detailed direction for utilities regarding medium and heavy duty vehicle energization. And we also welcome collaboration with other state agencies, including the PSC, as we move forward in the future towards vehicle electrification and to implement our respective plans and programs. And I did hear a lot of talk about ZVIC, and I'm grateful that happened. And I see that Commissioner Richard isn't there. So I might skip the only other piece of my oral remarks, which was a description of ZVIC, which, while effective and unique to Maryland, is a pretty lean and tightly bounded initiative staffed by MDOT, right? It's been around since 2011. and its membership has increased over time. We have quarterly meetings and working groups that address discrete issues. And we're happy to play a role here, an advisory role. And by we, I'm speaking as the chair of ZVIC, because I also have that position. That's pretty much the best role for ZVIC to play moving forward in collaboration with the utilities and with the Public Service Commission and other state agencies and local partners. So that's what I have, and I'm happy to take questions.
No questions, sir.
Senator Sutton?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Well, so I guess my first question is, what is your assessment as to the federal support of electric vehicles?
Yeah, that's a really good question right now, especially. So looking at NEVI specifically, we were stunned to see it mentioned in one of the initial executive orders signed by the president. Subsequent to that, the Secretary of Transportation paused the program, informed all of us that they're going to be issuing new guidance for the program and also requiring us to develop new state plans pursuant to that guidance. The Secretary testified in front of the Environment and Public Works Committee last week as part of their first hearing on the reauthorization of the transportation law, and he was questioned about the status of NEVI and when they're going to unpause it. He insisted that the challenge is they did not agree with the previous guidance, which slowed down states in terms of implementing the program, and he wanted to put together guidance that would be more helpful, and he assured us it's coming in draft form this spring. Our only reaction to this to date has been to extend the solicitation that's out in the field now that was slated to end March 26th out to June 30th in hope of having greater certainty by then. We're finishing up in the meantime with agreements on our first 22 charging stations across our alternative fuel corridor network. And those are fully obligated, and we're going to actually be able to build all of those out. So taking a big stride towards building out our corridors. So that's a long-winded answer, Mr. Chairman, but our hope is to have the program unpaused as expeditiously as possible, taking the Secretary at his word and testimony last week, so that we can keep moving along with other states that are also impatient to do the same.
Okay. So this discussion has been going on all day about CVIC, mainly from Mr. Richard. I think the desire that's being expressed is a closer coordination between what the utilities do and what the state does. And so I think what we're looking for is, instead of the utilities, sort of guessing and then putting maybe their best efforts, it's not just throwing stuff at the wall. This is, their idea about how they can be helpful. I guess it's our thought that there ought to be maybe closer coordination between the state agencies that are charged with trying to develop this EV infrastructure and utilities, so that the role that they play actually is cooperative, and so we don't have people going in a number of different directions, all with good intentions, but maybe not. So the idea is to have it more organized. So I understand your concern about ZVIC not being maybe the proper entity to sort of fill that role because of its nature and its construction. But is there a way to closer coordinate, either through your agency or you and some combination of you, MEA, and MDE, the folks at the state level that have a big interest in electric vehicles, to try to work closer with the utilities in designing programs that go forward that sort of meet the goals that we're after, and maybe do this in the most efficient way possible?
Yeah, so the way you just framed it and described it, Mr. Chairman, is definitely possible, and I think a smart way to go. We are in fact working on the zero emission vehicle infrastructure plan, as I mentioned, as required by executive order. We plan to roll it out this fall, and we've been working with other agencies on that already, and that is our overarching vision and strategy for how to proceed. We've added scenario building exercise in it to deal with some of the uncertainty we're facing right now. But that is being staffed in part or supported in part by a working group that ZVIC has set up with multiple agencies. What I was concerned about was some of what Commissioner Richard seemed to imply, at least, namely that ZVIC itself could administer or implement programs, and it just does not have the capacity to do that. But serving as a coordinating body, yes, we should take advantage of the fact that it exists, because there, as far as I know, no other state has a body like ZVIC, so we should make full use of it.
Okay, so I guess what would be helpful going forward, though, is, because obviously it's easy enough for us to tell the utilities, oh, you should go work with MDOT and MDE and MEA, but they probably like, some direction from us as to what that means. And from our standpoint, it would probably be helpful to hear from you what sorts of things, how we could establish that working relationship, or at least set up some guidelines that, that people can go forward with, and sort of make this a working arrangement in the phase 2 part of this program.
I would really happy to work with you on that. So,
okay.
And the commission. So yes, yeah, that sounds exactly right.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
MEA, whoever is up for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. My name is Dr. Babatunde Idrisu, representing the Maryland Energy Administration. I'm here with our AG, David Shapiro, and I'll be reading off MEA's comments. As Maryland moves towards broader transportation electrification, MEA, we believe that it's crucial to ensure that the grid can handle the increased load from widespread electrification. This may call for robust infrastructure improvements, especially to support the transition of medium and heavy-duty vehicles as required by the Advanced Clean Trucks Regulation. Targeted incentives and technical support for fleet electrification alongside improved infrastructure in underserved and multifamily areas will be necessary to meet the state's ambitious emission reduction goals effectively. Ensuring compliance with Maryland's EV reliability standards will be critical to maintaining a dependable charging network. As more residents and businesses transition to EVs, enforcing this reliability standards would help guarantee consistent access to functioning chargers, reduce downtime, and build confidence in the state's EV infrastructure. MEA advocates for a balanced approach that promotes industry participation while ensuring the responsible use of ratepayer funds. We support accountability measures, including financial penalties imposed by the PSC. We think those will be crucial to maintaining transparency and effective fund management. We are open for a grace period of up to 3 months to allow the utilities time to address issues with poorly performing public chargers before any penalties are applied. We're supportive of any strict measures by the PSC to ensure that reliability standards are maintained as the maintenance of these chargers are funded by ratepayers. Through the proposals, across the utility proposals, we found that the program administration cost accounted for about 40% of the total budget. We thought that was a lot. This significant portion raises concerns about the efficient use of ratepayer funds. We think that to enhance accountability and ensure that more resources are directed towards impactful programs, we recommend that the Commission perhaps establish a cap on this administrative funds. MEA recognizes the progress made through the proposed programs and supports the continued efforts to expand EV infrastructure, enhance grid optimization, and remove financial barriers. The continued collaboration and refinement of these proposals will be critical to ensuring a just, reliable, and sustainable transition to a cleaner transportation future. Now I would talk about some of the utility proposals and some of the things we observed. I'll first start with BGE's proposal. We think BGE's proposal has many strengths, including targeting underserved communities and encouraging off-peak charging. However, we have a few concerns. In the multifamily utility-owned charger program, BGE is proposing to building out more multifamily chargers and committing 20% or at least 20% to underserved communities. We do not think that proportion is meaningful enough to address equity gaps. In our previous comments, we had stated that we do not support utility ownership of residential chargers, except in the limited space of multifamily charging, especially in underserved areas. We think that given that multifamily units in underserved areas may not be as attractive to private investments, it is important that if we're going to build out chargers, that a higher proportion are allocated to underserved areas. We also believe that the number of chargers proposed by BGE should be reduced to a more manageable level, and that reliability of existing chargers should be a criterion to decide whether more chargers should be included. ME also contends that the Charge Anywhere program proposed by BGE should not receive commission approval. We've seen some of the concerns raised by other parties earlier of this program. It's a very high budget, and we do not necessarily think it will be effective. The maximum reward of $20 per month may not even be strong enough to drive widespread behavioral change, especially if alternative options are considered more convenient. We think that ratepayer funds should not be allocated to programs that are likely to be ineffective. As regard PE proposal, we're pleased with PE proposal alongside proposals that had ended the residential rebate from phase one. We believe that it has outlived its relevance. We're pleased to also see the discontinuation of demand charges for multifamily residents. We appreciate PE has continued its offering of owned and operated chargers in multifamily locations in low income areas, which aligns with some of our comments in the phase one programming. But like we've said before, accountability measures is critical to ensure that these chargers are available and to build trust in the public EV infrastructure in the state. Thank you very much, commissioners, and I'll be available for questions now.
Questions, thank you. Commissioner Sussman.
No questions.
Sure, it was a great presentation. Sorry. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, staff.
Good evening, I guess, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Drew McAuliffe on behalf of staff. Thanks for allowing us to do this in person. With me is Harrison Chair as well, Staff Council Division. So we're just gonna go through our recommendations quickly and just kind of our general questions that we were asking throughout our comments, and try to quickly respond to some of the comments what you've heard today as well. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as we heard from other parties, and OPC specifically, staff is also concerned with the escalating costs of the EV programs. So I noticed OPC had a slide that had the phase one budgets. I'll even note that they were lower than what OPC showed originally. So OPC, I believe, got those from the most recent semi-annual reports. But when they were first filed back in 2018, for example, BGE was 23 million, but it finished at 33 million. So as you can see, the costs have escalated over time, and that is one of the concerns of staff. So the three main questions we were trying to answer throughout reviewing the proposals were, is this within the core competency of the utilities, which we've heard from other parties such as OPC? Would this program incentivize EV adoption, incremental EV adoption? And could the private market fill this role rather than the utility? So staff's recommendation tried to balance, encouraging EV adoption in state policies, limiting impact on ratepayers, and trying to limit any kind of over influence the utilities would have on the EV market. Next slide, please. So just quickly, just some summary statistics. I noticed nobody really covered them today. Just on the current state of EVs in Maryland. So, way back when the phase one was first getting going in June 30th, 2018, we only had about 13,000 registered EVs, and we've gone up 10x to 130,000 EVs as of March 31st. And I would say there is still an open question as to, what impact did the utilities have on that adoption rate? And I think many would argue utilities probably did not have a huge influence on that number increasing. Also with charging stations and charging ports. So back in 2018, this was February, we had about 1,000 L2, almost 200 DCFC chargers. As of the end of last month, we have 3,400 level 2 chargers and 1,000, well, I should say ports, 3,400 L2 ports and 1,000 DC fast charging ports throughout the state. So we've made great progress in EV adoption and charger deployment. Next slide, please. So these are just the overall budgets, just so you can kind of see the combined cost of what we have in front of us today. Over $250 million with all the 5 utilities combined. And I will note, as OPC brought up, we did get an errata from BGE, I believe, on Monday that we're still a bit confused on and trying to figure out. But, this is what was filed. But again, as you can see, it's $252 million. And with amortization, I know specifically BGE was going to amortize some of these costs over many years. This would easily be over $300 million statewide once you include all the rates of return, carrying costs, all those good things. So we just want to keep that in mind, as Commissioner Richard has noted, there are many rate concerns right now. Next slide, please. So I'll just quickly go through all the utilities and staff's recommendations and just kind of hit the high points. So we've heard the Charge Anywhere program multiple times today. Staff has recommended to reject that program. As we've heard from many parties, the admin costs for this program were extremely high, and it wasn't clear exactly what they were for. I think Commissioner Suchman brought up, what the admin costs were for. Staff did try to dig deeper into that and was unsuccessful with all the BGE programs, what the admin costs were covering and why they were so high. And this program just doesn't seem very practical to staff. It's only for MUD customers, which we appreciate the effort to, come up with some rates for MUD customers, but they'd have to travel somewhere, typically at night, late at night, because they'd have to be off peak hours. So, in the summertime, peak usually goes, blanking on the exact hours, but I think BG's is till 7 or 8 p.m. So after 8 p.m., they'd have to go find a charger. Then in the winter, the peaks are in the morning hours and the evening hours when folks are commuting to and from work. So they'd have to go either during the day or again late at night. It's just not terribly practical. It's also a reward-only time of use program, which staff has argued against in the past. We don't feel like those incentivize customers enough to charge off peak. So, they're not penalized for charging on peak. So with all those concerns, staff has recommended rejecting that program. Next slide, please. So with the various what BG is calling their community charging proposals, staff has rejected BG's proposal to own and operate more multifamily chargers. They are still installing their chargers from phase one that the commission approved. So we think this is a little premature. There's increasing costs, the maintenance costs that some folks have touched on today. Again, there's also the issue that the utilities don't have the in-house expertise to manage these chargers for the O&M. So again, with all those concerns, we don't think it's appropriate at this time. And again, there's also the reliability concerns of utility-owned chargers as well. So at this time, we would recommend that program be rejected. The community make ready, as we've heard, many of the stakeholders are supportive of make ready programs. Staff just was most concerned with the size of a lot of these programs. So for this one, staff was recommending it be cut to 100 incentives from, I believe, 300, just to limit the costs. And obviously we can always come back to these later. And one good thing about the make ready is, those funds won't necessarily be spent if there's not interest. They won't do the make ready. Obviously they're only going to go ahead with the make ready work if a customer is interested and is going to install chargers. And I'll just say here, staff is also in agreement with OPC that there should be a minimum operation period for the chargers if you receive an incentive. So staff throughout its comments offered 3 years, OPC said 5. Staff would be fine with 5 years as well. But we do think there should be that minimum threshold of some sort. For the charging as a service, we have heard some concerns. I think there's some of the comments on this. Staff has recommended to accept it just because it is a different ownership model that we haven't seen in the state yet. And as we've heard, and as we've seen, it's difficult to get MUD customers interested in installing chargers this way. From what we've heard, they don't have to do a lot of upfront work. That there's the company who operates it, installs it for them. They just pay kind of a monthly subscription fee. So it could be of interest. And again, these funds don't get spent unless it occurs. So we also feel a little bit better about that, but it does give a kind of a third ownership model for MUDs, whereas we have had utilities own them, we've had utilities offer rebates for MUDs to install chargers, and now we have this third option where they have a third party install and operate the chargers for them. So we are recommending that be accepted at this time. We did want more support for the admin costs for this program, particularly for BGE. Staff did note that in its comments. So we'd like to see more of what the admin cost would be for, because for this program, BGE is simply just providing a rebate to the MUD customer who, had a contract with a CAS provider. So we're not really sure why there would be such high admin costs. And then finally, charger maintenance. So staff had the same recommendation for all the utilities on charger maintenance, that if they don't meet the uptime as required in HB 834 from a few years ago, that money needs to be credited back to customers or never, or removed from the regulatory asset, not built into rates. Because, as I've stated, we're concerned about these increasing costs, and obviously we had an original budget for these chargers, and then we just keep getting maintenance contracts and more charges on these chargers, which are, the usage levels may not be where we want them, and there's other concerns there. So if they don't meet the legislatively required uptimes, we think this money should be credited back to customers. Next slide, please. So fleet make ready, again, previous to the other BG make ready staff, just thought it should be pared back, this program. I believe this one, we cut it 50% of what was proposed. Again, we've heard make ready seems to be of interest to most folks. Again, we just think it could be expanded later if need be based on interest. And then the EV advisory, staff had a few thoughts on this. At least for BGEs, they kind of had this phase 1 and phase 2. We thought the phase 1 should be rejected because it focused on data that really wasn't utility specific. It was carbon reductions, and they were going to provide recommendations on EV purchases and EVSE purchases, and we just don't think that's really the utility's role. Whereas the phase 2 would get into make ready costs and electricity costs and things like that were more in the utilities expertise. And we've also made the same comment throughout the other utilities that had any sort of EV advisory, that staff is a little concerned, and we got this information through DR as well, that there's not a lot of discussion with customers prior to them installing anything or requesting to install any EVSE. The utilities all seem to indicate that they would only have discussions with the customer if they filed a plan to build some sort of EVSC. And staff just thinks that's just concerning that they're not communicating with the customers or can't at least have preliminary discussions to let them know, hey, you know, at least give them ballpark estimates, something like that to get the process going. So, and we're also concerned that we shouldn't have to use ratepayer funds to pay for these kind of programs continuously. This should just be occurring, that they're having discussions with their customers about what they need to do and what may happen if they install EV charging. So we recommend accepting that with some modifications. Next slide, please. This is the last one for BGE. So these were the TEI. They were kind of, I would call them experimental projects. So staff recommended rejecting all of these. Staff just doesn't believe we should be using ratepayer funds for kind of demonstration projects or kind of testing out new technologies. The utilities are free to do this on their own, with 1 or 2 customers or however they'd like to do it. They could test these technologies themselves. And also a lot of these went beyond utility core competency. For example, the EMS with residential customers was behind the meter, was at the customer's electricity panel, which is not utility property. Or so again, we just felt like a lot of these were kind of experimental projects that we don't believe ratepayers should be funding at this time. Next slide, please. So for PHI, so I'll just so all these, I'll kind of cut to the chase with these. These are all make ready. Again, we just thought there was too much too soon. So staff recommend paring these back. I believe with all these, we recommended half of the proposed incentives that the companies proposed to limit the budget. And also staff had another recommendation that we're concerned about providing these incentives to customers that have mandates to switch to EVs already, because you're not getting incremental EV adoption. And I know other parties are concerned that, just say you have to convert your fleet. I know MDOT, MTA, and others have the requirements to switch, and that they may not do it because they don't have the funds to upgrade. However, we just feel like, ratepayer funds, should not be used for something that's already occurring. We just want to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck, considering rate impact concerns. And if these fleets were already going to convert to EVs, we just don't feel it's worth ratepayer funds at this time. I think we go to the next slide, please. And again, staff had the 3-year minimum for all these programs that they must operate for 3 years. So the site assessment, again, we had the same concerns with BGE, use of third parties. Are they providing data that's only utility related? PHI's was a little more limited than BGE, so we simply thought we should reduce it to about half the incentives at this time. PHI also had the smart charge management. So staff has always generally been a supporter of the smart charge management program. We just don't think that the expansion that PHI has proposed at this time should be accepted. The commission may remember you authorized them to increase the number of customers just a few months back, I believe, late in 2024. So, and they haven't filled that quota yet. And we just got that Argonne Labs study last week that the commission has required staff and others to comment on, I believe, within 90 days. So we thought we should wait till that study has come in. We have a hearing and discuss that. And again, they haven't even filled their quota for their expansion of the last time. So we just think it's premature at this point to expand that program. For the PHI time of use, we've recommended rejection. Staff is very supportive of time of use rates. However, we're just concerned with PHIs. It's an off-bill credit that's sent in the form of gift cards, so it's not even a reduction to your bill. It's also a reward only. We saw some of these. PE actually had one. I want to say five years ago or so, but they didn't have AMI meters. They were trying to develop a time of use rate, and then they did end up developing a time of use rate from that. So we're just concerned this is kind of going backwards, and it doesn't even reduce a customer's utility bill. So we recommend rejection of that at this time as well. And with PHI, their public charger O&M, the same recommendation with BGE. If they don't meet the uptime, it should be credited back to customers. Next slide, please. try to go a little quicker. So with PE, they just wanted to expand their time of use rate. Is the first proposal. We thought staff recommended that be accepted. It's just a simple expansion of their current time of use program. And this is an on-bill program. It's not reward only. So we think it's an appropriate time of use rate. Their PE is also proposed to manage charging, which is essentially the smart charge management. Staff has recommended to accept this one because PE currently does not have one, and this is just the initial step to kind of get one going. Now, if the commission wants to wait for the Argonne study and that process, staff would be acceptable for that as well. But we just thought since this is their initial program, we should kind of get it up and running. PE also had this connector upgrade. I believe Commissioner Richard was discussing this earlier. Staff thinks this should be accepted just because the CHAdeMO charger is just not used anymore. There's a few of the particularly Japanese vehicles that used it years ago, but that's really been phased out. And they're going to have the CCS and the NACS chargers now instead, which are the two dominant charging connectors. So staff recommended that be accepted just to make sure these chargers are being used more. And it was a reasonable cost to do this as well, in staff's opinion. Number 4 was the maintenance. Again, same recommendation that the commission accepted, but only if uptime requirements are met. The multifamily incentive, number 5, staff also recommend that be accepted. Now, this isn't a make ready. This is simply rebates for installing chargers like we saw in phase 1s. Staff doesn't necessarily have any concerns if the utilities have kind of different proposals just to see what works. But we did see in phase 1 that this wasn't hugely successful, but what P has proposed is very minimal. So we don't see it as a big concern. And again, it'll help reach multifamily customers. Then number 6 is PE's proposal for a charging as a service. I don't want to repeat my comments for BG, but so staff recommended accepting that as well. Next slide, please. So PE also had site assessments. Again, with other utilities, staff just wants to make sure we're only providing data that kind of utility specific, such as upgrade costs, electricity costs, things like that. So staff again has recommended that be accepted, but with some modifications for utility specific data. The make ready incentive. So staff recommend that this one be accepted because it's a much smaller program than the other utilities. But again, we didn't think that any of these incentives should be used for customers that have a mandate to already adopt EVs. Number 9 was grant assistance. As we heard PE earlier, they've noted that there was a lot of comments against this. That staff recommend that be rejected. It's kind of outside. It is outside utility core competency, and county governments can write grants themselves. Number 10, PE just kind of had this program admin budget as well that they may need extra employees to kind of administer some of these programs. Staff has no concerns with that as of now. We just there are only recommendations that PE file an update based on the commission's order because their needs may change if you pare back some of the programs they've proposed. The next slide, please. SMECO. Excuse me. So SMECO, they had the EV time of use. It was just expanding of a current program. We see no concerns with that. Again, it's an on-bill TOU. It's not a reward only, so staff is recommended accepting that. PE also has a managed charging, again, like the SCM, the Smart Charge Management. So they still are enrolling their initial batch of customers similar to PHI. So we don't believe it should be expanded at this time. Public charging maintenance, again, same with the other utilities, except but require that they meet their legislatively mandated uptime. SMECO also discussed their MUD extension. That's just a current program, so they just want to extend it because they haven't filled their allotted quota yet. So staff has no concerns with that. And then finally, SMECO is proposing a fleet workplace website just to kind of get the ball rolling for fleet and workplace EVs in their service territory, which there are I don't know, they seem to think there's no EVs in this spaces right now. So again, it's just to kind of get the ball rolling. So staff has no concerns with that program. And then next slide, please. So it's the last slide. So we have heard some discussion of kind of making an Empower-like program. Staff would be concerned with that. We're hoping that the utilities role diminishes over time, and that, we've heard the core competency that, a few years from now, we would hope that utilities are just offering some sort of rate offerings, whether that's, smart charge management, time of use rates, things of that nature, and not even offering make ready works, but simply just having discussions with customers, letting them know where their capacity strain, those kind of things. So really, in the future, we'd only like to see the utilities doing rate, making rate offerings that help EV owners, but then just kind of generally with electrification and everything else, having discussion with customers to note where they have concerns with capacity and things like that. We don't recommend any preemptive build out. Commissioner Suchman was getting at that earlier, I believe with OPC. Yeah, that just that would make staff very nervous. We don't really want to give the utilities kind of a blank check to build out rate base where it may not be needed. I know obviously we think we may need a certain amount of load, to meet certain load needs in the future, but we just don't know what's going to show up. If there'll be technology advancements, things like that. So we would not be supportive of any kind of preemptive utility spending. And then just generally, staff doesn't believe the utility should be the primary vehicle for EVSC investment. Thank you. Available for questions.
Okay. Mr. Questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCall. If I can't see you, I can only see the commissioners. So, I'll just have to assume you're there.
I can sit in the witness box.
Okay. So, in terms of make ready, and in your statement that no preemptive investment in make ready on the utility side, so front of meter, how should we sort of deal with the issue of allowing for make ready? I mean, I'm assuming you've heard my questioning earlier about, should we require some kind of study or some kind of determination of impact on the grid before we allow it to go through? And then how do we avoid the situation where it gets delayed, months to do a study or years to do a study?
So if I understand your question correctly, so I'll just say for these make ready, obviously the utility would have discussions with the customer prior to anything being installed or built. So if there was a capacity issue, the project would not go through, or something else would need to occur prior to it actually being built out. So if your concern is, well, what if they build the make ready and then the EVS?
Well, no, actually, what I'm wondering is, can we have these studies done in advance? Can we have this analysis done so that the customer and the utility both know, well, you can't cite it here, but you can cite it over there?
Gotcha. So I think there are, I'm not a engineer, but I believe there are tools being developed to take care of some of this. There's an EPRI tool that the utilities, I believe, are working on that shows, where they have, available capacity. And I believe they're working on some of this for, solar as well for DERs. So, I know we've had some discussions about distribution system planning. Staff wouldn't want to bring that necessarily into the EV group. But yeah,
actually, I would like to bring it to the EV because I think you can't move forward in any sort of effective way if you don't know what you're trying to solve for.
Sure. So my only point would be that we, have the distribution system planning group or something similar that would, look at all of these technologies coming in at the same time. Because I think if you're just going to focus on EVs, you could have problems as well because you're not considering the other technologies. But obviously that's a huge.
Well, and it may be that you are doing, community solar and EVs at the same time. I mean, so again, getting that information, knowing what you're dealing with, knowing what you're trying to solve, I think is going to be important. So my other question, it occurred to me that maybe I don't know the answer to this. So we have, ratepayers are paying for the utilities to deploy these chargers at public facilities. So and the utility owns the charger. Somebody comes in and they charge their car. They're paying the utility to charge, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and presumably in that is a demand component, right? I mean, the supply will just, I mean, I'm assuming it's just SOS.
I believe so, yeah. And then their chargers are on one of their commercial charging rates.
Okay. How do we reflect the payments to the utility? I mean, here the ratepayers have paid for that charger, but the utility is making money off that charger, presumably.
Yeah, well, yes, I think in a few cases they are making money. I think there's only a handful out there. So is your question, how are they, where do those funds go exactly?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my understanding that they're just using it to net out as much as the cost of operating the charger that they can. But all of the utilities have are operating at a loss on the whole for all of their chargers.
They're all operating on a loss?
In my understanding, yes. Those are typically filed in the semi-annual reports. You'll see like a per charger, and that's just the energy. That's not the all-in cost that was in there to install the charger and all that. So just based on the pure energy, some of them are operating at, I'll just say, a profit. Some of their charging stations, but as a whole, I don't think any utility has broke even yet.
Okay.
I know.
So whatever they're paid is kind of reflected in sort of the overall costs of operating that charger. And if they're operating at a loss, how are they being compensated for that loss?
I believe it. That's a good question. I will have to get back. I believe it's. Yeah, it would be through rates, or I don't believe anything's been in the regulatory asset. So PE has even included the cost of electricity in their budget. They were the one utility to do that for their chargers. So, but we can double check with you on that.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Good evening, sir. Question for you on the uptime requirements. So if the utility doesn't hit the uptime requirement, say it's 97 and they come in at 95%, that delta is returned to the customer. Is that correct? Or how does that work?
Sure. So I believe MEA even offered a grace period. I mean, I think staff could be acceptable to that, because we are supposed to get new uptime requirement data very soon. That it's been a long process to get more granular data. You may be surprised to hear that the calculation of uptime is different for a lot of different folks, and you can get different values. So no, staff was considering that if you don't meet the uptime, whatever your O&M budget was should be returned. At least that as much that you spent up to that period.
So the whole budget.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's just not the delta. All right. So it sounds like it's a pretty good incentive.
That's our intention.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. I just have one quick question. I don't know if you'll have an answer for this. OPC recommended that the commission decide the utilities may recover non-capital cost expenditures deferred to their phase 2 regular asset, not to exceed the cost of debt. Mm-hmm. Just wondering if you had a position on that.
Not as of right now. I mean, this issue has come up in the past about the regulatory assets and what kind of rate of return they get. And I think that we've also typically kind of punted this to rate cases, how the regulatory, what's collected through rates. So I don't know that I have a position at this time. I definitely understand their proposal and why they proposed that, because it is a non-capital cost. But we'll get back to you.
Fair enough. No. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was a very thorough analysis, and really appreciate all the time you put into really reviewing each program, giving those recommendations. A couple of things. I really liked some of the questioning that Chair Suchman had on some of the make ready programs, and the idea that maybe it really should be considered in the context of system grid planning, and really kind of taking a more holistic, because we are looking at a number of state policies there, bringing resources on DERs onto the system, and then various types of loads, and it would seem like that would kind of go to the issue of just what kind of planning the Department of Transportation is doing for a robust network, and where we might see concentrations of fleets and that type of thing. So it just seems like having that type of an analysis, and again maybe being able to pair it with resources, because again one of the major drivers right now is kind of more from the wholesale side and PJM wide, because they're not doing that kind of comprehensive holistic planning. So kind of hard for us to complain, I guess, about the overall system if we're not prepared to try to do some of that right here inside Maryland. So anyway, I thought that was a good suggestion, and maybe that work group could bring take that up, because again I think that's one of those areas that again we really like to see the utilities be very active, and that is in make ready and making sure that we get these projects online.
No, agreed. And your question kind of made me think of some things that we do have. There is an interagency ZVIC meetings that we actually had one last week, where PSC staff is there, MDOT, MDE, all those, and others. And they are developing tools to look at where we think capacity is getting constrained and things like that. So I would say a lot of that is underway. We did have the electrification study a couple of years ago. I know I led kind of the EV kind of set portion of it, where we tried to determine what EV growth would be until I think that study went to 2030 or 2031. So we have kind of done some of those things, and but yeah, no, I agree with you.
That's good. Yeah, because I don't think we need to stovepipe just EVs, because I think it's bigger. You mentioned CVIC. I think I learned today that there's really not ready to just go ahead and take over some kind of a stronger leadership role in this program, which I think it'd be helpful for this agency to have that kind of state perspective. But at this point, when you did your analysis, do you feel comfortable that yes, the whole CVIC had a chance to really review a lot of these programs, and did you talk to CVIC about your recommendations, and were they well received by that again state perspective?
Staff did not share our recommendations with anyone from ZVIC. The utilities did bring these proposals to ZVIC a few months ago. But as you can imagine, when you have these large kind of work groups and they just bring proposals, it's hard to get. Well, they get feedback, but it's hard to kind of, until you see it on paper, it's hard to really give a good kind of response. I personally feel so. These proposals were brought to ZVIC, but no, staff did not share any of these recommendations. But we're in constant contact with a lot of these agencies about these various concerns. But obviously we have kind of different prerogatives. I'll say MDOT. Not picking on MDOT, but just say they may not have as many concerns about just say rate impacts that PSC staff would, just because we're kind of in it every day, that kind of thing. So
because you've actually given me a lot of flavor just how that works. So there isn't like a real process where next month we're going to dig into all the utility proposals and really kind of give a thorough analysis and provide a ZVIC. Does that kind of thing happen?
Well, sure. So we do have the EV work group where the proposals were also brought up. Again, it's just sometimes and folks gave plenty of feedback. Personally, when I'm in a work group, I try not to stifle exactly what they're going to propose, because you never know what the commission wants to see. You give your feedback that what you like and don't like. But again, until you see it on paper. So for example, the charge anywhere, it seemed like a reasonable idea to me a few months ago. But when you saw a $39 million price tag, it kind of changed my mind a bit. So again, it's kind of, obviously work groups are great and very helpful, but you don't always get kind of the full critique before you have it on paper, where you can
Yeah,
and send DRs and things like that.
Just specifically like going, okay, if you like this, do you understand that this is going to go on people's electric rate, electric bill? Is everyone okay with that? Does that kind of a discussion take place? And are you okay with that? That you can recommend that this go on the electric bill?
Well, it's funny you say that, because every work group meeting I say that. I say, I'll chime in and say, this sounds nice, but until we see the price tag. So I literally say that almost at every EV work group meeting. So
keep saying that. Good. I was interested. There were a couple of suggestions today. When it really gets to the charging network, that maybe we ought to consider, requiring the utilities to divest or to sell the network. Did you think about that at all? And would there be possible savings again, especially with some of these amortizations and pending regulatory assets out there? Is that something that's a realistic?
No, that's a great question. Staff was hesitant to do that. I would say, I don't know, maybe a year or two ago, with that those discussions began to come up. Staff was never in favor of the public utility charging stations. I'll just state that, because this is we're kind of stuck in this vicious cycle now of, well, you have to spend to maintain them. You don't want to stop spending to maintain them, or they get even worse. So then, if you divest them, what are we going to get? What are the utilities going to get for them? Would be my concern, particularly if folks know they have to sell, or are they going to, they're not going to give them top dollar. Also, I would argue probably a lot of these chargers are kind of old, technologically speaking, at this point. And I know most of the utility fast chargers are 50 kW, so those are pretty obsolete now. I know personally I wouldn't charge a 50 kW charger unless I had to. You want 150, at least 250. But staff did note in its comments that these kind of costs that just keep occurring, has caused us to consider maybe we should kind of pull the plug. But as we noted, I believe in our phase one comments, for the conclusion of phase one, a lot of the chargers in Maryland are utility operated. It's a healthy portion, I want to say, in at least 40% range, maybe higher. So that we don't want to cause harm to the EV market at the same time by divesting. Maybe we could do something, if the commission was interested, of finding the least reliable ones, the ones that are used the least, and maybe divesting some of those, so at least it's more streamlined and there's fewer chargers. But so there's a lot of things that would have to be considered if we were to do that.
Okay. Well, I'll soon to be gone, but it may be something the commissioners may want to at least hear from staff and find out the pros and cons, and would there be savings? Because again, that this may be part of the phase one that kind of prove that maybe it's not a good idea to have utilities operating these things.
Right.
They hasn't really been that big of a success. We've heard some people it's been a complete failure. So
yeah, no, we appreciate those studies. I would just say it's almost, just say they were to divest it, it'd almost be kind of like a make-ready incentive, because all the infrastructure would be in place. Whoever purchased it would just say the property would just need to put in a new charger, because it should already be set and ready to go. So that could be a benefit.
And finally, I'm just curious, with all your your good work, did you kind of tally the new customer impact, or the new costs, if we were to go through all the recommendations of staff?
Yeah, yes, actually I did. And these were just rough estimates. So with staff's recommendation, BG's budget would go from 153 to about 50 million.
53 to 50, okay.
To just 50 million, yeah. Pepco would go from about 61 to, I have 23 million. Delmarva would be 22 and a half to about 11 million. The PEs was largely similar. I would say it goes from about 10 million to 9 million. And then SMECO, I don't think I tallied SMECO's, but just give me a second. It's not very large. Theirs would go from about a little over 5 million to just under 2 million.
Okay, so in all cases, well over half.
Yeah,
the cost. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you again for your, I think, a really thorough analysis. Thank you.
So this discussion we had sort of on during the course of the day about trying to integrate what the utilities do with what the state agencies want to do. I mean, do we run the risk of placing the utilities in sort of difficult spot where, you know, MDOT, MEA, and you want to do this, that, or the other, but they, you know, theoretically have the information from us. And it's one of the reasons why I asked the representative of MDOT about, you know, sort of how we structured this thing that would be cooperative, but not, you know, getting across purposes. I mean, what's staff view about, you know, trying to see that utilities are kind of integrated into the state's plan on how to do this?
Sure. No, I think you make a great point that if, you know, certain agencies were directing the utilities to do certain things, and then if, you know, we had to come in at the end and say, well, we're not so sure, that obviously that would cause some sorts of problems. I think it'd probably just be best to just, I mean, obviously the utilities participate in ZVIC and things like that. I think it was just, you know, more just open dialogue. I think a lot of it is just the planning that a lot of folks are concerned about, making sure there's the build out is there when needed. Again, staff doesn't want utilities to build out preemptively. But yeah, so like I said, we do have these kind of interagency meetings. I mean, I think maybe things probably could get a little more concrete. Usually they're just kind of check-ins and just kind of asking, hey, well, you know, what are you guys considering? What are you considering? That kind of thing. You know, I mean, it's a hard question to answer just because, yeah, like I said, there's different prerogatives for different agencies. So there may be some kind of butting of heads as well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, is there any point to possibly having state agencies meeting ahead of time before the state agencies want to go talk to the utilities? And, you know, because you know, from the state agency's viewpoint, their idea is, well, we want a big, widespread EV charging network. And so, you know, their thought process is that, you know, they may think, well, make them do this, this, and this, and
right.
they're not aware of, you know, stuff that that you'd be concerned about.
Sure.
That happened. So if there was, you know, maybe discussions between, you know, the state agencies for them to say, this is what we would like, you react to it and say, well, you know, doing this, this, and this has this consequence.
Sure.
Situation.
Yeah, no, and like I said, I think I guess we could, like I said, kind of have more concrete meetings and meet more often. Like, so we do have this CVIC kind of state interagency meeting. We just had one last week. And yeah, you know, I always like to chime in and bring up rates and things like that as well. But yeah, yeah.
I mean, I tell you, I mean, one of the secrets when we got started in the EV business a long, long time ago was that public utilities were actually pretty effective deployment. If you were looking to sort of get stuff out, you know, in a broad way, once they were sort of bought into it, like, yeah, it makes it pretty easy. So, but, you know, on the other end, you know, from the state agency standpoint, it does sort of offload the expense on somebody else as opposed to the taxpayer. So for some government entities, it could be like win-win.
Sure. Yeah. No. And I know that was brought up a lot today. You know, the state policies and things like that. Yeah, it does make me a little nervous. You know, there's no state policy that I'm aware of that requires utilities to do any of this. And obviously, like you kind of alluded to, a taxpayer is different from a ratepayer, and you know, utility service is an essential service. But yeah, no, I think we could just, you know, agree to meet more often with the other state agencies to see what they're working on. If they need any assistance, you know, they need to reach out to utilities. You know, maybe we could be kind of a conduit for that, and kind of help them maybe think through things they're not considering that we would consider and things like that. But yeah, I think we could just generally agree to meeting with the other state agencies more often and making sure we're all on the same page and trying to advance those state policy goals while, you know, obviously limiting costs to customers.
Okay, so I think we're finished for today. For any of the parties that participated in the proceedings today, if you want to supplement some of the things he presented to us, either in response to questions that we raised or issues that came up from some of the other parties, feel free to do that while we're considering all this. And I thank everybody for their participation today.